Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry became overpowered after learning Snape's dark past. Here is short summary. After uncovering the full truth about Snape's dark past, Harry gains knowledge and power that change his destiny. With newfound abilities and a sharper mind, he prepares to take on Voldemort like never before. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry is apparently extremely anemic at the moment, something that has never come up before, and a few students have come forward blaming the anemia on Professor Umbridge's detentions. According to the students, they write a particular phrase with blood quills. Dolores insists that all the quills do is sting, that they do not draw blood. I am rather anxious to get this cleared up, as you can surmise Severus. A simple truth serum should do so easily, and if she's telling the truth, I'm certain that Dolores will have no problem at all with taking it to confirm her side of the story. The ministry sent woman puffed up a bit like a frog but nodded. As insulted as I am, yes. The sooner we clear this up the better, and I can get back to my classes. Snape had caught the clear message, Dumbledore's stress on the word simple. As the old wizard never stressed words in such a way, he knew that it meant the strongest, most complicated serum he had. While he wasn't what you'd call a Potter fan, he was a professor and agreed with Minerva. It was the professor's responsibilities to protect and guide the irritating creatures known as students, even if you hated them, not to cause them injury. Of course, accidental injuries did sometimes happen, and the occasional whack with a ruler was permissible, but drawing blood, it was incredibly unacceptable. He nodded. Yes, headmaster. I will return soon. He turned and left the office to retrieve a disguised vial of Veritaserum. He wouldn't put it past Umbridge to try and circumvent the effects of a lesser potion. McGonagall continued to hover close to Umbridge, as if worried that the toad-like woman would jump up and attack them all at any moment. She hoped that Snape would return quickly and that they would get the truth out of the horrible woman. Minerva never spoke ill of her fellow professors or the staff at Hogwarts, but in this case she found it very difficult to hold her tongue. She trusted the students' words far beyond Umbridge's, and she would love for nothing more than to find a reason for Dumbledore to send the woman packing, minister's favorite or not. The tension was thick in the room, and Dumbledore watched his guest with sharp blue eyes behind the lenses of his glasses. Snape shouldn't be but a moment longer. I apologize for the wait. There was no harm in stroking the woman's feathers if it would get her to relax, if even minutely so. Umbridge puffed up again, irritated that she'd let her eagerness to silence the Potter boy endanger her mission here. If it was proven that she had indeed deliberately injured the boy and drawn blood, then even Cornelius wouldn't be able to keep her at Hogwarts to direct the next generation of voters, and it would land a big blow to their plans. Damn that boy's weakness for revealing her detention method. The only grace was that it wouldn't be Veritaserum, and she could throw off all other lesser truth serums. This is entirely unnecessary and insulting. The minister himself chose me, and now you are accusing me of essentially attacking the boy who lived. Just as she finished her sentence, Snape reappeared and lifted a brow. Indeed, such an accusation would bring a great deal of suspicion on Minister Fudge should it be proven. The school's board of governors and the Wizengamot would be incredibly put out as well, I would imagine. He exchanged a look with Dumbledore and nodded ever so slightly as the toad of a woman spluttered. Now Severus, no reason to get ahead of ourselves and imagine the worst. Dumbledore said in a soothing voice, as it looked like as if Umbridge was ready to explode. The smoother they could handle this whole business, the better. He gave Severus a look and then looked over at the large mirror across the room. Minerva, would you be as kind as to fetch Dolores here a cup of tea? No reason to make the aftertaste of the potion more unpleasant than it needs to be. Dumbledore knew that Snape was a master in what he was doing and that there would be no aftertaste whatsoever, but he still tried to keep things calm. McGonagall nodded and poured some tea in a blue teacup and placed it on the table in front of Umbridge and Snape. Umbridge huffed a bit more before taking up her cup. She took a surprisingly delicate sip of tea. So precisely how are we to be going about this? Severus here will add the potion to the tea, and we'll ask you a few questions to get this whole thing over and done with. Dumbledore gave a tight-lipped smile. Just to make sure that there are no wrongdoings going on, the Wizengamot and our governors will watch the entire thing through my mirror over there. He pointed a long, weather-worn finger at the large mirror. Umbridge's eyes widened and she shrieked, "What?" Snape took a drink of his own tea. "Madam, please, it is quite routine for this kind of inquiry. There is no need to destroy our eardrums." He paused meaningfully, "unless of course you have something to hide." The question was accompanied by a lift of a dark eyebrow. The woman snapped her mouth shut and shook her head. "Of course I have nothing to hide," she snapped. "I was simply surprised." She set her teacup down with a clatter. "Well, let's just get this over with." Her brisk tone brooked no refusal. The potions professor hid a smirk and slid a look towards Dumbledore. "We all do have much to do, Headmaster, shall we?" Yes, let's." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled and he raised his wand and muttered a spell under his breath to activate the mirror. "I'll leave the potion in your capable hands, Severus, if you'd add it please." The dark, greasy-haired man nodded. He held the vial of truth serum up to the mirror so that the observers could verify the label and appearance of the potion before he applied it. He dribbled just enough into Umbridge's cup to make it seem like a lesser potion's dose yet not cause Veritaserum overdose. "Professor Umbridge, if you would please drain your cup." His tone was subtly sarcastic on the title of professor. This woman was no professor and was painfully pathetic at teaching, and Snape had no patience with incompetent morons. That was well documented, so he was deriving some sadistic amusement out of this. Umbridge sneered at the cup and drained it swiftly. No truth serum tasted good and she had no desire to let it linger on her tongue. Perhaps if she had, she'd have noticed the telltale flavor of Veritaserum, but as it was, no one would be able to prove that the serum was anything other than what its label proclaimed. McGonagall had trouble keeping the smile off her face as she watched Snape. It was true that she and the head of Slytherin were often at odds, but she had to admit that no one could give a tongue lashing quite like Snape. It was rather amusing when you weren't on the receiving end of it. "All well, Dolores, are you ready to start with the questioning?" Dumbledore took a sip of tea, nabbing a biscuit from the plate as he watched Umbridge with mock concern. Yes, let's get this over with already." She waved a hand, completely unaware that the spell she'd cast on herself before coming to the headmaster's office was useless. "Very well then, let's start off softly then." Dumbledore brushed the biscuit crumbs out of his long white beard. "How do you like living here at Hogwarts, taking care of the young minds of the wizarding world?" McGonagall listened intently, wondering if Umbridge would trip herself up already with the first question. She had no doubt whatsoever that Harry spoke the truth, and she just waited for Umbridge to seal her own fate. Umbridge opened her mouth to give the rehearsed answer of, "It's such an honor and the children are wonderful," but instead her tongue and lips formed the words, "It's disgusting, the noisy little doxies can't sit still for the life of them and are so bloody cheeky." Her eyes widened and a squeak of distress came from her. I mean that the school is a throwback that should be dismantled." Snape had to turn to the window to conceal the utterly evil grin that tried to lift his lips as Umbridge tried to correct herself but just dug her hole deeper. McGonagall almost choked on her tea, but she couldn't help the wave of triumph that coursed through her at Umbridge's slip-up. "I see, well that's an unfortunate mindset for a teacher." Dumbledore furrowed his bushy brows. "And the question of detention and punishment. Do you feel that you have the right to punish students that have displeased you as you see fit instead of following the school's guidelines in such matters?" Eyes wide and looking ever more like a toad in the grip of a hungry snake, Umbridge tried to stop herself from answering, but the compulsion of the potion had her mouth falling open once more. "The school guidelines are weak and far too lenient to those irritating little buggers. They need hard discipline if they are to become useful members of wizard society and not empty-headed, optimistic dreamers like yourself, Dumbledore." The shocked gasps of several members of the Wizengamot could be heard even on their side, and McGonagall was woman enough to admit that she did take pleasure in watching Umbridge's downfall. The fact that every word came right out of the toad's own mouth only made it all the better. "As that's so." Dumbledore's voice was dry. "And what kind of hard discipline are you using against our children?" She tried. She strained to answer that with a falsehood, but the truth once more fell from her lips. "They are to write lines with a blood quill." "A blood quill, Ms. Umbridge?" Dumbledore wasn't even pretending with the use of professor anymore. "Are you aware that they are illegal as well as extremely harmful to the user after long exposure?" I am a ministry official. I have the right and permission to apply the blood quill if I deem it necessary. The only harm from long exposure is visited upon the weak who cannot handle it. The little fiends broke the rules and must be punished so they do not do so again. Are you implying that you are punishing and permanently scarring the children of this school with the minister's goodwill? That it is okay that one of those students is now lying in the infirmary, severely anemic and suffering from exhaustion after your detentions? Dumbledore was done tiptoeing around the real question. Snape watched in secret glee as Umbridge actually twitched and tried to bite her tongue, but the truth once more was forced out. I was told only to be certain that the children would not listen to or believe the ridiculous claims that he who must not be named has returned. The boy would not be where he is had he simply held his tongue about that belief. The silence hung heavy on both sides of the mirror. McGonagall was happy she wasn't the minister right now. Plenty of the Wizengamot and governors had children of their own or children they knew attending Hogwarts. So Harry Potter was punished for speaking his mind, for telling what he believes is the truth. What's next? Punishment for wearing the wrong color of socks. Having the wrong parents. I am very unpleasantly reminded of an age not too far away by your way of thinking, Ms. Umbridge. Dumbledore's voice was stern and unwavering. Umbridge had by now realized that nothing she could do would keep the truth from her lips, and so she drew herself up and almost spat the next words at Dumbledore. Potter is a disruptive influence. If he spreads his insane tale, then the whole of the school might get the mad idea to become just as bold and disruptive as him. It is much better if they do not question as he does. Mindless drones who won't think for themselves, much less ask questions. Yes, that sounds much better for the future of the country. Dumbledore's eyebrow twitched. I think we've heard quite enough. I would like the governor's and the Wizengamots' opinion on how to proceed. The mirror glowed and the split image of the Board of Governors and the Wizengamot appeared, every face scowling heavily at Umbridge, who shrunk back and tried to look as small as she possibly could, not an easy task considering her size. The head of the governors turned his gaze to Dumbledore. Obviously she is to be immediately dismissed from her post as defense against the dark arts professor. I realize that will put you in the difficult position of finding a replacement, Albus, but I'm certain we can agree that she absolutely cannot remain. I am happy that you are in agreement with me. Dumbledore bowed his head towards the mirror. Umbridge will be packed and escorted of the grounds before the night is over. He gave a sharp-eyed glare at the cowering woman. Regarding the empty position, I do have some ideas, but I need to discuss them with my faculty before any decisions are made. Of course, Albus. You have my apology as well, for bowing to Fudge and allowing that creature into your school. Severus stifled a thrill of hope. He knew Albus well and knew that no matter how much he wished to teach the defense against the dark arts class, he likely would be shunted by once more, as Dumbledore still feared he would cross back over to the dark side. In addition, it would be even harder to find a new potions professor than a Dada professor. Regardless, he still intended to apply, as he did every year. Eventually the old bastard would cave. Thank you, I'll be in touch. Dumbledore waved his hand and the mirror became blank once again. Minerva, would you be as kind as to escort Umbridge to her quarters and make sure she's all packed up and ready to leave as soon as possible? McGonagall nodded and prodded the distraught woman to get a move on. The sooner she was out of the castle, the happier Minerva would be. Thank you kindly for your help with this, Severus. As always, your knowledge and handling of potions is nothing short of masterful. Dumbledore turned to the tall dark-haired man. Snape scoffed, though the regular thrill of pride felt at those words warmed him. You know I cannot abide incompetence, Albus. That woman was even worse than Lockhart, which is saying something. This was more serious than incompetence though, Severus. She could have caused the students here great harm. Dumbledore rested his elbows on his desk and leaned his chin on his fingers. Things are about to change here at Hogwarts. I'm not certain you will approve of all the changes, but I need to know that I have you behind me, Severus. A dark brow rose. Albus, you have had me behind you for the last 16 years. What more must I do to assure you of my intention to see him brought down, no matter what I must do? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. How about working together with Mr. Potter? The students still need to learn Dada, and who better to teach them than one of their own with practical experience? You would be there for him, as a support and as someone to go to for help. He leaned back and waited for the explosion. The potion master twitched in mild distaste. Work with Potter. Assist him and accept assistance from him. This would not end well. They'd likely hex each other into oblivion before the first class ended, considering how much they clashed in potions class. He was about to snarl at Dumbledore before he realized that the old man was essentially offering him the post he'd hungered for years. He narrowed his eyes at the old wizard. "You manipulative old bastard, are you sure you went to Gryffindor?" A small smile played over Dumbledore's features. "You Slytherins don't have monopoly on being devious, Severus." His eyes twinkled in amusement. "So what do you say, will you accept?" If looks could kill, then Dumbledore would be down. "You know I will. However, what is the entire plan?" "That I preside over both potions and Dada. Potter, for all his experience, doesn't know everything the others need to learn. Basically you will be the professor for both classes. Mr. Potter will be your student teacher when it comes to Dada, and you will have another one for potions, lessening your workload so you can work both classes. Each class will have a student teacher. I think it will bring the students closer together and give them a head start about what is coming." Dumbledore reached up and scratched an eyebrow. "The times are changing and I think we need to change too. Trouble is coming and even the students need to be prepared. And is there anyone in particular you have in mind for the potions student teacher, or is that to be assigned at my discretion?" "I leave that decision in your capable hands, Severus. No one knows your students better than you." The potion master nodded. His first thought, galling though it was to consider Miss Granger, as she was most certainly one of the most consistently accurate and clever students in the entire school, but when better examined she'd be a very ill fit. Granger was an academic who nearly always went by the book, so yes, she could make an adequate and effective potion, but she wouldn't be able to grasp, much less teach, what makes an exceptional potion. He'd have to think longer on this. "Very well then. Will that be all, Albus?" Dumbledore nodded towards his potion master. "Yes, that will be all. I won't keep you from your duties any longer. Thank you kindly for helping me with this rather delicate situation. Without your expertise things would have been much more difficult." Dumbledore got up from behind his desk. "Good night, Severus. I should go and check with Madame Pomfrey on how young Mr. Potter is doing." Snape bowed shortly. "I'll inform you of who I choose for potions by tomorrow morning." "Good night, Headmaster." With his rather trademark bat-like swoop, the spy then turned and exited the office to head down to his dungeon to puzzle out who he wished to assist him in teaching the little dunderheads potions. Harry sighed and looked up at the infirmary ceiling. He had tried to convince Madame Pomfrey to let him go back to his own room. There was really nothing wrong with him that warranted a night in the infirmary. He was fine, albeit a bit embarrassed for having caused a stir, again. He raised his hand and watched the back of it. It was only a scar, a small one at that. He had plenty of them even without mentioning his most famous feature. One more wasn't a big deal. Hermione poked her head in and smiled softly, pleased to see her friend awake, before settling her expression into stern lines. "Harry, why on earth didn't you tell us how bad off you'd gotten thanks to that cow before this happened?" Green eyes flickered from the back of his hand to land on his friend. "Because it wasn't a big deal, Hermione. Not a big deal. When you pass out in Snape's classmate. I'm sorry, but I called it a big deal." Ron poked his head in alongside Hermione's. "I thought we had finally weaned you off this whole lone hero stint. Don't tell me we have to start the training all over again." Ron's long, freckled nose twitched. Harry couldn't help but grin. No new training needed. I really didn't think this was something to make a fuss about. What's a little detention compared to Voldemort having his body back?" Hermione outright frowned. "I'd say it's a large problem if it takes so much blood from you that you become severely anemic and need to spend, according to Madame Pomfrey, at least a week in bed taking 2 blood-replenishing potions each day. Oh, and let's not forget her pronouncement on Quidditch. A week." Harry groaned. He wanted to go back to Gryffindor Tower right now. "Wait, what's this about Quidditch?" He looked from Hermione to Ron and back again. Ron was shuffling his feet and wouldn't meet his eyes. That was a clear indication that whatever it wasn't something that he would like. The teen girl got a knowing look on her face. "You're banned from playing Quidditch for 8 weeks. She mentally counted down in her head, timing Harry's reaction. 3, 2, 1 and... What? Harry tensed and struggled to get up in a sitting position. 8 weeks, that's half the season. They can't do that. I need to play. I need to fly. He flopped back down and put his arm over his eyes. I'm captain. What will happen to the team? You'll have to ask Madame Pomfrey if you can still make plays and go to meetings. You aren't allowed to fly until your body goes through the blood replacement cycle, which takes 8 weeks. Hermione moved into the room and went to sit on the side of his bed, brushing his hair back in a sisterly manner. You lost a lot of blood in those detentions, Harry, more than I think you realize. According to what Madame Pomfrey said, you were 2 detentions away from nearly dying from blood loss. In truth, you passing out in Snape's class was a blessing in disguise. Not only won't you end up losing any more blood thanks to that cow, but she's been dismissed. I saw Professor McGonagall escorting her out of Hogwarts. Harry was still miserable about the Quidditch, but hearing that was a bright spot. She's gone. No more fluffy pink cardigans and meowing kitty plates. All gone. Ron grinned. Now maybe the Dada lessons won't be pure shite any longer. Thank goodness. I'm all for books and learning what you can from them, but for heaven's sake, those classes were travesties. Hermione wrinkled her nose in disgust. Her lessons had nothing to do with defense against the dark arts. Harry scoffed. It was all about praising the ministry and stopping all of us from asking questions, nothing useful at all. He looked over at his friends. The war is coming. No matter what Umbridge and the minister says, and even kids need to know at least the basics about how to defend themselves. Hopefully Dumbledore will hire a professor who knows what they are doing now. Ron nodded silently. Hermione smoothed down Harry's sheets. He will, I'm certain. The Board of Governors let themselves be pressured by the ministry, but after this I don't think that will happen again. She jolted when a loud bang sounded outside. What on earth? She flew to the window and blinked at the firework creature that was sparkling there before shaking her head and looking to Ron. Your brothers are at it again. They are celebrating, of course, that the mad cow is finally gone. Ron's freckled face was glowing. I bet they have a wicked party going on in the common room. Sorry mate. He cast guilty glance Harry's way. Don't worry about it. You two should go celebrate too. Join the party. Harry made shooing motions towards the both of them. Go have fun, the two of you. Hermione planted her hands on her hips and gave him a stern look. I'm certainly not about to leave my friend here alone to go to the common room just for some silly party. Madame Pomfrey bustled in with Dumbledore. Ah, Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley, I hope you're not disturbing Mr. Potter. We're not disturbing him. We're just visiting our best mate. Ron spoke up from Harry's bedside, where he had plonked himself down on the mattress next to Harry. They're no trouble, Madame Pomfrey, but I was just telling them they should go enjoy what's left of the evening. Harry smiled. And we don't want to leave him alone just to go off for fun while he's stuck in bed. Hermione went back over to Harry's side to fuss with his pillows, making them more comfortable. The healer smiled. Ah well, that's just fine, but the headmaster needs to talk to him and then I'll be giving him a sleeping potion. She wagged a finger at Harry. You need to rest solidly. Harry nodded. For once he wouldn't argue against the sleeping potion. He was so tired and so worn from the nightmares that plagued his sleep that he would be grateful for some dreamless sleep. See, my own, it's fine, I'm just going to sleep anyway. Go have fun and eat a piece of cake for me too. She sighed. Outgunned and outmanned for the time being, she had to give in rather than stay with her friend and make sure he was really okay. Oh, all right then, but she rummaged in her shoulder bag, taking out scrolls and Harry's books and other study materials. I don't want you to fall behind, so I'll take notes for you, and Ron and I will both come by to help you study. Cheers, my own, I appreciate it. Right now studying was pretty far from Harry's mind, but he knew he would have to do it so that he wouldn't fall behind. The last thing he needed was for Snape to accuse him of being even more incompetent. Sleep tightly, mate, and we'll be back tomorrow. Ron leaned in close. I'll try to save you a piece of cake, yeah. Harry smiled and waved goodbye to his best friends, thankful beyond belief that he had them. Madame Pomfrey placed a potion vial on the nightstand on top of the books Hermione had left behind. After the headmaster is finished, I want you to drink all of that. She then turned to Dumbledore. You don't tire him out too much, understood? I won't be long, Poppy. The boy will get his rest. Dumbledore bowed his head at her. How are you feeling, Harry? I'm fine, sir. Harry said politely, even though he winced a bit at being called a boy at 16. I apologize that you had to be put through something like this within the walls of Hogwarts, and from a member from the staff no less. It should never have happened, Harry. Dumbledore's eyes were serious behind the half-moon-shaped spectacles. It's okay, sir. You weren't to know. Still, if anything like this would ever happen again, please tell someone, Harry. He patted the comforter over Harry's right knee. I will let you rest now. When you are feeling better, I have something to discuss with you. Can't you tell me now, sir? Harry was curious. No, I fear I must take my leave before Poppy chases me out. Rest now, dear boy, and we'll talk later. Dumbledore offered him a small smile and glided out of the room. 2 weeks later found Severus Snape carefully mixing a volatile potion and ignoring the continuing bangs and booms of the Weasley twins' fireworks. It had been non-stop celebration among the school's population since Umbridge had been kicked out. Even his Slytherins were celebrating, in their own quietly devious way of using the extra time that had been Dada class to ruin people's days. He almost smirked. 3/4 of the student body wouldn't be celebrating much longer when he was announced as the new Dada teacher as well as potions. He could just see the expressions of horror and got a rather evil little thrill out of it. He was an odd teacher, he supposed, to get such amusement out of tormenting his students yet willing to protect them no matter what. If he didn't end up with so many undisciplined dunderheads, he'd have been less of a bastard, but with the wild twits he had to deal with, that likely would never happen. Class time was meant to learn and study, not to gossip, goof off with friends, or show off. And if anyone were to tell him that he never punished his own house, they'd be completely wrong. The Slytherins got punished when they misbehaved. He simply did not do so in front of other houses. Let them all think he was playing favorites, he didn't mind, it kept the peace for the most part. A soft pop came from the door just as he added the final ingredient and the potion stabilized. He cut a glance at the house elf that had appeared as he bottled the potion. Yes. The headmaster is needing Professor Snape and sent Mitzi with message. Tell him I will be there in a moment. I must bottle this potion first. Mitzi will tell him, sir. The elf popped out and Severus quickly bottled the rest of the potion, cleaned up his work area, used a Scourgify charm to clean himself and swept out of the dungeon towards Dumbledore's office. Harry fiddled with his hands as he sat across from Dumbledore at the man's large desk. He looked at Fawkes, who was preening his feathers. Excuse me, sir. But what are we waiting for? Dumbledore smiled. We're waiting for Severus to get here, since the thing that I wish to discuss very much involves the both of you. Harry's curiosity was piqued. What on earth could involve both him and Snape? As much as he racked his mind, he couldn't think of a single thing. A brief knock on the door preceded Snape sweeping in like the great bat so many considered him. He paused and cast a baleful eye on Harry. I see you've ceased lazing about in bed, Potter. Perhaps now your irritating compatriots will put an end to their excessive celebration. Harry's eyes flashed with green fire, but he managed to hold his tongue on the scolding words that were itching to slip eyes. Perhaps, sir. He added the sir as an afterthought. Ah, good, you're finally here, Severus. Dumbledore beamed at him and ignored the tension between the two brunettes. Have you given any more thought to my suggestion? I was just about to brief young Harry here. If you're asking if I'm about to back out, the answer is no. After this I will discuss it with my choice for the potions post. The potions master went to stand beside the desk, the better to observe Potter's reaction. Dumbledore nodded with a pleased expression. Good. So Harry, I can imagine you're curious what this is all about. Harry nodded in silence. I have offered Severus to roll as professor for Dada alongside with his potions position. Harry stiffened. Dumbledore had to be kidding. Snape as professor was almost as bad as Umbridge. He would probably only teach his precious Slytherins and leave the rest of them high and dry. Since he will govern 2 classes, Severus is going to need help. I'd like you to become a student teacher for Dada. You have the practical experience needed and you have always excelled in the subject. Working close with Severus here, I really think the two of you will make a great class. Harry gaped. Student teacher. Working close with Snape. It all seemed like some weird dream. It couldn't be real. It was small and petty of him, but Snape derived a deep satisfaction from the gobsmacked and half-horrified look on Potter's face. Of course, I myself wonder if you have the abilities to be serious and controlled long enough to give me effective aid in teaching your fellow students, Potter. You are rather hideously undisciplined. I can handle anything you throw at me, you don't know me. Harry was still baffled and hesitant about the whole thing, but when Snape put him down like that, it made him want to prove himself, to show Snape what he could do. Does that mean you accept the position, Harry? Dumbledore looked vaguely amused, and Harry wondered what the old wizard was really thinking. Yes, of course I accept. Dada is important, we all need to learn. The words, even if I have to work with Snape, hung heavily in the air even though Harry didn't voice them. Snape allowed a smirk to form on his lips. Well then, Mr. Potter, report to the dungeons after dinner tonight to come up with a lesson plan as well as go over what you can and cannot do as a student teacher under my purview, and to meet your fellow student teacher as well. An unholy gleam seemed to shine in the potion master's eyes as he considered that meeting. Very well, sir, I'll be there. Harry scowled as he spoke to Snape. The blasted man never failed to get under his skin and prod where he was most tender. It was infuriating. Excellent, just excellent, I'm glad it's settled then. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling. I'm sure you gentlemen will work well together and teach the student body all they need to know. Harry listened to Severus. He has vast experience and knows what he's doing. Severus, you need to listen to Harry too, he is a very bright young man. To himself, Harry thought that Snape probably had more experience casting curses and practicing the dark arts than defending against them, but he nodded nonetheless. He would figure out a way to make it work with Snape, for his fellow student's sake. Snape restrained himself from snorting. Perhaps Potter could make a decent teacher, if he were to abandon the arrogance and not let being the boy who lived go to his empty little head, but thus far he'd seen no proof that the boy had inherited any of his mother's intelligence. He looked at Harry and saw a miniature James Potter before him and couldn't look beyond that. He shook it off and gave Dumbledore a bored look. If that is all, then I have a few potions to finish and a potions student teacher to inform. Fine, Severus, you may leave. Dumbledore nodded and turned to Harry. You better be on your way too, Harry. Minerva is a patient woman, but she won't put a hold on her class for anyone. Yes, Headmaster. Harry got up from the chair and started to leave alongside Snape, his head filled with warring thoughts on what was to come. Snape glanced over at the boy as they left the tower. Try if you will not to lose consciousness in Transfiguration class. I realize so much information in such a small space makes your brain overheat, but it would be most inconvenient at this point for your minuscule mind to decide to shut down so absolutely. Without giving the teenager the chance to reply, he swept down the hall towards the Slytherin common room to get his student teacher for potions and warn him not to start a fight with Potter tonight. He didn't have the patience to break up a fight between his godson and Lily's child tonight. Harry made his way down the stairs to the damp dungeons and Snape's study. His head was still ringing with Hermione's congratulations and Ron's worried blabber. Harry may not like Snape, but he highly doubted that this was some sort of master plan the potions master had schemed together to deliver Harry gift-wrapped and defenseless to Voldemort. Sometimes Ron's imagination really got the best of him. Shaking his head in amusement, Harry knocked on Snape's door and stepped inside, though when he saw a familiar head of slicked-back silver hair he had a good mind to turn on his heel and walk back out again. This meeting would be hell. Potter, good to see you have a grasp of punctuality. Snape barely looked up from the cauldron he was tending as he added a small measure of liquid without measuring it out with the spoons and got a favorable puff in return as well as an impressed look from Draco. Have a seat. You and Mr. Malfoy are acquainted, I know. Harry slid into his seat, trying his best to ignore the blonde beside him who had only turned to sneer at him before turning back to Snape, watching the cauldron in rapt attention. Do you add the beetle bones before or after stirring the potion counterclockwise? Draco asked as he peered into the cauldron. Remaining in his seat, Harry couldn't even feign the slightest interest for whatever it was that Snape was brewing. It was probably an arrogance potions. It certainly seemed as if both Snape and Malfoy were heavy users of such an elixir. Snape lifted a brow at his godson. What do you think is the best to do, Draco? He was, in a way, testing his godson to see if his instincts in choosing Draco as the student teacher for potions were correct. Thus far Draco had been able to grasp that what made a good potion wasn't always in the book and sometimes you had to work intuitively and divert from the book, but this was a finer point potion that needed extreme accuracy, so it would do for a test. Draco furrowed narrow brows and looked at the cauldron. I think it would be best to add the beetle bones after the stirring, to let the potion settle a bit and preserve the beetle's potency. Stifling a yawn, Harry started to wonder what he was doing here at all. Snape rolled his eyes. Yes, Potter, we are aware that you find potions a pointless exercise. Once we're finished here we'll get down to the main purpose for tonight's meeting. He turned to his godson. After then, well, let's see. Snape stirred the potion and then did as Draco suggested, and the potion turned first a vile green then lightened to a pleasant light aqua, much to Snape's satisfaction. After it is, well, thought Draco. Draco gave his godfather a rare honest smile as he watched the potion in satisfaction. Thank you, sir. When he turned to look at Harry, the sneer was back in place. I don't find potions pointless. Harry defended himself. I just don't see the reason for me being here while you brew it. Perhaps if you paid more attention to others brewing potions you might learn something and, perish the thought, pass potions by more than the skin of your teeth. A raised black brow accompanied that pronouncement. Aside from that, I began that potion quite some time ago and cannot simply walk away and leave it in the final stages before completion, something I speak about in first year. The potion is essentially finished now but needs to cool before bottling, so we can begin discussing the reason you are both here. Harry hadn't meant that he was more important than the potion Snape was working on, and he wasn't adverse to learning. For some reason he felt like he should apologize, but he couldn't find the words. No matter what he said, Snape would manage to find a way to tear him down and belittle him, and besides, Snape had already moved his attention away from him. Snape moved to settle on a stool. As you've both been told, you will be student teachers assisting me in the classes I teach. Every student's schedule has been shuffled to make it so that all the potions classes take place on the same day, and each house is doubled up. The same has been done with defense against the dark arts. Gryffindor and Slytherin will be taking the classes together, as will Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. This has been done so that the two of you can continue your own education and only lose one day out of each week. One day each week you will spend helping me teach, grade papers, and make lesson plans for 14 classes of students ranging from 1st to 7th year. Mr. Malfoy, I chose you to be the student teacher for potions not because you know everything there is to know about the subject, but because out of all the students in this school you have the best grasp of the essence of potion making. Do not let that go to your head. Snape pinned his godson with a stern stare. You still have a great deal to learn. Draco knew he was good at potions, it was his best subject, but he also knew that he was nowhere near Snape's class. Maybe with this top position he could learn more. He had to admit that he was thankful that Snape had chosen him. It would have been horrible being second best to Boy Wonder over there once again. Being forced to spend time with Harry Bloody Potter was not Draco's idea of a good time, but at least he would have his godfather there too as a buffer. Hopefully he could get away with mostly ignoring the Gryffindor. I understand, sir, and I doubt you will let it go to my head even if I tried. He shot Snape a smirk. Harry wondered who Snape would have chosen as a Ta for Dada if it had been up to him, because Harry could guarantee that it wouldn't have been him. He would not have been here if Dumbledore hadn't decided it. That knowledge only made Harry want to prove himself further. The potions professor returned the smirk. You're correct. As for you, Mr. Potter, loath though I am to admit it, the headmaster was quite correct in suggesting you as the Ta for defense against the dark arts. You've already had more experience in that area than most Aurors ever see, and shockingly it is one of the subjects that you not only grasp but excel in if your scores are to be believed. Snape tugged his sleeves into a more neat appearance. The headmaster knows we are heading for a war, and he wants the students to be prepared, not just in knowing how to defend against dark magics but also in mindset. First years most of all come through these doors with the expectation of nothing but wonder, joy, and adventures that end in happily ever after. Your job, Potter, will be assisting me in informing them that there are things out there much worse than any villain in a fairy tale, and then how set about to defending themselves from those things. Despite what I'm sure are your incredibly spoiled summers and the people who flock to increase your ego, you've seen firsthand the darkest of magics and can surely impress upon the happy-go-lucky dunderheads just how dangerous the world they live in is for the unprepared. Snape turned and felt the cauldron the potion was in and nodded. Draco, bottle the potion. He moved to the blackboard in the study. The both of you will be taught extra potions and defense against the dark arts separate from your other classmates, as you'll need to remain ahead of the curve in the subject you assist me in, and as for the opposite class, I refuse to have either of my assistants prove themselves complete dunderheads in any of the subjects I teach. As you'll be in the extra classes together, I want to make one thing exceptionally clear." He paused to be sure their attention was focused on him. "Your little rivalry is to be laid aside when in my presence. I will not tolerate the idiocies the two of you get into when you're trying to one-up each other." Almost choking back a laugh at the thought of the Dursleys spoiling him and stroking his ego over the summers, Harry managed to shake the bizarre thought of that out of his head and concentrate on what Snape was saying. He eyed Malfoy and was met with equal distrust that he himself felt. "I'm willing to try if you are," Harry finally made out between clenched teeth. A sharp silver blonde brow rose. "I assure you, Professor Snape, I have no need to one-up Potter as you call it, not when it's clear I'm already so much better. However, I will play nice for now." Draco brushed some invisible lint away from his pristine robes and went back to carefully bottling the potions in small glass vials. Harry bit back a sharp retort. He wouldn't let Malfoy get to him. If he gave in already, it would prove to Snape that he couldn't control himself or his temper. As the brunette teen's eyes were averted, Snape gave his godson a narrow-eyed look that clearly communicated that laying the rivalry aside meant no verbal sniping as well. The brief chastising look was gone when Harry's gaze returned to him. "Further, there will be no slacking in any of your classes. As for how you two will conduct yourselves when assisting me in teaching, you are merely there to teach. Discipline is left to me. You have no authority to give or take away points or treat your fellow students of any house in any but the most professional manner whilst teaching. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir," both Harry and Draco said in a low tone. To be honest, Harry was thankful that he wouldn't have any authority. That was the last thing he needed to stand out more, to be more different than the others around him. Professor, Umbridge didn't allow us to learn anything in her classes. Where should we begin to let people catch up?" Snape sneered. "Well, as the previous Dada teachers have been fairly pathetic, aside from a certain mangy wolf. We might as well begin with basic dueling again and teach the little twits Expelliarmus as well as a few hexes and jinxes." The corners of Harry's mouth itched to turn upwards in a smile at Snape's talk about the little twits, but he hoped that he managed to keep a neutral expression. He had a suspicion that Snape would think he was laughing at him, and no good could come of that. He approved of Snape's plans, knowing that duels, disarming spells and jinxes, were something he could actually do and feel comfortable doing. "Yes, Professor, sounds like a good plan." Harry noticed that Snape was really paying Remus some sort of backwards compliment there, but he thought it best not to mention it. "But part of your new duties, Potter, will be looking through the library, and you'll have special access to the restricted section for this, to find spells and such for the classes. I know you'll find actually reading and studying instead of goofing off with Weasley and Granger very straining, but you'll have to make that sacrifice. If you don't know the spells you find, bring them to me, and, if I find them to be appropriate, I will be teaching them to you so you may teach them to the other dunderheads." The professor turned his gaze back to Draco. "You have a similar responsibility and privilege with potions, Mr. Malfoy." "I understand, sir." Draco bowed his head minutely towards Snape, his mind already whirring with all the different kinds of potions he could look up and learn. He wouldn't go against Snape, but he wouldn't dismiss the opportunity to further himself either. He was a Malfoy after all. Harry simply nodded. He didn't have the energy to try to defend himself in front of Snape. The man wouldn't believe him anyway, so there wasn't really any point to explain that he wasn't the lazy, bumbling idiot that Snape claimed he was. "Every evening after dinner I want you both to come here for at least 2 hours for lesson planning and your own lessons. It may go longer depending on the lessons. And Mr. Potter, though you are a Gryffindor, I certainly hope you might show some slight bit of Slytherin cunning in regards to your own education as you have in regards to troublemaking." Oh, Harry could be cunning like a Slytherin all right, much more so than anyone gave him credit for. Not that he felt inclined to offer that information to anyone. "Yes, sir, I'll try my best," he said simply. "Very well then." Snape brandished his wand, flicked it, and had a sheaf of papers appearing before him. He directed it to Harry. "That will be for your notes on the classes you'll be teaching. The pass for the library is contained there, as well as your new schedule and blank lesson plans for you and I to fill out each evening. Taking the stack of papers, Harry nodded. Thank you, sir. Oh, Professor, what will happen with Quidditch? Draco piped up. Both Scaria, Potter and I are on the teams. Will we be able to continue that, or will we need to give it up? Draco didn't want to have to give up Quidditch. This year he was determined to finally beat Potter and those blasted Gryffindors into the ground. Potter is grounded for the next 6 weeks, but if you'll manage your time correctly you should both still have time for the practices as they take place before dinner. Draco nodded, feeling very pleased about Potter's continued grounding, though he had to admit that it wouldn't be a real victory if he wouldn't be able to really rub Boy Wonder's nose in it. Understood, sir. Now, Mr. Malfoy, you and I have more lesson planning to do. As the Dada classes have been so grievously mishandled, Potter and I will be forced to go over things that many of the classes should already know, that he most certainly does know, but the others likely do not. So for the next few classes the lesson planning will be simple, but as I have certainly not allowed the potions classes to fall behind, you will need to learn what you will be teaching this Friday. He cast a look at Harry. You may stay if you wish to learn it now as well, Potter, but if not, then you can take yourself off to parts unknown until tomorrow evening. If he was to do this, to learn, then he might as well start right away. Besides, Harry could imagine Hermione and Ron waiting in the tower, questioning him and wanting to know everything. He loved his friends, he really did, but he didn't feel like being poked and prodded with questions and comments right now. It was only Monday and Harry could already feel the long stretch of the week in front of him. I'd like to stay, sir. Snape studied the brunette closely, then nodded. Summon your potion supplies then, Potter, and we'll get started. Feeling somewhat relieved, Harry acioed his supplies from the cupboard in the back of the potions classroom and set them out in front of him. He really didn't feel much hope of being able to keep up with the other two, but he would do his best. Snape carefully instructed the two and watched carefully, well aware of each mistake Potter made. Each time he'd correct the brunette, not bothering to be tactful, he saw Draco look over both smug and oddly puzzled. Snape could understand both well enough. He certainly was puzzled by the mistakes in preparation and occasional stirring Potter made, but he had no desire to delve into the boy's stupidity and merely corrected him rather than seek out why he was making such mistakes in the first place. By Merlin, no, Potter. It calls for ground, not powdered arnica. Unless you want it to blow up in your face. Feeling a flush of embarrassment and irritation rise on his neck and cheeks, Harry struggled to hold his tongue and correct his mistakes. How was he supposed to know what was ground or powdered? Draco glanced over at Potter again, noting that he was using the sharp edge of the silver dagger to flatten the flubberworms instead of the required blunt. Really, Potter, how can you be this pathetic at potions? A 3-year-old does better than you do. Though you were amusing to watch at first, now it's just embarrassing. Harry seethed and put the dagger down before he was tempted to use it for something other than flattening flubberworms. Look, Malfoy. Not everyone grew up around magic, spells and potions. I'd never heard of cauldrons or potion brewing until I got here, so yeah, the level of a 3-year-old might be just about right. Snape paused and raised an eyebrow. You mean to say you've never seen a demonstration on potion preparation, even in regular cooking? Oh, I know cooking, with pots and pans on an electric stove. This I had never experienced until I got here. Harry's tone had a bit of a bite to it. Draco stood gaping with his own dagger in a loose grip. Was Potter serious? He couldn't even imagine not even knowing the basics. His mother had showed him how to brew and the importance of preparations before he even could walk. The professor pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Perfect. Bloody muggles. The first book I want you to look at next time you go to the library is Potion Basics for Beginners. It will explain in more depth. For now, though, he turned and summoned a line of several enchanted bottles to appear before Harry. Each bottle was labeled. There was whole, halved, quartered, cubed, diced, sliced, slivered, shaved, crushed, ground, and powdered, among a few others. A potion is affected by the preparation of the ingredients. The slightest difference, such as between ground and powdered, can have a significant effect on the potion. Those bottles will show you how the ingredient you pick up will look in each kind of preparation. Use it as a visual guide to how to prepare the ingredient. And Draco, he met the cool gray eyes of his godson, consider this a test of your teaching skills. I want you to instruct Potter in the proper ways to stir, flatten, etc. as he goes. Draco nodded and moved to stand beside Potter, He thought back on the way his mother had taught him and decided to teach Potter the same way. Really, it was too easy to poke fun at the chosen one, for this and that took all the fun out of it. What was the point of it if Potter couldn't fight back? Harry felt a sliver of resentment. If Snape had bothered to ask him what his problem was 4 years ago, then maybe he wouldn't be total shite right now, but no. Oh, the man was too busy hating him to actually teach him something. Avoiding Snape's gaze, Harry concentrated on what Draco told him and measured his ingredients by the bottles Snape had summoned. As for Snape, he watched the boys carefully while he considered the information that had just been revealed. He hated to admit it, but perhaps he'd been remiss in his duties as potion master when it came to Potter. Most Muggle-born students he taught were given a detention to disguise an impromptu lesson in potion preparation, but he'd never afforded Potter the opportunity because he'd assumed that someone would have explained it at some point to the boy, now teenager, and most of the time when he looked at the young man all he could see was the mocking smirk of James Potter. Unless Harry raised his gaze and looked him in the eyes, Snape so very easily and often forgot that he was just as much Lily's child as he was James's. He'd never really had the chance to repay James Potter for all he'd done, and he'd been taking his old bitterness and hatred out on the man's son. He wasn't ashamed of that, per se, but more of the fact that he'd slipped in his duties. He knew the boy lived with his Muggle family, but he'd conveniently forgotten that fact in favor of an old grudge. Well, he couldn't say he wouldn't be paying for it now. He'd have to spend more time with Potter than previously planned to fix the years of missed potion instruction. Such joy. If his expression got any more sour, you'd have thought someone had force-fed him sea buckthorn. Harry's expression wasn't much happier as he listened to Draco tell him what to do and watched the Slytherin roll his eyes when he still got it wrong. Oh, how he regretted his choice to stay right now. Spending the evening in these two's company was as much fun as rolling across burning coal naked. Well, look at that, it seems you're not completely brain dead after all, Draco said when Harry's potion turned a vivid purple. Now stir it clockwise 12 times and counterclockwise 8 and then you're done. Harry bristled at the surprise in Malfoy's voice but did as he was told. Snape watched as potion settled as Potter finished, and he pulled out a small strip of something that looked like a half-rotten chip. He took a bit of the potion up with a medicine dropper and dripped it onto the chip, nodding when it turned from a bright blue to green then purple. Passable, Potter. Thank you, Harry said in a flat voice. Then after a while he added, Sir. You see, if I can teach Potter then I can teach anyone. Draco looked very pleased with himself. The professor gave the blonde boy a kind smile that had both teenagers backing up in trepidation. Well then, I suppose I'll put the passability of Longbottom's potions on your shoulders, Draco. Draco paled and Harry couldn't help but let out a snort. If he was shite at potions then Neville was a walking breathing disaster. Good luck, Malfoy, you'll need it. Oh, shut up, Potter, Draco replied dejectedly. His godfather could be a cruel, cruel man. Snape ignored the softer banter. His godson would need luck dealing with Longbottom, a great deal of it if the boy was to pass potions class. Bottle the potions and then, Potter, you may return to your house. Mr. Malfoy, I want you to remain to better plan the lesson for tomorrow. Also, Potter, in tomorrow's class one expect a successful potion from you as you've already made it once. Prove to me you've learned. Harry settled for nodding as he bottled the potion and corked up the small vials before putting his supplies back in the cupboard and gathering the stack of papers. I'll see you both tomorrow then, I guess, he said a bit uncertainly before he slipped out of the classroom and made his way from the dungeons and up to the Gryffindor Tower. Snape merely lifted a brow before turning to his godson. The potion we just made will be taught to the 5th years and above. The years below that, he summoned a single sheet of parchment, will be working on lesser potions that you already know. He moved to behind his desk and paused, looking at his godson. I did mean what I said about your talent in potions, Draco. You have the potential to far outstrip me and any currently living potion master. You shouldn't waste that potential by following the same path Lucius is on. A soft pink spread across Draco's pale cheeks and he ducked his head so that Snape wouldn't see his expression. He let his quill fly over the parchment as he noted down all Snape's suggestions and orders for the lessons the next day. It's not that easy, sir. I'm the Malfoy heir. My path is set whether I like the direction it's going in or not. He finally said softly. Is it? Or is that simply what your father has told you all your life? Snape's eyes were intense on Draco's bowed head. You are the Malfoy heir. That cannot be taken away unless you do something to disgrace your line. Lucius cannot steal your place as the next Lord Malfoy if you choose not to follow his path. Trust me, Draco, the path he is trying to force you to follow is paved in nothing but regrets and pain. I want better for you, as does your mother. If you wish to break free of the path Lucius is trying to make you take, you are free to seek my help. Draco's hands clenched and unclenched, and he still wouldn't look up. My father is a determined man, with very scary friends, but I'll remember what you said. He looked up, his gray eyes guarded and wary. Are we finished for tonight, Professor? I have a lot to go through before tomorrow and should probably get to it. The man nodded and sighed as Draco left. He wished he could do more to assure his godson that he would be safe from the other Death Eaters should he choose to divert from the path Lucius set him on. Perhaps this teaching assistant's situation might help with that. If Draco could be around others who could show him that he could fight for freedom from the shadowy hands trying to drag him into permanent darkness, perhaps he would do so. Hermione finished the final problem of her homework just as Harry came in and she waved him over. Well, what happened? Harry let out a sound, something between a sigh and a chuckle, and walked over to his over-enthusiastic friend and plopped down in a plush armchair. Not much, to be honest. We went over a bit of what my job will be. I've got unrestricted access to the library to read up on hexes and spells that can be useful. Harry almost grinned at Hermione's expression when hearing that. Unlimited access to everything in the library was probably a fantasy for her. Oh, and the potions taught as Malfoy, he added as an afterthought. For some reason he didn't want to talk about the failed potion and Draco helping him learn. It seemed private for some reason. You mean you have to spend time with Snape and the ferret regularly? Ron grimaced in sympathy. Hermione smacked Ron on the arm. Ron, this is an incredible opportunity for Harry. Just think about all that he can learn and, her voice dropped, we'll all be better prepared to fight against you-know-who. I know that hardly anyone outside of Slytherin likes Snape, but you have to admit he knows his stuff. I did a little research. She ignored the, of course you did, eye rolls, and he's known as one of the wizarding world's best duelists, plus he knows better than anyone just what we're up against. Though you do have my sympathy in regards to Malfoy, Harry, heavens only knows how much more difficult potions will be for Gryffindors now that he's got authority. We don't have authority like that. Harry shook his head. We are allowed to teach, but all authority lies with Snape. Besides, I don't think Snape would allow blatant favoritism like that. Harry was surprised by himself at his defense of Snape, but he really didn't think Snape would allow it. It may look as if Snape favored his own house, but Harry had learned through the years that if you really looked at the hourglasses containing the house points, it was clear that Snape took away as many points from the Slytherins as he did for the other houses. He just didn't do it in the open. Mate, no authority, a larger workload, and having to spend time with that company. I'm glad I'm not you. Ron slumped even further down in his seat, long limbs sprawled everywhere. Hermione shook her head at Ron. Well, at least Malfoy can't throw his weight around. Well, any more than he already does, that is, and you've got such a great chance to learn so much more. She nibbled on her bottom lip and looked at him with pleading brown eyes, looking just as pitiful as a begging spaniel. Harry, I don't suppose you might be able to find time to maybe make a few notes for me, after you find spells for class and all? Harry's lips quirked. He knew it. He knew that she would ask. Of course, my own, you know it. As long as I have time and those few notes won't turn into copying whole books for you, then it shouldn't be a problem. His smile was both gentle and amused. She made a happily thrilled sound and gave him a quick hug. Thank you. I wouldn't ask you to copy a whole book for me, don't worry. Not at first anyway. Ron added with a cheeky grin that earned him a punch to the arm. Harry chuckled. Listening to his friends' banter and just being there with them made a bit of tension leave his body. Snape raised a brow as he looked down at the 5th and higher years' suggested lesson plan that Potter had just passed over for his inspection. It had been 3 weeks since the first Dada classes with Potter assisting, during which he'd been reluctantly impressed by the boys' ability to teach others. Potter was surprisingly patient and calm whilst teaching, and he managed to get even Longbottom to learn successfully, much to Snape's utter shock. Each lesson plan for each class and year was incredibly well thought out by the teen and was tweaked to better fit who he was teaching. The Slytherins weren't treated any differently while Potter was teaching, though outside the classroom there was still plenty of friction. They'd covered up to Patronus casting for the 5th and higher years, and most of those students could at the very least create the formless flashes of light that would repel the Dementors, and many had managed to get the complete animal form. Now they were moving on to spells Snape would have to teach Potter before Potter could teach them to others. Not particularly something the professor was looking forward to. Though the teenager had greatly improved in the potions class and none of the other professors complained, Snape wasn't certain he'd be a tolerable student in other subjects. Potter was too argumentative and, to Snape's prejudiced eyes, flighty and impudent to handle lessons with a professor who wouldn't coddle him. Right now, though, he was curious about the last 3 curses and counters on the list. They were spells he'd created when he was a student, and the book he'd put them in had been gone. At least he'd thought it was gone, for many years. Not bad choices, but where did you find these? Reaching into his bag, Harry pulled out a medium-sized book, bound in dark leather. There was nothing special about the book at all, but something about it had called to Harry when he found it stuffed between 2 other books in the library. I found this in the restricted area in the library, Professor. Harry put the book on the table. It looks like it's something between a journal and a spell book, written by someone called the Half-Blood Prince. I don't know, just reading about the spells and what they do. It felt useful. Harry resisted the urge to rub his forehead. He was so tired and his head ached. The dreams were getting worse, filled with blood and pain and horror, and it had gotten to the point where he dreaded to go to sleep. I thought maybe we could use it. Green eyes looked up at Snape. Faint surprise flickered through the man's dark eyes at the appearance of his old book, and he picked it up, pretending to flip through it, though he could remember almost perfectly every last bit of information contained within it. It was like being reunited with an old, precious friend. There are potions in here as well that should be incorporated into potions class. An impressive find, Mr. Potter. I will profess surprise at your desire to teach Sectum Sempra, Ignis Degluber, and Scabra Carnis, and not just their counters. They are not what most would consider proper Dada spells. He looked back at the teen, caught in a moment of nostalgia. He saw clearly past Harry's parentage and saw the dark circles under the boy's eyes and the weary, pained look in the emerald eyes. To properly learn how to counter the spells, I think they need to learn the spells too, get an understanding of them. Besides, I really don't think proper spells are going to be enough. Harry winced. I watched Voldemort come back. People are going to get hurt no matter what we do, but at least I want them to have a fighting chance. He reached up and rubbed at his temple, trying to will the throbbing, echoing pain away. Snape nodded, a brief, inexplicable surge of pride welling up at the teen's answer. You're correct. Proper spells won't be enough in this war. Against the Death Eaters, everyone will need to be as ruthless as our enemy. He caught the flicker of pain again and had to fight down an unbidden wave of concern before querying the teenager about it. Is there a problem, Potter? No, sir. No problem. Harry was surprised that Snape even asked. He didn't want to sound weak in front of the potions master, though. Snape already thought very little of him, as it was without him complaining about nightmares and a little headache. A black brow winged up in disbelief, and Snape considered using legilimency to find the truth but shrugged it off. It was none of his never mind if Potter was under the weather. Very well then. We'll start with Sectum Sempra and its counter, Vulnera Sanenter. Snape began instructing Harry on casting the spells on the list, once again finding himself reluctantly impressed by the way Potter concentrated on getting the spells down right. As they came to the last spell, Glacis Cutis, he was re-evaluating his assumption of the teen getting pity marks. All right, Potter, this is the counter to Ignis Degluber. It creates a temporary cold, numbing skin of sorts until the victim can get to a healer. Pay attention. Snape gave a gentle, almost rolling flick of his wand, Glacis Cutis. A pale blue blob flew towards the practice dummy and covered it completely in a thin layer. Harry nodded that he understood and got ready to cast the counter spell himself when white-hot agony filled his head. It felt like his skull split open as images filled his brain. Screaming, he sunk down on his knees, clutching his head with both hands as images of a skinny gray-haired man lay writhing on the floor in pain as the word Crucio was said over and over again. The scariest part was that it felt like it was Harry who was casting the unforgivable curse, casting it and liking it. Taking pleasure in the poor soul's pain. Harry clutched his head tighter, trying to push the images back, to come back to himself, but he was stuck in a waking nightmare. The scream had Snape jolting to full awareness, and as soon as Potter hit his knees the professor snapped out a summons to a house elf to get Dumbledore there immediately. He then knelt beside the teen and tilted his head up to look into unseeing, agonized green eyes, so like his old friends that it made Snape's stomach ice over. His fingers brushed the lightning bolt scar and he hissed at the almost burning heat coming from it. Potter. No response. Snape frowned harder and quickly used Legilimency in an attempt to discover what was wrong. He found himself flinching at the sight of a man being tortured with the Cruciatus curse, the incantation spoken in a disturbingly familiar voice. He pulled out quickly, worried that the Dark Lord would notice his mental presence. It hurt so much, Harry was sobbing as he tried to get some air into burning lungs. Every breath felt like liquid fire being pulled into his lungs. The torturing of the man continued until he spasmed a last time and died. Again Harry felt that terrible joy in causing pain, the power in being the master of life and death. He felt someone touching him and he grabbed a hold of whoever it was, clinging to them with everything he had, using them as an anchor to guide him out of the hell he was trapped in. Snape's eyes widened as the 16-year-old suddenly started to clutch him as if he was a life preserver and Harry was drowning. He had to stifle his instinct to fling the teen off and awkwardly pat the young brunette on the back. He was, marginally, used to comforting his Slytherins when they had difficulties, but even the most emotionally needy Slytherin tended to get their tactile affection and comfort from their peers and not their head of house, so Snape was not used to allowing someone into his personal bubble. However, Potter was lost in some kind of nightmarish vision, and from his own nightmares Snape knew that touch helped, as did a calming voice. So he pat the teen on the back and murmured, "Potter, come out of it. You are not there, you're in Hogwarts. Wake up." Harry fisted Snape's dark robes in his hands and buried his face in the potions master's neck as the nightmare slowly loosened its hold on him. He felt empty and disgusted by himself for having liked the pain. Finally he realized just who it was he was clinging to, and he released Snape with an embarrassed stumble. His head still pounded and he could feel the tear tracks on his face. Great, just great, Harry winced. Of course he had to lose it in front of Snape of all people. Still, it was hard to forget Snape's comforting touch and his soothing voice that had helped Harry find his way back. Sorry. Harry's voice was hoarse and gravelly from all the screaming. Potter, what was that? I'm not sure. Harry rubbed his forehead, hissing when his scar ached. I've been having a lot of nightmares lately, but they haven't come like this before, when I was awake I mean. Black eyes narrowed. That, Potter, was not a nightmare, that was a vision, and if your nightmares were similar in content they were likely visions as well. How long have you been having these nightmares? Harry looked down on his hands, noticing that they were trembling. Since the cemetery. When Cedric died. The dreams started out small, but they've gotten worse with time. Harry closed his eyes but opened them instantly when pictures of the dying man flooded his brain. And it did not occur to you to seek assistance in dealing with these dreams? Snape waved a hand sharply before Harry could say anything. Never mind. Right now I'd say we have a problem. I sent an elf for the headmaster. He should hear about this before we do anything. He pointed at a chair. Go, sit. Then he moved towards his potion cabinet, pulled out a small bottle and handed it to Harry. Drink that. We don't need you babbling incoherently thanks to nerves and a headache while you explain your dreams to the headmaster. Harry glared at Snape but downed the bottle in a few big gulps, grimacing at the taste. There was a knock on the door and Dumbledore swept into the room, eyes sharp as they landed on Harry. Harry, my boy, would you mind telling me exactly what happened? The headmaster reached out a hand and a chair flew into his grasp and he sat down. Harry really didn't want to relive what had just happened, but he took a deep breath and started to explain. When he come to the part about liking what he did, it felt as if the words were stuck inside him, he couldn't get them out. When Harry had finished, Dumbledore sat in silence. This is worrisome indeed, but you shouldn't worry, Harry. Well, figure something out. He turned to Snape. You are the best at occlumency, Severus. I think you know what needs to be done. The potions master gave the old man an evil glare. Just wondrous, even more time spent in Potter's company. He turned his gaze upon the teen and began to explain about legilimency and occlumency and how he now needed to learn occlumency to block the Dark Lord from sending him these visions, and possibly using them to manipulate Harry. So Potter, you and I will be spending more time in each other's company, as I am one of only 2 people qualified to teach you to occlude. Great, because you're someone I, really, want inside my head. Harry mumbled under his breath, but he had no doubt that the potions professor heard him. His shoulders slumped, but he realized that this was another thing he had to do. When do we start? I assure you, Potter, I've no desire to go poking around in your spoiled mind. We will start tomorrow. The sooner you become a passable occlumens, the better. Harry nodded dejectedly. Do you think we could tell Malfoy that I'm having extra potions or something? I really don't need to be labeled more of a freak than I already am. Sir. Harry pulled on the fringe covering his forehead. He was happy that the Slytherin tosser had landed himself in detention with McGonagall this evening and hadn't seen Harry's new bout of embarrassment. If Malfoy had been there, Harry would never have heard the end of it. You may tell Mr. Malfoy whatever you wish if he asks why you are staying longer after the joint lessons. There is no point or reason to divulge this information without it being asked of you. Snape shook his head. Typical Gryffindor, no guile at all. Resisting the urge to growl, Harry grabbed his bag. I'll see you tomorrow then, Professor, Headmaster. He nodded to both Snape and Dumbledore, wanting to just get out of there, wallow in his misery alone. After Harry had left, Dumbledore turned to Snape. I'm sorry to put this on your shoulders, Severus, but the boy needs to close off his mind. We're all in danger as long as he has a direct link to Harry's mind. Suddenly Dumbledore looked his age, worn and tired. Snape scoffed. Since when have you been particularly reticent about putting more responsibilities on me, Albus? On anyone, as it comes to that. Even now you've put the weight of the world on Potter's shoulders, yet you've not been decent enough to tell him why. Sympathizing with Harry, Severus. Dumbledore's brows rose. Harry doesn't need to know yet. It would only make everything more difficult for him. I am hardly sympathizing. I am tired of being in the position of constantly having to save the boy because he doesn't know why he's so targeted by the Dark Lord. He does need to know, however. You cannot keep the truth from him forever, Albus, and with him back in this new development it will get worse. If you continue to keep your little weapon in the dark, you run the risk of him breaking or coming to resent you. You should be more than familiar with the consequences of the latter. Snape set a pepper-up potion down in front of the headmaster. If it allows him to be innocent for a little bit longer, then I can live with some resentment. I have for a long time, after all. Dumbledore got up from the chair and straightened his back with a loud pop. I'll see you tomorrow, Severus. I hope you have a pleasant night. He strode for the door and slipped outside. The potions master sniffed in disdain and set about straightening his office up while pondering on Dumbledore's foolishness. If Potter lost faith in the light side of this war because of the old man's silence, they'd have a dark wizard 10 times worse than Voldemort on their hands. The spy shook his head. No, he wouldn't let that happen. He'd give Dumbledore until Christmas to tell Potter about the truth of things, and then, if the teen remained in the dark, he'd tell him about everything he knew himself. He'd sworn to protect Lily's legacy even at the cost of his own life and freedom, and he'd do so, even if he was protecting him from Dumbledore's idiocy. Draco was appalled as he made his way towards the library. He had never fallen behind on any subject in his entire life, and now he had, in the lamest subject ever nonetheless. He shuddered to think what his father would do if he came away with something less than all O's in all subjects, so he had agreed to be tutored. It was just his luck that the professor had assigned Goody Two-Shoes Know-It-All Granger to the task. Not only did he have to spend the evenings with Potter, now he had to study with Granger. If he wasn't careful, he would get some weird Gryffindor disease. Walking into the library, he spotted a head of wild, curly hair straight away, and with a sigh of uttermost suffering he made his way over and plonked his bag down on the table. Let's get this over with then, shall we? Hermione suppressed a scowl. When Professor McGonagall had asked her to tutor Malfoy in Muggle studies, she'd nearly choked on air and refused. The bloody little ferret was still a total prat outside of Potion's class and had maintained his habit of insulting her as well as Ron and Harry when he encountered them in the halls, and the last thing she wanted was to spend long stretches of time dealing with his arrogant disdain. Her head of house had convinced her by playing on her sense of fairness, saying that Malfoy hadn't been using his new position to wreck the Gryffindor's grades and had even managed to get Neville's potions skills up by a couple grades. So here she was, staring at the pointy-nosed prat and talking herself out of being nasty. By all means, Malfoy, let me see your last few homework assignments for Muggle studies. I need to see what you're having trouble with. Showing weakness in front of Granger was not something he wanted to do, and having trouble with Muggle studies was a weakness, but if he wanted to get his grades up then he didn't have a choice. He opened his dragon hide bag and pulled out a few rolls of parchment. Muggle studies is a useless subject anyway. The Malfoys are purebloods. I guarantee I won't have any use of this in the real world. Her rich brown eyes narrowed as she took the scrolls from him. Oh really? You think so? What about the Wizard Registration Act that is on the verge of being passed in the Ministry? If it goes through, then you'll be going to Muggle Parliament every time a member is added to your family, whether by marriage or birth, and you'll need to know how to navigate a Muggle city to do so. The act hasn't been passed yet. Draco drawled and drummed on the tabletop as Hermione read through his homework. He wasn't about to admit to any concern or worry about his ability to function in a Muggle world. He was a Malfoy, above worry or concern. That was what he had always been taught. The girl scanned quickly over the homework. Quidditch matches then, I know you attend those. The tents are usually camped on Muggle property, in a highly Muggle visible area, and you are required to blend in so as not to attract attention. How can you blend in when you don't know how? Fine. I suppose it can have its uses. Draco waved a long-fingered hand in front of his face. It's not like I fell behind on purpose. Can't you just tell me what I need to read up on? She looked up at him, her eyes almost piercing in their intensity. Draco Malfoy, tutoring is not simply telling someone what they need to read up on, as I'm sure you realize with your position as Potions Ta, and I'd Keyfang before I'd slack off in tutoring you. Merlin, you're more impatient than Harry and Ron put together. Please, don't compare me to Humpty and Dumpty. Draco made a face. I can't imagine you like being here with me more than I do, so I was just trying to give you an out. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. I'm not an idiot like most of your friends. I actually have a brain. Malfoy, don't you insult them. They're a far sight brighter than the Neanderthals you keep around you. Crabbe and Goyle are barely one step up from dragging their knuckles. Draco's lips quirked upwards at that rather fitting description, but he quickly schooled his face into his usual sneer again. They have their uses. Besides, our families go way back. I've known both of them forever. She gave him an arch look. Way back? So which family dragged which into the shadows, I wonder? You know, Malfoy, even if Harry and Ron were dumber than a sack of rocks, I'd still be honored to be considered their friend because they have my back no matter what. I somehow doubt Goyle or Crabbe would stand with you if they thought tossing you over would benefit them. No one ever really has your back, Granger. In the end, you're always on your own. Draco's gray eyes were serious as they looked at Hermione. The sooner you learn that the better. It'll save you from a lot of disappointment and wasted trust. He shifted on his chair. Now let's get back to the thing at hand. I want to get back to my Neanderthals, and I suppose your bags of rocks are waiting for you. Weasel is probably right outside the door, making sure I'm not putting some Slytherin curse on you. Hermione's eyes had a brief sadness in them for Draco. She couldn't imagine not having at least one person she could trust implicitly, and, as big a git as he was, she was sad Draco didn't have a true friend. The brief moment of sadness was replaced by humor at his last sentence. He might be a prat, but you couldn't say Malfoy wasn't clever. Ron wouldn't do that. He knows I'm more than capable of defending myself from you if I feel the need, whether with wand or fists. She gave him a small smirk, knowing he had to remember the punch she'd given him third year. She turned back to the materials and pointed at his homework. You have absolutely no problems with Muggle laws, etiquette, or currency, none of which is surprising considering that you're a sneaky snake. Her tone was light, letting him know that it wasn't actually an insult. Your difficulties are coming from the operation of Muggle objects. I just can't figure them out. They are all so gadgety and complicated. Who needs all these buttons and things? Draco wiggled his fingers in front of him. All you need is a good wand and then you're set. She rolled her eyes. Only if you have magic, Malfoy. Muggles and squibs don't have that luxury and have to create gadgets to make do. She tapped her lips with a finger, eyes narrowed as she considered the best way to tutor Malfoy in Muggle objects. Her eyes lit and she set about closing books, rolling scrolls back up, handing Malfoy his, and waved for him to follow her. We need to move to the room of requirements. The best way to learn with Muggle objects is by doing trial and error. We'll start small, a basic toaster. Eyeing Hermione with great skepticism, but he packed up his things and followed behind her. You just want me alone in a dark room. There's no shame in that. I know I'm irresistible. Draco smirked and ran a hand through his silvery blonde hair as they made it up a set of stairs into the room of requirements. Hermione actually snorted at that. Malfoy, I hate to burst your bubble, but you've a nose like the business end of a needle, and the way you lacquer down your hair, I'm shocked no one's mistaken your skull for a crystal ball yet. I'll have no problems with resisting your charm. Sarcasm lay heavy on the last word, as if she doubted he could be charming. They arrived at the room of requirements and she walked past the hidden door 3 times, then entered it, making sure Draco was on her heels, and beamed at the array of Muggle objects in the room. Rather slicked back than live with the rat's nest you have stuck on your head. Ever heard of a hairbrush? Draco sniffed. His nose wasn't pointed. It was noble. He looked around the room, cringing a bit at the sight of all the objects in the room. It's a pain to wrestle with the curls every morning. So long as it's clean and out of my way, Malfoy, I don't generally care how it looks, as it takes too much time to bother. She led him to a simple toaster, the first of a long line of gadgets. Obviously we're not going to get you using all of these in one tutoring session, but we'll get a start. She pointed to the toaster, then used her wand to conjure some bread slices. Simple toaster. Whole point of it is to toast bread slices to the user's preference. See the knob under the lever? You turn that to choose how toasted you want your bread. Draco leaned down and peered at the knob, not knowing how a little knob could decide how toasted the bread should be. He twisted it back and forward a few times. So I place the bread in here, turn the knob and press on the lever. It didn't sound all that complicated, but it still seemed like a lot of work when you could just call a house elf. That's the basic idea. See how there are different shades of brown around the knob? Well, you pick which one of those is the darkness of the toast you like, then turn the knob so that little red line is pointing to the one you want. For example, I like my toast right in the middle, a nice light brown. She grabbed his hand and had him turn the knob so it was in the middle shade, then put the bread in and press down the lever. When the toast is done, it'll pop back up. Her hand was smooth and warm, and Draco had to fight the urge to pull his back, not because he didn't like it, but because maybe he liked it too much. Okay. I'll give it a go then. He left the knob in the middle shade and pressed 2 slices of bread into the slot before pulling the lever down. Draco watched in rapt attention, waiting for something to happen. Why are the small wire thingies turning red? He reached out his hand as if to touch them. Hermione eeped and grabbed his wrist before he could touch them. Careful. She lowered her voice from that one panicked warning. Those are coils. They get hot so they can toast the bread. If you touch them, you'll get burnt. Burnt. Well, that makes no sense. Why would anyone put themselves through that? Draco took a cautious step back, suddenly jumping 3 feet in the air when the bread popped up. Well, look at that. It's actual toast. She turned her head to hide a reluctantly amused smile. Draco reminded her a bit of a young child in curiosity at the moment, but he'd likely take great offense to her amusement, and as they had some kind of truce at the moment, she didn't want to ruin it. She snatched the toast from the toaster and took a bite. This is actually much safer than how people used to make toast. They used to have little cages on sticks that they had to roast over open flame for each slice. But if a Muggle wants toast, they have to use a toaster. The bread pops up so no one touches the coils. The longer the bread stays down, the darker the toast. I know people who like it near charcoal. She wrinkled her nose, and they hold the lever down to get the toast downright black. Why would anyone want to eat burnt bread? Draco made grimace and then stopped Hermione as she was about to take another bite. Wait. He conjured a glass jar from his room. You haven't had a proper toast until you've had one with Mother's cherry marmalade. He offered her the jar and spoon. Try it. He spread the marmalade on the other toast and took a bite. I think I understand the workings of a toaster now. Hermione blinked in surprise at the jar and took a bit of the marmalade, spreading it on her toast. She didn't worry about Malfoy possibly poisoning her. Logic dictated that there would be no point for him to do that as he'd be the first suspect, and also with her gone then he'd be getting tutoring from Harry, something she was certain he'd rather eat live slugs than do. She took a bite of the now marmalade-covered toast and her eyes widened in pleased surprise. She chewed slowly and swallowed. Oh my, it's amazing. Does your mother just make the marmalade or does she like to cook often? Draco gave a pleased smile at the praise of the marmalade and took another bite. Oh, Mother likes to cook a lot. I think the kitchen was the first place I learned about potions. Mother always says that cooking and potions is basically the same. Father doesn't like her being in the kitchen though. Draco quieted, realizing that he had probably blabbed too much. Very well, Granger. Are we done with today's lesson? She stifled her curiosity to dig deeper into his family life and nodded. Yes, something I want you to read though. She dug into her bag and pulled out a Muggle book on electricity and a Muggle dictionary. That book should give you a basic understanding of Muggle power sources for the gadgets, and the dictionary is in case you run into a Muggle word you can't figure out that's not in the wizard's dictionary. She handed him the books. He took them and places them in his bag, nodding shortly. I will have read them by next time. Good evening, Granger. He turned on his heel and walked out the room as if chased by something. She stared after him for a few moments more. That was interesting. For a few moments there she'd seen Malfoy without his usual arrogant nasty attitude, and she liked what she'd seen, a curious and oddly fragile yet strong spirit. If that was how Malfoy truly was, then she wanted to see more of it, and she wanted to know why he hid behind the nasty attitude. She gathered her things and pondered how to discover more about the Slytherin prince. He'd sounded so light and almost happy when speaking about his mother, but then mention of his father, all the light had gone out of the boy. I think I need to have a talk with Dobby about the Malfoy family. Thinking about the new mystery she had to unravel, she left the room and headed for the kitchens. Pansy Parkinson looked up from her care of magical creatures' homework as Draco nearly slammed into the common room like he was running from a rabid hippogriff. She raised a brow and got up to go over to him. Oh, Draco, was it that awful dealing with the mudblood? I know being near such filth makes one twitch. Draco glared at her, for once not liking the mudblood comment at all. He caught himself before jumping to Granger's defense. Well, you know, it's never pleasant. Combine that with a night of extra homework. Not really my idea of fun. He ran his hand through his hair again and thought about Granger's crystal ball comment. Maybe he should leave it ungelled tomorrow. Pansy draped herself on his shoulder. They weren't really dating. Neither of them was romantically interested in the other, but it suited their purposes to make others think that they were. They were just friends, of a manipulative sort, but Draco didn't want others whose motives he didn't know clinging to the hem of his robe, so whenever in the sight of others Pansy played the possessive, clingy, Slytherin girlfriend to the hilt. Her fingers traced along his jaw. Poor darling. I can put a nice hex on her if you like, Draco, my sweet. Don't bother, Pans. With a face like that no one would notice it anyway. It's not worth you getting into trouble. He gave a playful pull on her shiny, dark hair before pulling away from her grasp. I'm just going to put my bag away and wash away the smell of homework. She rubbed her cheek on his shoulder in silent commiseration, something that she'd have done even without the guise of dating. Most assumed Slytherins were icy cold, heartless, and antisocial, but that couldn't be further from the truth. No other house was as tactilely affectionate. Many Slytherins came from homes that weren't just broken but shattered and were starved for affection, so they gave it to each other in touches that would be considered a little too familiar in any other house, but in Slytherin they were considered casual. They maintained the cold facade outside of the dungeons, however. Rule number 1 was to never give your enemies an opening, and if the other houses knew how hungry most Slytherins were for affection, that would be a weapon that could rip the snakes to pieces. All right. If you change your mind though, just say the word. Draco smiled and leaned in to brush a key over her cheek. You know it, Pans. If I feel any hexing urges, you'll be the first to know. He walked into his dorm room and unpacked his bag, running his fingers over the books Hermione had given him to read before he shook his head and made his way to the prefect's bathroom. Pansy returned to her homework, but in the back of her devious mind she was plotting ways to assist Draco with his mudblood problem. She might not be hexing the bush-haired Gryffindor girl, but she could certainly scheme up a way to play with Granger's little boy toys if Draco needed a break from Granger. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room, her mind a little fuzzed by what Dobby had reminded her of. Draco's mother was one of Sirius' cousins. She did recall seeing that on the Black family tapestry at Grimmauld Place, but it hadn't immediately registered when Malfoy had mentioned his mother. Dobby hadn't really been much help, truth be told. He'd mostly refused to tell her anything about his former masters' interactions with each other, something about a house elf code of silence in regards to what went on within the homes they served. So that was a bit of a dead end, but now she'd be able to owl Sirius for a little information, hopefully as unbiased as the man was capable of providing. She saw Harry and Ron sitting in front of the fireplace playing chess and came over. Ron looked up from his night beating the crap out of Harry's bishop when Hermione came over, and he looked her over for any visible wear and tear. "You all right? That slimy bugger didn't do anything to you, did he? Because if he did, I will march right down there and rip his pointy nose right of his pasty face." Ron flexed his muscles threateningly, glancing over at Lavender from the corner of his, watching if she caught the show. What was he supposed to do, besides scar her with his lack of knowledge of all things Muggle? Harry rolled his eyes at his friend. Ron had a tendency to go way overboard. She shook her head at her boys. "Ron, really, you don't honestly think I can't handle Malfoy, do you? He's just as eager to be out of my company as I am his, but if he tries to attack me he'll be taking direct instruction from Harry, most certainly not something he'd want." She settled into a deep comfy chair to start on her homework as she talked with her friends. "And Ron, stop trying to impress Lavender, you've just lost a rook." Ron turned as red as his hair and looked back at the chessboard, noticing that Hermione was right. "You are a right tosser, you are, taking advantage of my weakness like that." He hissed at Harry as he tried to save the game. "It's not my problem that you're making cow eyes at Lavender Brown instead of concentrating." Harry pulled his knees up underneath him and covered a yawn with his hand. His nights were still mostly sleepless. Ron sputtered but turned his attention back to the game. Hermione looked at the brunette boy. "Harry, are you okay? You look really tired." "I'm just fine, my own." Harry shot her a smile, though the effect was slightly ruined by the dark purple bruises under his eyes. He had given up trying to sleep and taken to wander the castle underneath the comfortable weight of his invisibility cloak. She frowned at him. "Harry, I could carry my books in those bags under your eyes." "Gee, thanks for the compliment. Really though, I'm fine." Harry tried to calm his friends. He didn't need them to worry about him more than they already did. "You know, if you're having trouble sleeping you could get a potion to help. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey could request a sleeping draft from Snape without divulging who it's for. I don't want to rely on potions, besides they leave me woozy the next day. I don't like the feeling." Harry took a hold of Hermione's hand, brushing her knuckles with his thumb. "I promise that you don't have to worry, just trust me, will you?" She wanted to argue but knew from Harry's expression it would be pointless. "All right, but if something happens I retain the right to say I told you so." "Don't you always retain that right and use it too?" Harry chuckled and Ron gave an amused snort. "It's okay though, we love you even though you're an insufferable know-it-all. And I love you too, even if you're a hard-headed, impulsive, overly self-sacrificing idiot, and even if Ron is a quick-tempered prat." Her eyes twinkled in humor before she remembered Malfoy's earlier words, and then she sobered. "I'm lucky to have you two at my back and to stand at yours when you need me." Harry grew serious too. "Yeah, we're lucky too." Ron nodded so furiously that his freckles turned into a blur. "Knowing that I have someone to trust, always and with anything, it makes all the difference." She smiled at them and moved to catch both the boys in a group hug. "I just wish everyone was as lucky as we are." Yeah, enough with the fluff please, I'm getting cavities here." Ron hugged back before releasing both his mates with a grin. "Ron, you're never going to get a girl with that kind of attitude." Hermione settled back to her homework. "Really, if you want a girlfriend you'll need to live with a little fluff from time to time. Oh, I can live with fluff if it comes from a bird, a sweet, soft, luscious bird. Ron sighed and looked over at Lavender again. Why don't you just go over and talk to her then? Harry resisted the urge to gag at Ron's antics. I can't do that. Ron looked positively horrified. I don't have anything to say. I really don't want to talk to her, just snog her. Hermione ran a hand over her face. Good Lord, Ron, you are such a man-pig. Ron looked unconcerned as he leaned back in his chair again. Oink, oink, was his simple reply. As fun as it is to listen to the two of you, I need to get going. Harry got up and grabbed the bag that was stuffed under the chair. I have another fun-filled night in the dungeons to look forward to. I'll catch you later, all right? Hermione nodded. Of course. Take care, Harry. Harry nodded and hoisted his bag on his shoulder, waved to Ron and walked out of the portrait hole. Planning lessons with Snape he could handle, but he hated every second of the occlumency. No matter what, he just didn't get it, and he had to suffer Snape sniping at him and have him crawling around in his head. For some reason he felt like such a disappointment for not being able to shut Snape out, and he didn't like the feeling at all. He made his way down all the stairs quickly and knocked on the now familiar door to Snape's study. The familiar cultured tone of the professor's voice came through the door. Enter. Snape looked up from the ingredients he and Draco were preparing to see Potter step in. He nodded shortly, deliberately refraining from commenting on the dark circles under the teenager's eyes. If the boy wanted to walk around looking like hell, garnering sympathy and stroking his ego with the masses of people who proposed to care, for him it was none of Snape's business. Potter. Professor Snape, Malfoy. Harry nodded and walked over to the desk, pulling out his parchment and quill, and sat down. There was something different about Malfoy. It took a moment for Harry to realize what, but then he saw that Malfoy's hair wasn't slicked back but rather fell in waves over his ears and forehead. By Merlin, Potter, you've never been a prize, but now you actually look like death. Draco looked appalled and moved his chair a bit out of the way. What if Potter had something contagious? Kind as always, Malfoy. Harry grumbled. Let's just do this, shall we? Snape half sneered. You might be particularly interested in what Mr. Malfoy chose for the next potions lesson, Dreamless Sleep Draft. Potions don't solve everything, Harry answered testily. He was getting sick and tired of Snape's barbs. He was here and he was trying, but nothing was ever good enough for the mighty Snape when it came to Harry. Draco looked between the two of them. He wasn't stupid. He could tell there was something more than extra potions going on, but he didn't know what just yet. Snape walked past Harry to pick up the next lesson plan the boy had made and spoke softly enough that only Potter could hear him. So speaks a boy who's so weak he can't even control his own mind. He was extremely frustrated with Potter's progress, or rather lack of it, in the occlumency lessons. So far Snape hadn't poked very far into the teen's mind, just scratching the surface where vaguely happy memories resided, but apparently that wasn't a big enough intrusion to get the young man to truly fight to keep Snape out of his mind. So tonight he'd delve deeper where secrets and traumatic memories, if the person whose mind was being read had any of either, not a likely thing for Potter in Snape's opinion, were. Harry's eyes were filled with venom as he glared at Snape. Maybe if the teacher was better I wouldn't be completely shite at it. He hissed and leaned over his parchment. So Malfoy, tell us how to brew this thing. Draco looked confused and suspicious but started to explain the ingredients and brewing protocol. Snape shook his head and settled to stand like a great big bat, watching the two for mistakes. If Potter hated him now, that would only increase after Draco left. It didn't bother him. He was more than used to the hatred of others. He was an easily hated man, secretive, sarcastic and caustic in personality, and unlike his godson he did not possess the attractive visage to offset his personality flaws. He was often alone and would likely remain that way until his death, as no one was strong or determined enough to wade through the thick layer of acid, vicious temper, and guilt that hid his better qualities. The last person who truly cared for him like that was dead, because of him and his youthful idiocy, so if he were to be honest he most likely didn't deserve to have another shot at that kind of relationship. So he'd fulfill his duty to protect Potter until the Dark Lord was dead and then retreat to some isolated property to live out his life in solitude. He watched as both Draco and Potter brewed the potion perfectly and had to admit that the brunette teen had improved his potion skills rather drastically. He was almost impressed. Once the potion was bottled, the new Dada spells had been taught to both boys, and Draco had left. He smirked at Potter. Time to get comfortable once again, Potter. Harry's shoulders tensed as he knew what lay ahead. He answered Snape's smirk with another glare before closing his eyes and trying to focus. He really didn't want Snape to go deeper inside his mind. It wasn't a pretty place. He tried his best to put up the walls around his mind and hoped that they would keep Snape out this time. Legilimens. This time Snape pushed past the weak shields deeper into the teen's mind and found himself looking at a very young, painfully thin Potter, probably around the age of 5, being made to scrub a kitchen floor on his hands and knees while the disgustingly familiar form of Petunia stood over him harping about freaks and making Harry useful if she couldn't make him normal. Then another boy, the size of a large pony, came and kicked Potter over with an evil sneer, causing the scrawny boy to fall against the soap bucket, sending it tipping over and spilling dirty water all over the floor. A loud bellow interrupted Petunia shrieking at Harry for being a lazy so-and-so, and then a hugely fat man waddled into view, hands at his waist to take off a belt. The man began to shout at the tiny boy for shirking his duties and ruining the clean floor as he used the belt to beat the now curled-up child. Suddenly the shocked professor found himself being pushed out of the memory hard enough for his physical body to be pushed back a couple steps. He stood in his office staring at Potter, his jet black eyes disbelieving of what he'd just seen. Enough. No more. Harry looked at him with haunted eyes, his whole body trembling with cold sweat after having been forced to relive the memory. Just one of many, but painful all the same. Right now he truly hated the potion's master. Hated him for seeing his weakness, hated him for making feel that small and hurt again. You have no right watching that. It has nothing to do with anything. Harry felt sick to his stomach and he struggled not to throw up all over Snape's study. A chill worked through Snape. That memory had been too close to and yet worse than what his own childhood had been. His jaw clenched. He knew from experience that a child like himself or Potter wouldn't wish pity, especially not from someone they hated, so instead he just lifted a brow. Block me better than Potter. If you wish me not to see your memories, then keep me out of your head. There won't be any need for that because we're done. No more. Harry's voice was clipped as he started to gather his things to leave. He didn't care about nightmares or visions because nothing could be worse than this. You can laugh at this, but you're not going to get your rocks off doing it again. Pathetic Potter. Even weaker than I first believed. Snape's hand shot out and clamped on Harry's wrist. Do not presume to think I would laugh at such a thing, Potter. You may hate me and I may not particularly like you, but I can assure you that trolling through your private nightmares is not my idea of entertainment. You must learn how to block the Dark Lord, and not just for your own sake. Snape's hand was searing hot against the skin of his wrist, and Harry found himself more caught by that fact than by the grip itself. His shoulders slumped when he realized that Snape was telling the truth. It wasn't just his life at stake here. Suddenly all the responsibilities and all the musts weighed him down to the ground. Fine, but not tonight. I can't tonight. The professor nodded and slowly released the teen's wrist. Tomorrow then. I want you to meditate on how you pushed me out this time, Potter, and attempt to duplicate it tomorrow. Harry nodded, but honestly he had no idea how he had pushed Snape out. He had just been panicked and terrified. I'll try. His wrist felt cold after Snape released him and he cradled it close to his chest. See you tomorrow. Harry ducked his head and slipped out the door. Hold one moment, Potter. Snape grabbed one bottle of the potion Potter and Draco had brewed and walked out to where the teen had paused apprehensively just outside the door. He handed the bottle to the boy. 5 drops in your tea tonight, Potter. Don't argue. The less sleep you get, the more useless you'll be at occlumency. Then he turned and swept back into his office. Thank you, Harry said softly, but he didn't know if Snape had heard him. He clutched the small bottle in his hand as he took the back stairs and secret passageways up to the Gryffindor Tower. He really didn't feel like running into anyone with the way he was feeling right now. Those small moments of understanding and kindness baffled Harry. Just when he thought he had Snape figured out, he showed another layer and Harry didn't know what to think. Thankfully the common room was empty and Harry sat down in a chair in front of the fireplace, leaning his head back against the back of the chair and just closed his eyes for a moment. Back in his own quarters, Snape poured himself a glass of fire whiskey and took a sip as he collapsed into his favorite wingback chair. The burn of the alcohol seared the odd obstruction in his throat as he pondered what he'd seen in Potter's mind. He wanted to believe that it had just been a one-time occurrence, but from the way the small child that had been Potter had curled up and just laid there without making any sound or protest, just laid there trying to endure the abuse, told him that it had happened many times before, that one memory, and as he knew of the girl Petunia had been and knew how people like that behaved, he also felt it safe to assume that it was likely far from the last time Potter had been beaten for no reason. Severus brooded into his glass and wondered if Dumbledore knew what Potter's life before Hogwarts had been like and what it almost certainly returned to over the summers. He wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. The old man was so intent on getting rid of the Dark Lord that he lost sight of the well-being of the youth he was laying that burden on. Snape was man enough to admit that his own attitude didn't help either. He'd just been so sure Potter was a spoiled little prat who basked in his fame like a snake did in the sun, a little bastard just like his father, that he'd refused to see the truth. Now part of that truth had slapped him in the face and left him shocked at how wrong he was about Potter being spoiled. His fingers drummed on the arm of his chair. Now that he knew, what should his course of action be? He wasn't about to suddenly start treating Potter softly. Not only was it not his natural way, but the youth would view it as pity. But he also couldn't rightly continue taking the sins of his father out on the boy any longer, not now that he knew how unfair his home life was. He could feel a small twitch form under his eye as the best course of action occurred to him. The best way to gentle his attitude towards Potter without the teenager's back going up was to be fair to all the Year 5 Gryffindors. The thought left a bad taste in his mouth, but he knew there really wasn't any other way to make the boy who lived to be a pain in the next life better in some small measure. He sighed and proceeded to vanish the nearly full glass of fire whiskey before heading to his bedroom to get some rest. Tomorrow was bound to be a test in patience. Harry washed his face in lukewarm water and looked at the blurry image in the mirror before he dried himself off with a towel and felt around for his old wire-framed glasses, placing them on his nose. It was just about time to make his way down to the dungeons again, and Harry was trying to compose himself before the meeting. The potion Snape had given him had really helped. Harry had had 10 hours of uninterrupted, dreamless sleep, and he felt like a new person for it. Now he only needed to find a way to keep Snape out of his mind. He did not want a repeat performance of yesterday's show. The thing that made him go back now more than anything, above duty and responsibility, was the thing he'd seen in Snape's eyes as he had pushed him out. It hadn't been pity, thank the fates. Harry couldn't have dealt with pity from Snape of all people. No, it had been shock, understanding and a knowing. For some reason it felt that Snape had a first-time understanding in what Harry's life outside of Hogwarts was, and as terrible as that was, Harry was kind of glad that he wasn't alone. He didn't think that he would ever be able to talk to Snape about it. They weren't close and never would be, but just knowing made things a bit easier. Harry looked into the mirror again, the image crystal sharp now that he had his glasses on. He looked at his pale face, straight nose, messy hair and slightly pointed chin, and not for the first time he wondered what his father had done that made Snape hate him so much. What had been so awful that it made the hate carry on to his image? Harry desperately wanted his dad to have been a good person, and the thought that he might not have been made his stomach knot. He couldn't talk to Sirius about his worries either. In his godfather's eyes, James's couldn't do anything wrong. Ah well, Harry supposed it didn't really matter anymore. Harry looked away from the mirror, grabbed his supplies and walked out of the bathroom and down the now familiar steps to Snape's office, where after knocking on the door he squared his shoulders and stepped inside. The professor was scowling down at a parchment and making notes on another. He didn't bother to look up as Harry entered, but he spoke to him, revealing that he was aware of who it was. "Potter, make yourself comfortable, I'll be with you in a moment. Draco won't be joining us as I believe he is with your Miss Granger learning to operate a videocassette recorder." Snape only hoped his godson wouldn't blow the contraption up. Draco had never been the most patient with anything but potions, and when his temper flared things had a habit of self-destructing. Turning his mind from that back to the formula he was working on, he made another note on the probable effect of various ingredients on the wolfsbane potion. It was something he'd been working at on and off since he'd been 17, how to make it more effective and perhaps more palatable, though that was a minor goal. Perhaps one day, with enough research, he might find a cure. He made a quick note about going to Hagrid for some unicorn hair or perhaps horn shavings, then set his quill aside. A VCR, huh? I would have liked to see that. Harry smiled and tried his best not to tense up when he thought about what was to come. He placed his bag on the floor by his feet and sat down on one of the chairs opposite Snape's work desk. I sincerely doubt that you'd enjoy the experience. Your friend is very likely ducking flying bits of plastic. Snape looked up at the teen and brought his ink and potion-stained fingers up to link together in a bridge, elbows resting on his desk. Did you find some time to meditate on how you forced me out last night? I tried, sir. Mostly, though I just slept. Harry looked a bit sheepish. Honestly, last night I didn't feel anything other than desperation to get you out of my head. I really don't want to experience that feeling again. He pushed his glasses up his nose. There has to be a trick to this and I'm just so frustrated that I don't get it. Snape studied the youth in front of him. Desperation or anger is what causes bursts of accidental magic. You come here to learn how to better direct the magic that flows through you. From what I've seen and hear from the other professors, you do actually do well when you have a medium to focus your energies through. He cast a swift glance at Harry's wand, but inside you mind there is nothing physical to do that with. Spells work with intent and visualization, that is why wizards can perform wandless magic. When you were desperate to get me out, what did you think? Harry thought about it, what his thoughts had been in all the chaos and jumbled up emotions. It's kind of difficult to explain, but when my walls couldn't hold you out, I thought that I had to pick you up and throw you out. With my mind. It doesn't make sense, I know. Harry grew silent and waited for Snape to give a scathing remark about not even be able to explain the simplest thing. A very nearly satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth. Good. Today then I want you to do the same. Visualize yourself pushing me back and put power and intent behind it. Harry's eyes grew wide behind the lenses of his glasses at Snape's smile. It wasn't even an evil one. He nodded that he understood what Snape wanted him to do and tried to get ready for what would come next. He really wanted to be able to do it this time. He didn't want to be a disappointment. I'll try my best, sir. Snape nodded. I will go slowly through the layers of your mind. I've no desire to poke too deeply, but if you don't push me out, I will. I have yet to fail at teaching even the most impossible students, and I certainly will not start with you, Potter. Steeling himself, Harry nodded once again. Instead of the wall he used to picture, he imagined a loose net, like a spider's web. Hopefully the net would allow him to discover where Snape tried to breach his mind and toss him out. He knew that Snape wouldn't give him warning before it happened, so Harry just sat there trying to be ready. The professor continued to study the teenager intensely for a few more moments, then he entered Harry's mind. An intrigued mental brow lifted at the cobweb-like veil before he continued on, slowly pushing through the youth's mind. He passed through the happier memories into ones that, while not traumatizing, were of a darker nature. Here was where the memories of things that had angered or otherwise aggrieved Harry lurked. There was a light shove that felt like Potter, but it wasn't enough to get him out of the boy's mind. Images flew by of things that had riled the teen up. A great many of those had featured himself, much to Snape's amusement, or been an incredibly trying nuisance. Severus was surprised to notice that some of the most unpleasant annoyances to the Golden Boy were when his fame had people flocking around him like the hyenas Snape knew they were, hungry to take advantage of the savior, and steal what they could from him. It dispelled yet another misconception he'd always held about Potter. The boy was not a glory hound basking in the attention he received, but rather he very nearly despised it. The web was working, at least in one aspect. Harry could clearly feel where Snape entered his mind and how he was pushing deeper, but he still couldn't find the strength to push him out. He had tried to several times, but so far he had only managed to nudge Snape, noting more. Harry squirmed in his chair. So far the memories were more uncomfortable than horrible, but he didn't want Snape any further inside his head. He had shared more than enough trauma with the other. Letting the web tighten around the intruder, Harry hoped that it would slow Snape down, and then he made another attempt at pushing the potion's master out. Snape's mental self got tangled in the fine strong threads of the net Harry had created and was picking at them to free himself when a stronger push slid him back into the happier memories. He smirked and poked back at the push, trying to prompt a stronger shove from the boy. Strengthened by the fact that the net seemed to work, Harry concentrated and gave Snape a harder shove, putting all his mental weight behind it as he tried to push the other all the way out of his mind. Sweat was beading on his forehead, but he didn't let up. Harry didn't want to give Snape the chance to wiggle free of the threads binding him and give him a chance to push back into his darker memories. The professor pushed lightly back against Harry's mental force, in a way trying to strengthen the teen's mind as you would muscles, except the mind tended to strengthen faster than the body, but didn't put up too much resistance as he was pushed back into his own mind and the web released him. He looked at Harry. The teen's face was strained with effort and shiny with sweat, whereas Snape didn't appear to be at all affected. A not entirely pathetic effort, Mr. Potter. Green eyes opened to look at Snape intently before a small smile quirked the corners of his mouth upwards. Coming from you, that's high praise indeed, sir. Harry ran a hand through his dark hair, making it stand even more on end than before. He wasn't kidding himself. He knew that Snape could have pushed harder and broken further into his mind, but this was still a victory. It let Harry know that maybe there was a chance for him to learn. Snape moved a few quills from one container on his desk to another. I must say your web was a unique approach. Harry's smile widened. Well, the walls weren't working, so I figured it was time for a new approach. Harry had gotten the web idea from the time he and Ron had followed the spiders in their second year. He was happy that at least something useful had come out of his meeting with Aragog and his children. It worked rather nicely, if I may say so myself. It is certainly a start. Someone can still get in, but you know when it happens and can respond accordingly. It may also hold an application to tell if the intruder is planting any information. The Slytherin head pondered the possible uses for Potter's little mental innovation. Either way, it is farther than we've managed to get since beginning the lessons. Thank Merlin for that. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I was beginning to despair, thought I'd be stuck here with you until I was old and gray. He smiled to take the edge of the harsh words. This was the first time ever he felt even remotely comfortable being in the same room as Snape. A fate worse than death, to be sure. You could have cut the sarcasm in the professor's voice with a knife. I want you to continue meditating at least once a day, even if it is only for a few minutes. Calming your mind once a day should give it an opportunity to organize, and make it easier to focus your energies where they need to go when occluding rather than scattering to 20 different things at once. The more focus you put behind a push, the stronger it is. Snape picked up a small book and threw it to Harry. It's not Salazar Slytherin's journal on occlumency and legilimency, but I convinced an acquaintance to send me that. Read it. Harry managed to catch the book just before it hit him in the face and looked at it. That book might just help him understand occlumency and legilimency a bit more, and he was grateful for it. Thank you, I'll read it. Harry bent down and placed the book in his bag. He wanted a chance to read it himself first before Hermione caught sight of it. The girl never passed up a chance to read and learn more. I know I don't show it much, but I am thankful for your help. The dreams have lessened. Harry's eyes met his and Snape felt the familiar gut punch that always came with seeing Lily's eyes in a male face, but more, there was an odd flitter this time that had nothing to do with Harry's mother. It was something in those eyes. They were still the exact shade and shape of Lily's, but they were deeper, holding more experience and old pain than his one-time friends had ever had, and somehow Snape knew he'd never again see Lily in Harry's eyes. He wasn't sure how he felt about that, but he nodded at the teenager. Good. He tapped a finger on his desk. Mr. Potter, may I ask why you still wear those muggle spectacles? Blinking in surprise, Harry pulled off his worn, round, wire-framed glasses and looked at them with blurry sight. I don't really know. Out of habit, most likely. After my own fixed them, they work, so I guess I haven't seen a reason to change them. He looked up at the shadowy blob he knew to be Snape before he placed the glasses back on and let the world come into focus again. You would do better to replace them with wizard spectacles. A number of charms can be and are placed on wizard glasses depending on the wizard or which they are created for. For example, Professor McGonagall's spectacles are charmed to spot cheating that might slip past the quills, and the headmasters are charmed to see behind him in the event someone is attempting to sneak up on him. Harry perked up with interest. All that sounded great, though he thought he would get dizzy seeing both in front and behind him at the same time. That sounds great. I didn't know wizard glasses could do that. It would be nice to have a pair of spectacles like that, to charm them to see something useful. Sometimes Harry was embarrassed about how little he still knew about the wizarding world even after several years spent in it. Snape shook his head and muttered, "I keep telling the headmaster that we need a wizarding culture class for Muggleborns and the rare orphan who's raised by Muggles. Not every child is as proactive as Miss Granger in reading history." He bridged his fingers again. "Madame Pomfrey and Professor Flitwick could easily arrange new glasses for you if you'd like to dispose of those." He wagged a derisive finger at the shabby round frames that sat on Harry's face. They really were rather hideous. "I will talk to one of them. And for what it's worth, I think it's a really good idea, the Wizarding Culture class one mean. I think it would be just as useful as Muggle studies. The Muggle-born students increase in numbers each year along with a decrease in purebloods. Maybe the school needs to change a little too." Even though Harry had been an extreme case at being kept from all things magic, a lot of new students were as lost as he was when they first came to Hogwarts. Why is Professor Dumbledore reluctant to put it on the schedule? Harry thought it was a brilliant idea, and he couldn't see why Dumbledore didn't jump at the chance to make the transaction easier for his new students. The potions master's lip curled. "Because he's old." When he saw the confusion that passed over Harry's face, he elaborated. "Potter, the wizarding culture is one of the most stubborn, unchanging, intractable cultures in existence. The old guard like the headmaster believe there is no need for change, as we've existed much the same since the founders, time aside from a few new laws forbidding this or that. They think that if it is not broken they shouldn't fix it. They fail to understand that it is broken. Like a pane of autoglass, cracks have riddled the wizarding world, and all it will take for the whole thing to come crashing down is one well-aimed pebble." Harry nodded, thinking that Snape had captured and summed up the problem perfectly. Then maybe it's time to change out that whole pane of glass before anyone has the chance to throw that pebble. With the times as they are, I think the closer the Wizarding Society can get, the better. Voldemort strives to tear this community, this world apart. If both Muggleborns and purebloods knew more about each other, I think he would have a harder time to do so. Harry caught himself when he realized who it was he was speaking to. For some reason, though he was certain that Snape wasn't a spy for old Snake Bastard, he didn't know why, but he was simply sure. It would be much more difficult. An old sorrow flit through the deep black eyes. Misunderstandings have made enemies of friends and caused even the best-intentioned men and women to assist evil. A promise for a better world is what the Dark Lord uses to coax others into his service. Many Death Eaters joined because they found the world too cold and unwelcoming, and he offered a family, of sorts, only one with a deadly catch. Swallowing, Harry looked up at Snape, thinking about what to say. Then we need to offer them a better family, an accepting family without any strings attached. As powerful and knowing as Professor Dumbledore is, he's not always right. Harry looked down. He couldn't help it. He was still somewhat bitter that Dumbledore forced him back to Privet Drive each summer. He understood the reasoning behind it, but that didn't make it hurt any less. It was even more difficult now that he knew Sirius was out there, willing to take him in. Snape lifted a brow. A part of him was pleased to see that Potter saw that Albus was more than capable of mistakes, but he wondered if Harry really knew what offering a family to the outcasts would mean. "Tell me, Potter, if a Slytherin were to approach you and the other two members of your trio seeking friendship, would you accept them?" Harry thought about it long and hard. He had no delusions that it wouldn't be hard. Not everyone would play nice, but every chance was worth taking. Yes, I would. I'm in no way perfect, and I imagine there would be friction from both sides, but yes, I would accept them. I know what it's like to be alone, to have no one, and I don't wish that on anyone." The man nodded, satisfied with that answer, though the rarely stirred imp in him prompted him to say, "Even if it were to be Draco, honestly seeking friendship." "Yes, even Draco." Harry grinned but then grew serious. "I do regret turning my back on his friendship first year. I just don't take ultimatums well, and I refuse to choose between one friend and another." If he had asked me for himself and not for his father to find a way keep me under his thumb, I would never have refused. He cast a sideways glance at Snape. I'm not as stupid as some think, you know. Snape inclined his head. Admittedly, I was wrong. That was as close to an apology as Harry would get from him for his assumptions. He debated for a moment, then met Potter's gaze steadily. If you find yourself accorded of an opportunity to do so, Mr. Potter, I would be grateful if you, or one of your friends, if you think they might have better luck, would attempt to convince Draco that he does not have to follow Lucius. Snape normally wouldn't ask something like this of another, most especially not one who he'd previously held nothing but animosity for, but Potter was at the forefront of those who opposed the dark and the best to convince Draco to veer from that path. I promise that I will, sir. I'll try my best, and I'll speak to Hermione too, as she's working close to him at the moment. Harry held Snape's gaze so that the other would know he was serious. Now I should probably get going before Ron bursts in here wondering what's happened to me. He's a bit overprotective, that one. Harry lifted his bag up and hung it over his shoulder. Thank you again for tonight, sir. A sharp nod came from the man in acknowledgement. You're welcome. Now out. I do not need a clumsy Weasley barging in here and flinging things about. Harry nodded and waved goodbye with a grin, feeling better than he had in a long time. His steps up to the tower were light. He even stopped to pet Mrs. Norris before she hissed at him and walked away with her tail swishing behind her. In the common room, Hermione sat listening to Ron making cracks against Malfoy as she was still picking bits of plastic from her hair. She still didn't know how Draco had managed to actually blow the VCR up, but it had been an impressive explosion that had sent bits of plastic and metal flying. The boy had shocked her speechless by grabbing her as soon as things went south and shielding her from the sharp flying bits with his body. Plenty had still landed in her hair, but not a single piece of plastic or bit of metal had so much as touched her. Draco hadn't been quite so lucky. A bit of metal had sliced his temple, and once Hermione had recovered from her surprise, and the odd tingle she'd felt being so close to him, she'd begun mother-henning him and pulled out her wand to conjure a small first aid kit to tend the cut. Afterwards she'd proposed they leave the lesson off for the day and return to their common rooms to unwind. She really didn't blame Draco for getting frustrated with the VCR, her own father still couldn't get theirs at home to work right, and she hadn't gotten hurt in the least little bit, so no harm to her, no foul. Of course Ron wasn't quite so blasé about it. I'm telling you my own, I think the git did it on purpose. Some sort of Slytherin way to get rid of you without drawing suspicion. You can't trust him, he's pure evil, you know that. Ron had worked himself up and his face was almost as red as his hair, none of his freckles were visible. Harry rolled his eyes as he made his way over to them. He kicked Ron's legs to get him to fold them in and make room for Harry on the couch he was sitting on. What's gotten your pants in a twist this time? He asked with a sigh. Ask Hermione, she's the one who was almost murdered while tutoring. Ron hissed out, still trying to get Hermione to see the seriousness of consorting with the enemy like that. Never mind that she had been ordered to tutor the Slytherin. The girl rolled her eyes and flicked another plastic bit from her hair. Ron, honestly, it was just a VCR. It's not as though he made me step on a landmine and he even got hurt so I wouldn't. If he wanted me BP'd by a VHS tape, he could have easily just shielded himself and left me to my own devices. It was an accident, nothing more, so would you please stop acting like Malfoy is the devil incarnate. It wouldn't surprise me if he was. Ron grumbled. Harry was surprised by the way Draco had acted, shielding Hermione, but then he thought about what Snape had asked of him. Listen Ron, I've got a couple of bottles of butterbeer hidden away in my trunk, why don't you go get them? I think we could use them tonight, don't you? Ron's blue eyes lit up and he made his way up the stairs to the dorm as quickly as his lanky frame could carry him. So Hermione, I had a very interesting conversation with Snape tonight. He asked us to try and convince Malfoy that his father's way is not the only one to follow. Do you think there's hope for him? Harry had to admit that although still snarky and full of himself, Draco hadn't been a complete ass during the evenings they spent together studying and making lesson plans. Hermione blinked at him before her lips curved up in a beaming smile. I do actually. He's Slytherin to the bone, but I don't think he's bad, not really. It's more that he's clawing at everyone before they can attack him, I think. He hasn't made a single mudblood comment or spoken against muggles since the first lesson, and well, he's fascinated by all the objects and why they work as they do, why they were made, what they do. I think he's just been living down to his father's expectations out of fear, but not fear for himself, I don't think. I sent a letter off to Sirius a few days ago, asking him about Malfoy's mother and what he might know about her relationship with her husband. I'm still waiting on a reply. You know how Sirius is, he will answer when he can. Listen, so talk to Draco. Don't pressure him, but let him know that he has a place with us, both he and his mother. Harry fell silent as he heard Ron's footsteps echoing in the stairs. As much as he loved his pseudo-brother, he knew that Ron wasn't ready to welcome Draco, or any Slytherin for that matter, into their group. The girl nodded and whispered before Ron came back into view. That's what I planned on. She looked back up at Ron and sighed. She adored Ron like family, but just like family he could irritate her like few others with just how hostile and prejudiced he could be. She gave him a sisterly smile nonetheless and accepted the butterbeer bottle he handed her. So did you finish your transfiguration homework, Ron? No, not quite. Ron flushed again, though with embarrassment this time. I thought maybe you could point me in the right direction. He looked at her with huge puppy dog eyes. Harry chuckled and took a swig of his own butterbeer, glad that he had actually finished his homework on time for once. The girl scolded Ron briefly before telling him to bring his book and materials over. In the Slytherin common room, Pansy was peering closely at the cut that Hermione had treated and hated that the mudblood had done a better job without magic than she'd have done with it. You should have let her fend for herself. Draco pulled his head away from Pansy, feeling annoyed with her pawing. In all honesty, it had been instinct to shield Granger. He had done it without thinking. He didn't want her hurt, and that thought alone was more than worrying. When had he started to notice how shiny her hair was and how soft she felt in his arms? He was Draco Malfoy, Lucius heir. He was definitely not supposed to feel this way about Hermione Granger of all people. It's no big deal, Pans, just a scratch. And you know that in this point of time it is better to play nice than to draw suspicion to oneself. Draco wished he could believe those words himself. She nodded, her brows still drawn down in worry. Right, Draco. It's what we should do, Pansy. He agreed, but it sounded hollow. He'd been doubting his father's way more and more as of late, but he didn't know of a way out, and he wouldn't put anyone else in danger. Least of all someone like Pansy, who he actually cared about. Despite all her faults, he had plenty of his own after all. She looked around the common room, nibbling on her bottom lip before leaning her head on his shoulder and whispering. But, is it what you want to do? She was beginning to doubt that the dark path of the Death Eaters was the way to go lately. It wasn't because she'd become convinced of the goodness in the light. From what she could see, the light was just as twisted as the dark, only they were sanctioned. No, it was because Crabbe and Goyle were beginning to scare her, the way they eyed the first-year Slytherin girls and in the thoughtless cruelty they perpetuated on the animals that strayed from their owners' sides. It scared her because if they could turn on the younger Slytherins and defenseless animals, then they could easily turn on her and Draco. No, Pansy, it's not what I want. Draco clenched his fists and leaned his head on top of hers so that it would look like a normal cuddle between them. I don't believe that the path of our fathers will lead to glory or power. I believe it will lead to us shackled and stripped of our free will. We will be nothing but puppets to be played with and disposed of at a whim. He laced his fingers together with hers. The one they serve does not share power. She nodded. Then, let's not serve him. She lifted her head and bumped her nose against his chin. We are Slytherins after all. We'll use any means to achieve our ends, and personally my ends are not being a little yes woman with little or no power. I have higher aims than that, and I know you do as well. That is very, very true, Pansy. I will not be anyone's puppet. If anything, I will be the one pulling the strings. He keyed her forehead. Has anyone told you that you're brilliant, Pans? You make it all sound so easy. She held her head high and gave him a smirk. Of course I'm brilliant. It goes with the house. Not easy though. We'll just have to do our best to sneak and slither our way around the dangers. She reached up to brush his hair away from his eyes. Did I tell you that I like the new way you're wearing your hair? It's even more striking this way. I was told I looked like a crystal ball with it slicked back. Thought it was time for a change. Draco allowed himself to relax into Pansy's touch. Talking to her and finding out he wasn't alone with his doubts made things feel better, made him believe that there might be a way out after all. Maybe I should try to get closer to Granger. He tried to sound nonchalant about it. She is a part of the Golden Trio after all. If anyone knows about a way out of this whole mess, it should be them. She wrinkled her nose. Gryffindors. Well, I suppose you are right, considering that Potter has managed to wriggle away from him so many times already. I'll look into other escapes and, she cast a look at a trio of first years entering the common room, look after the snakelings. She refused to let the little ones get hurt by members of their own house, they had enough issues already. Okay. Draco followed her line of sight to the first years. Be careful though, things are changing quickly and not for the better. I don't want you hurt Pans. He brought their joint hands up to his lips and keyed them before he untangled himself and got up from his seat. I need to get a letter to Mother, to prepare her. She nodded. Tell Lady Narcissa that I send my best, and if she needs it I'll back her up with my worst. The Slytherin girl got to her own feet and moved towards the first years. She was going to talk to them and tell them not to go anywhere in less than groups of 4 of their own year. She wasn't a soft, sweet little Hufflepuff or Gryffindor, she was a hard as nails, cunning and sneaky Slytherin, and she'd be damned if she let Goyle or Crabbe harm any of her housemates on her watch. Neville Longbottom sat under an oak tree reading up on his weekend potions homework. Since Malfoy had become a TA for potions, things were much easier for him in that class. It wasn't as though the potions suddenly became less complicated or anything. It was that he no longer was being hovered over by Professor Snape. Logically, Neville knew that the potion master wouldn't harm him, couldn't without facing severe consequences, but logic didn't help much when it came to phobias, and that's what it was, a full-blown phobia. He closed his eyes and sighed. He really was far too much of a cringing coward for Gryffindor. He always wondered why he'd been sorted into the house he'd been placed in rather than Hufflepuff. At least he was, from what he knew of himself anyway. He didn't excel in anything but herbology, wasn't cunning or ambitious, and he was a coward. By his mind the best house for him would have been Hufflepuff, yet the hat had put him in Gryffindor. Why? He wouldn't have really minded being put into Hufflepuff. He knew most people considered that the worst house to be sorted into, but he never had. Hardworking and loyal to him were 2 traits that were just as important as bravery, intelligence, or ambition. More so really, because the hardworking and loyal had more friends than the lazy but brave or the smart but fickle or ambitious but callous. Not that he thought his housemates were lazy, nor did he think Ravenclaws were fickle, far from it, but when he thought of himself he really thought he was more the type to fade into the background and be happy to work steadily in the corner rather than step out into the spotlight. Plus he liked badgers, thought they were some of the most fascinating animals really. From all he could see, he was far more suited to Hufflepuff than Gryffindor, and it baffled him that he was in Gryffindor. What could the Sorting Hat have seen in him that made a Gryffindor? He was broken from his musings when he saw a pair of first-year Ravenclaw girls backing away from the hulking figures of Crabbe and Goyle. He looked around for someone else, a professor, another student, anyone, and swallowed hard when he saw no one. He considered running to find help, but when one of the girls made a small, fearful shriek as Goyle made a grab for her, he knew he wouldn't find anyone in time. He got to his feet, pulled out his wand, gnawing on his bottom lip nervously as he snuck up on the Slytherins, and went over the hexes Harry had taught them in Dada. When he got in range of the 2 bullies he cast Petrificus Totalis as fast as he could and breathed a sigh of relief when Crabbe and Goyle froze in place. He then looked at the 2 girls and gave them a shy smile. "Are you 2 all right?" The 2 girls bobbed their heads in answer, and Neville cleared his throat a bit uncertainly. Do you want me to walk you to Professor Flitwick's office so you can report Crabbe and Goyle?" The girls surged forward and clung each to one side of him with a cry of relieved agreement, much to his red-cheeked embarrassment. "All right then." He pat them both on the shoulders and started walking away from the frozen Slytherin bullies. He searched his mind for something to say as they walked and recalled that they were in the same house as the delicate blonde girl Ginny Weasley had introduced him, along with a few other Gryffindors, too. Do you 2 know Luna Lovegood?" That seemed to be all the 2 needed to chatter his ear off as he led them to Flitwick's office. The two girls seemed to be of two different minds as to Luna's sanity, and Neville frowned a bit when one of them used the "loony" nickname and called her a plain mad ninny. I don't think Luna's crazy or mad at all. She sees things from a different point of view, not always the popular one, and dances to her own music. That's more beautiful than a villa in charming mode any day. And she is most certainly not an idiot. She's wiser than people give her credit for. He finished speaking just as they arrived at the professor's office, the girls stunned speechless by his defense of Luna, and he explained the situation shortly to Flitwick before being sent on his way with assurances that he wouldn't be getting in trouble for hexing the two Slytherins. Up close to the ceiling, sprawled out on a wooden beam, Luna Lovegood watched Neville walk down the corridor. Her cheeks were flushed a pale pink and she watched the Gryffindor leave with contemplating pale blue eyes. She had been looking over the wooden beams in the castle for Wiggleticks, because Lord only knows what chaos would follow if Hogwarts got infested with the little buggers, when she had heard the girls. The two girls hadn't said anything that she hadn't heard before, and honestly it really didn't bother her all too much to be called crazy anymore. At least that was what she liked to tell herself when her things mysteriously disappeared and the pages of her school books were spelled to stick together. Then to hear someone defend her like that. That was something she had never experienced before, and it made something warm and fragile blossom inside her. Maybe it was time to get to know Neville Longbottom better. With silent movements Luna made her way down from the beam, climbing stealthily until her bare feet touched the stone floor of the castle. With one last look around her she set off, following the dark-haired Gryffindor down the hall. The Wiggleticks would have to wait. Neville headed back to the courtyard, pausing in one of the archways and glancing around furtively to see if Crabbe or Goyle was around. Fortunately it seemed as though the two hulking bullies had been removed from the courtyard. He headed back over to the tree and picked up the book he'd set aside when he'd spotted the trouble, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that it hadn't been damaged or fallen into a mud puddle. He straightened and turned, intending to go to the library to finish studying so as not to be in the courtyard should any revenge-bent Slytherins appear, and paused, holding still when he saw Luna Lovegood standing a few feet behind him. His eyes widened a bit in surprise. When and how had she gotten there, and so silently? He gave her one of his shy, fluttering smiles. Hello. Hello. She watched him with large unblinking eyes before offering up a real smile of her own. Luna walked closer and watched the tree closely with suspicion. It looked like a perfect place for Nargles and she didn't want to be exposed to them. Not again. When she had deemed the tree Nargle-free she plonked down beside Neville, beaming up at him and wiggling her green-painted toenails. Thank you. He tilted his head a bit in confusion before settling back down, figuring it rude to stay standing when the blonde girl apparently wanted to talk. For what? For talking to Emmeline and Nora back there. Defending me. No one has ever done something like that before except for Papa, of course. She gave him another dreamy smile. Also, you're very brave for helping them like you did. A faint blush suffused his cheeks. Well, I don't know about brave. There wasn't anyone else who could help around and it wouldn't have been right not to do something. Ron or Harry probably would have shouted at them to back off, wands out and tempers blazing. I just snuck up and tossed a curse. He pushed some of his hair out of his face. And I just told the girls the truth. I don't really get why people call you mad just because you believe in things they don't. Just because they've never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But you see, Neville, that's the thing. It was brave and there are not many in this school who would have done the same. Luna ran her fingers through her hair to check that no Wiggleticks had transferred from the wood to her hair. You are very perceptive too, and I'm still grateful. She leaned her head against his shoulder and hummed happily. His cheeks heated further and he murmured softly, "You're welcome." He really wasn't sure what to do right now, having so little experience dealing with members of the opposite gender, but it felt nice having Luna so close. He could smell the light scent coming from her hair and considered what it was. He'd smelled it before, he was certain. It was Helleborus niger, commonly called Christmas rose. Luna turned her head so that she could look at him, but she didn't remove it from his shoulder. You recognize it by the scent. Impressive. Did you know that it keeps the flobbers away? And that if you mix it with honey beetle you attract the fair folk? At first Neville was embarrassed that he'd let his mouth move before he thought. Not many people were as interested in plants as he was, Matter of fact, most went out of their way to stop him from talking about plants and their properties. Never before had anyone offered up any information about plants around him in fear of being caught for hours. He smiled brightly at her. I recall reading about the fair folk attraction, but I'm afraid I don't know what flobbers are, unless they're like flobberworms. I do know that it has necromancy and protection spell uses. It's notoriously difficult to cultivate though, so most people prefer to find alternatives to it. It's so beautiful though, they really should go to the effort. It's an oft underappreciated flower. It is. My mother used it a lot in her different potions, especially the medical ones. It still grows in our garden at home and I like the smell of it. It reminds me of her. Luna's voice grew a little wistful at the mentioning of her mother. Tell me if you need it for anything and I can have Papa send you a few plants. Neville had an entire bed of the plant in an enchanted greenhouse at home. He could send instructions to the greenhouse for tending of the plants inside and it would carry them out exactly, right down to the drop of water or stirring of soil. It was a gift from his grandmother so his garden would remain healthy while he was at Hogwarts. So he had plenty of the flower, but gifted hellebore had special qualities, especially in protecting from negative energies. He gave Luna another smile. I'd like that. He tilted his head. So your mother made potions. He laid his book down. Homework forgotten in favor of discussing plants, potions, and various unknown creatures with Luna. Narcissa Malfoy née Black was slicing some potion ingredients when a gentle tap came at the window and she looked up to see her son's eagle owl waiting imperiously for her to let him in. She wagged a finger at the window, opening it wandlessly. Hello, Cato. She held out her arm, letting the owl hop onto it casually as she took the letter off his leg. She carried him to the perch in the kitchen and offered him a treat. Now what did you bring me from my little dragon? She opened the letter and slowly her brows rose as she read. Once she'd finished she touched a finger to the small seal at the bottom that made the letter burst into flame. Her gaze went to the owl. So my baby is breaking away from the dark and becoming his own man. She was proud of her son for making the decision to choose his own path, but worried as well. If Lucius were to discover this before Draco had a safe retreat, he'd kill their son. And those two Draco kept with him, they might be old family, friends, but they'd toss her baby to the wolves without a second thought. She'd long ago regretted choosing Lucius as her husband, but wizard marriages were truly, till death do you part, there was no divorce. If a spouse was abused, then they could separate and petition for safety from the abuser, but they remained married. She was strong enough now to prevent Lucius from severely injuring her, but he'd take gleeful advantage of any slip-up, and all he needed was one to land her in St. Mungo's. She looked at her potion station and calculated. Yes, wizard marriages were, till death do you part, but nothing was saying that death couldn't be helped along should it become necessary. Should Lucius become a true danger to her son, then Narcissa would do whatever was necessary to protect her son, even kill her husband and go to Azkaban for it. She took out a parchment and set about composing a letter to her son that held many subtle warnings couched as inquiries into the well-being of Draco's friends and a few clever comments on his father. She also made sure he knew that she was incredibly proud of him. She signed her letter with a flourish and gave it to Cato. Fly swiftly. Hermione stared at the letter Sirius had sent her. It had been eye-opening and somewhat horrifying. According to him, Narcissa's first year or so of marriage had been punctuated by magical mishaps and visits to healers for injuries that everyone knew had been caused by Lucius. Sirius painted a picture of a coolly elegant and confident woman reduced to a fearful rabbit at her husband's hands. Sirius wrote that she'd reclaimed her spine when she'd become pregnant with Draco and had come to him for help with a few spells that would force a respectful distance from Lucius. The Muggle-born witch flicked the letter into the fire and stood up to go for a walk on the grounds to better ponder the new information. Draco sat on a log by the lake reading the letter from his mother. He was glad to have her support, but he took her warnings seriously too. He knew that his father was a very dangerous man and he wouldn't do anything before he knew his mother would be safe too. Draco would not jump ship and leave her with that deranged excuse of a wizard. He looked out over the lake, pondering how he was going to approach Granger with his wishes to switch sides. He knew that Pansy would follow him, but he wasn't sure in which camp Blaise belonged. He didn't dare ask him before he was sure. Hermione kicked a pine cone along in front of her, her thoughts absorbed. She was disturbed by Sirius' letter on two levels. One was the righteous crusader of equality, the side of her that prompted her to create SPEW. The other was a confident, strong witch. She liked to think that she, herself, would never allow someone to abuse her, yet Narcissa had been strong and confident as well, and she'd been torn down by her husband, though she had built herself back up for her son. It disturbed Hermione to think that even strong, confident witches were vulnerable to domestic abuse. Something small and hard hit Draco, and he looked up with a glare, ready to tear into the attacker when he noticed a familiar head of bushy hair. He picked up the small object and gave it a look before throwing it in the water, watching it float. "Watch it, Granger. What are you trying to do? Kill me by pine cone?" Draco's tone was dry but amused. The girl's head shot up, her eyes briefly startled, then a small flush of embarrassment crept over her face. "Sorry, I didn't see you there, Malfoy. I was a bit absorbed in thought." She studied the boy in front of her. She had to admit he looked much better now that he didn't grease his hair down. Even his nose looked less sharp with the silvery hair falling charmingly into his face. She twitched just a bit. "What on earth am I thinking? This is Malfoy. No matter that he's not the totally irredeemable git I've always thought, he's still Malfoy. You should be more vigilant. You could have hit someone other than little harmless me." Draco looked up at her, failing spectacularly at looking harmless and innocent. Not knowing exactly what he was doing, he spread out his cloak on the log and offered her a seat. For some twisted reason he actually found himself enjoying the meddling Gryffindor's company. The world must be coming to an end. So what has you thinking so hard that you forget the world around you? She eyed the cloak for a moment as if she expected it to turn into a cobra, then tucked her skirt under and sat next to him. His presence was surprisingly warm. For such a contained boy she'd have thought he'd be cold, but he wasn't. He threw off an impressive amount of body heat. It was rather nice as it combated the nip in the autumn air. She leaned over, setting her elbow on her knee and propping up her chin as she pondered how best to answer him. "Relationship rights, I suppose, in a manner anyway." "Relationship rights?" Draco looked baffled. "Is this something like the house elf organization you made?" Fart was it. Draco hadn't spent much time contemplating relationships. All he knew was that he didn't want to get married. He was terrified of becoming trapped in the kind of marriage his parents had. What if he was like his father? What if he got married only to turn into a copy of Lucius? Draco would never be able to live with that. It was better being alone. At least then you couldn't be hurt or hurt someone else. She gave him a small glare. "It's SPEW, and no. I was thinking more of, well, how even witches and wizards can get trapped into unhealthy relationships." She turned her gaze out to the lake. "My mum does charity dentistry for Muggle women and their children who've been victims of domestic violence. I've always known it happens, but I suppose I thought that a witch, a smart, strong witch, wouldn't get in that position, but that's not accurate, is it?" Draco clenched his fists. Once again his thoughts wandered to his mother. He knew what her life had been like before he was born. If you knew how to ask, house elves and portraits were surprisingly chatty. "I don't really know what's it's like in the Muggle world, but here it's hell. When it comes to bondings, the wizarding world is stuck in the Dark Ages. A bonding really is for life. Nothing can sever it except for death, and you don't get an out if you regret your decision. Also, I don't think it matters how strong you are. Constant tearing down and abuse is enough to make anyone crumble." Hermione winced and muttered, "Should be some kind of rebound spell made for bondings." She blew a bit of hair out of her eyes and looked at him. "There's nothing a witch or wizard can do if their bondmate is hurting them. Well, in extreme cases they can file to live apart from their spouse, apart and protected, but they are still bound, their magic still entwined." Draco sighed. "The only hope is to strike back, I suppose, to be even more vicious than the one hurting you. This is why I will never marry." She looked over at him in surprise. "You don't want a family of your own?" "Honestly, no, not if they would be like mine." Draco unclenched his hands and studied his immaculately manicured nails. What was it about this slip of a girl that loosened all ties on his tongue? Draco should be mortified by how much he was blabbing, but it felt comforting, being able to speak to someone who he felt wouldn't judge him too harshly. "Your father." Hermione shook her head. is a cruel, heartless, conscienceless, vile bastard. As for your mother, I've never met your mother, but from the way you spoke about her the first lesson, the look on your face, I think she must be a very good mother. You shouldn't let your father's darkness take away any chance you have for happiness. She poked him lightly in the side. You're not a complete git after all. Find someone you adore and I'll lay a bet that you'd make a very good husband and father, one day if you choose. Draco flushed and ducked his head at the strange warmth that coursed through him at Hermione's touch. My mother is a great and wonderful woman, but she's still trapped with him, isn't she? No, I think I'll leave the mushy adoration stuff to goody two-shoes like you and the prats you call friends. Malfoy. Draco. She might not be able to divorce him, but, if she wants to, I'm sure that we could find a way to get your mother away from him. Harry, Ron and I have done the impossible before, you know, and getting your mother to a safe place isn't impossible. He turned sharp gray eyes on her. That was exactly what he hoped for. Do you swear it, Granger? Can you swear that my mother will be kept safe from my father? He has quite a long reach, you know. She nodded, meeting his gaze steadily. You have my word of honor. On my magic I swear that your mother can and will be kept safe from Lucius Malfoy. Taking a deep shuddering breath, Draco kept his eyes firmly locked on hers. Then, Hermione Granger, I think we have a lot to discuss. This was it. Draco's heart was beating a mile a minute. He was about to turn his back on everything he was raised for. He was about to betray his father. Yes, she stood up, offering him a hand. Come on, we'll get Harry. He's the direct line to the owner of the safe house. Making a face, Draco took the offered hand and rose from the log. Ah well, I do suppose we need little boy wonder for this, don't we? He added with a mock-suffering sigh. She shook her head as she started to lead him towards the library where she knew Harry was right now. I know you and most people like to think of Harry as being the wizarding world's happy little darling, but consider something, will you? He lost his parents when he was a baby, was dropped off with muggles who despise anything they don't consider normal, has been facing deadly situations since he came to Hogwarts, and just last year he had someone he respected and admired killed in front of him. The press constantly seek to defame his character, and this year is the worst of it all, plus whenever he's seen as anything less than the perfect hero, masses of people who say they're his friends turn their backs on him. He's not a boy wonder, he's been fate's whipping boy since his first year of life. Biting the inside of his cheek, Draco considered Hermione's words. He knew that what she said was true, and he felt an unwanted wave of sympathy roll up for Potter. It wasn't easy, though, to lay aside years of rivalry and animosity. Granger, please. Baby steps here. I'm already going against my Slytherin core. At least leave me my given right to be snarky, he said in a whining voice. She chuckled. Oh, no worries. I have no doubt you and Harry both will grow old and gray and still be snipping at each other. Just leave off on the fame, as there's plenty of other things for you to poke at. She looked back at him and lifted a brow. And what is more Slytherin than using even the resources of your rivals to achieve your ends? The Sorting Hat never said Slytherins are all evil or dark, just cunning and ambitious. True, true, Draco agreed while mentally trying to figure out new non-fame insults to throw at Potter. But what fun is it if you can't be a little evil or dark? He shoved her lightly with a grin as the looming shadow of Hogwarts rose in front of them. She just gave him an amused shake of the head. Turn that devious frame of mind to the task at hand. They wound through the halls of the school to the library, the girl giving Madame Pants a bright smile, then marched over to where Harry was jotting notes down. Harry. Harry looked up from his homework, ink splattered both on his fingers and his cheek from an exploding quill the twins had snuck into his bag. He raised his eyebrows as he saw Hermione and their companion. Hermione looked a little on the smug side and Malfoy looked tense and even more pale than usual. My own. Oh God, was this the hope of the wizarding world? Draco looked at the ink-covered moron and was of half a mind to turn on his heel and walk away, take his chances on his own. The warmth of Hermione standing beside him stopped him though. The girl cast a quick Scourgify charm on Harry before murmuring, just loud enough for him to hear. We need to talk, somewhere no one can overhear, Harry. It's important. Harry stilled. Okay. Meet me in the room of requirements in 10 minutes, I'll just gather my stuff and I'll meet you there. She nodded and left with Malfoy to the 7th floor in the room. Instead of the usual Muggle study objects, she envisioned a comfortable sitting room and a crackling fire set before deep chairs. She settled in one and pulled out parchment and quill, starting to make a list while they waited on Harry. Draco paced the room nervously, unable to relax. There were great things at stake here, and even though he knew he was doing the right thing and even though he had gotten his mother's blessing, there was a lead lump of worry resting in his stomach. No matter what happened now, his life was about to change. Harry rushed into the room a little bit later, tossing his bag onto a low table and moving towards the comfy armchairs. Okay, what did you want to talk about? The witch didn't beat around the bush but leapt right into it. We need to get Lady Malfoy away and safe from her husband Harry. Could you convince Snuffles to give her shelter? Sure, Snuffles has plenty of room, I don't think it will be a problem. Harry considered the conversations he'd had with both Snape and Hermione. For some reason he really hoped that the potions master would be pleased by this turn of events. Harry turned to Draco. Your mother will be completely safe with Snuffles, he lives in an undetectable safe house. Draco only nodded shortly. Who was Snuffles and what kind of ridiculous name was that anyway? I'm jumping ship Potter, before it sinks and drowns us all, but I won't do anything until I know Mother is safe. I'll send word to Snuffles tonight, hopefully he'll be able to reply quickly. Harry nodded seriously. Hermione put a hand to her face. Honestly Harry, just flow him. She pointed at the crackling fire and the small jar of flow powder on the mantel. Right, of course. Sorry. Harry grinned in embarrassment and hurried over to the fireplace where he grabbed a fistful of flow powder from the jar, tossed it in the fire and called on Grimmauld Place. Sirius tapped his finger on the table, scowling at Creature as the rotten old elf went about cleaning the room, then jumped when he heard Harry's voice. He turned a grin towards the fireplace and moved to talk with his godson. Harry, what do I owe this great surprise to? As always, Harry's heart clenched when he saw Sirius. It was so unfair that the other man was still accused of treason and murder, and it was so unfair that Harry couldn't live with him when there was nothing he wanted more. Hi Snuffles, hope everything is all right with you. Harry sent him a beaming smile. We have a bit of a situation here and I have something to ask you. The man frowned in concern. A situation? What's up? I hope Snape isn't being a bigger git than usual. No, nothing like that. In fact, Snape has been all right lately. Harry ignored the stirring inside him at the thought of Snape and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. We need to get Lady Malfoy out of Malfoy Manor and hide her away from Lucius. I was wondering, would it be all right if she stayed with you? Sirius stiffened and his eyes darkened as a growl slipped out of his throat. Is that bastard hurting Sissy again? Harry didn't know what to say, but it turned out he didn't have to say anything because suddenly Draco was there, kneeling in front of the fireplace. He hasn't hurt Mother yet that I know of, but I am afraid he will when he finds out what I've done. Draco wasn't stupid. He recognized the man from the wanted posters still plastered on almost every wall of Diagon Alley. Please help her, Lord Black. The dog Animagus studied the teenager critically. He looked a great deal like Lucius, but the shape of the boy's eyes and the cheekbones were all Narcissa, as was the strong emotion in the gray eyes. You don't have to plead with me, boy. Sissy is family and she's welcome here for as long as she needs shelter. Harry, he turned back to his godson, I'll owl a one-use portkey for Draco to get to his mother, something that won't raise Lucius' suspicion. If I remember correctly, she's fond of emeralds, so Draco sending her an emerald pendant shouldn't turn a hair. Thank you so much, Sirius, I really appreciate this. Harry spoke softly and Draco nodded beside him. Yes, thank you, Lord Black. I will make sure Mother will have her most important things packed and that she's ready to leave when the portkey arrives. Father, he doesn't take defiance or deception well. The man shook his head. I know well how Lucius takes not getting his way. He might just find his throat in a Grimm's jaws soon. That, or maybe I'll ask Moony to pay him a visit. A feral baring of teeth accompanied that comment. Hermione scolded the man. You already have enough criminal charges levied against you, Sirius Black, and don't you dare even suggest putting Professor Lupin through that. You know how he feels. Sirius actually ducked his head at the girl's scolding. Sorry, Miss Granger. Rumph. The man grinned at Harry again. I'd better go. The sooner I get the portkey made, the soon it can get to Sissy. Harry smiled back, but the smile was laced with sadness and longing. Okay, Siri. Be careful though. No unnecessary risks, promise me that. Harry wished he could reach through the flames and give his godfather a hug. He had a feeling both of them could use one. Tell Mooney hi if you see him. Will do, and I'll behave. Mooney'll have my tail if I don't. Take care, Harry, and don't let the greasy git push you round. With that he disappeared from the fireplace. Hermione shook her head. I swear he gets more and more canine every time we see him. Harry chuckled. True, but I can understand him. He feels trapped and helpless, being forced to stay inside as he is. Snuffles is his only retreat, and I really do get why he embraces that side. Draco narrowed his eyes, not really liking the fact that he had no clue what Hermione and Harry was talking about. Right then, I should probably go send word to Mother. Hermione's gaze drifted back over to him and she nodded. Knowing Snuffles, he'll pick an owl that will be here within 24 hours, so that would be best. She caught a flicker of confusion on Draco's face at the nickname for Sirius. She waved a hand to indicate herself, Harry, and the absent Ron. Can't call him by his name outside of the safe house, so we use a nickname, Snuffles, for his animagus form. Animagus form? A slender silver brow rose. Draco hadn't heard anything about Sirius Black being an animagus, but he supposed it wasn't too much of an impossibility. Plenty of wizards kept their other forms a secret, at least plenty of Slytherins. He just hadn't expected it of a Gryffindor. Weren't they all about honor and truth? I won't be mentioning him by any name in the letter to my mother, just that she needs to get ready. Good. Go write her the letter then. Harry grinned and patted Draco on the shoulder. Welcome to our side, the winning side. He added, just for the pleasure of seeing Draco choke on air. Once he had caught his breath, Draco rolled his eyes with a haughty look on his face. Of course we will win, seeing as I don't like to lose. He nodded his head to Hermione and swept out of the room of requirement to make his way to the Ollery to write his mother a letter. Narcissa was reading peacefully in the library, undisturbed by her husband as he was out trying to find something on how to get at the Potter boy. Lucius desperately wanted to be the one to deliver to boy up to the Dark Lord, thinking that it would put him in a higher standing over the other Death Eaters. Narcissa didn't know if it would, nor did she particularly care. She knew nothing about the Potter boy, aside from her son's complaints about him always being one-upped by Potty, without the messy-haired git even really trying. As much as she loved her baby boy, she was glad that someone at the school was effortlessly better at some things than her son. It would keep Draco grounded as well as make him strive to improve himself. She wanted her son to grow into a man who could hold his head high without perfection, wanted Draco to know he was flawed just as every other person on the planet. She would not have her baby growing into another Lucius Malfoy, and if Potter outdoing her baby helped keep Draco grounded, then it was to the good. She turned a page in her book just as an owl came flapping into the room. A delicate blonde brow lifted at the sight of a school owl and wondered what Draco had gotten into now as a letter was dropped into her lap and the school owl perched on the back of the chair. She opened the letter and her lips parted in soft shock. She knew her son would not joke or make light of the possibility of an escape, nor would he tell her to make sure her things were packed unless he was absolutely positive that she had a safe, undiscoverable place to go to, but she still found it hard to countenance that Draco had found an out for her. She ran her fingers over her lips anxiously as fear and elation unfurled through her. Freedom from Lucius. The very thought, the very taste of the thought made her almost giddy, but she clamped down on the reaction and made sure to destroy the letter before rising from her chair. She went out to the garden, allowing the owl to hop up on her shoulder, and set about making a small bouquet of anemones, carnations, daffodils, tiger lilies, and one bird of paradise flower to convey her anticipation, joy, and pride in her son. She knew he would see it also conveyed understanding and readiness from her. She gave the bouquet to the owl and sent it off before going inside to start a packing charm. As soon as she was able to leave, a simple flick of her wand would have all belongings marked with the spell shrinking and nestling into her purse. Her lips curved a bit wickedly. Not all the things she was marking were hers. Lucius would soon find himself missing quite a few artifacts that he placed high value on. Snape swept into the Dada classroom, his robes billowing as per usual, and cast a baleful glare over the flock of fourth-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Today's lesson is on casting the Patronus spell. The Patronus is a physical manifestation of joyful memories cast to protect one from Dementors. The strength of a Patronus depends upon the strength of the memory used to cast it. The form of a fully corporeal Patronus is unique to each witch or wizard casting it, but it is usually an animal, and it also often represents what or who makes you feel safe. Most of you who actually manage it won't succeed in casting a fully formed corporeal Patronus. I'm of the opinion that you're all too absorbed with teenage angst to focus strongly enough on the happy memories necessary for success. He strode to the blackboard, where Harry was already sitting on a stool next to it, and scrawled some basic information on it. Mr. Potter will demonstrate the Patronus for all of you, and I suggest you pay attention. Trying his best to hide his amusement due to Snape's comments about teenage angst, Harry got up from the stool and walked the few steps to the middle of the classroom. Thank you, Professor. He inclined his head and turned to the rest of the class. Right. There really isn't a trick or shortcut to cast the Patronus charm. Just reach inside you, think of the things that makes you happy and let it flow out of you as you cast the spell. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself, and then opened them again. Like this. He waved his wand. Expecto Patronum. The familiar silver mist surged out of his wand to form the shape of the great stag. Harry let it run through the classroom between the students before it slowly faded away. Luna watched intently while she tried to sort through her memories, thinking about what would be a happy enough thought to let her cast the spell. Snape very nearly rolled his eyes at the impressed gasps followed by the, unfortunately familiar, tittering of the female student population over the beauty of the stag. If he were to be truthful, he himself did find the stag impressive, but at the same time it turned his stomach, reminding him of Lily and James and his own idiocy. He stifled his reaction and lifted an imperious brow at the class before drawling. Well, get to work. He let a smirk flit over his lips as he observed the class and the sheer, mind-numbingly pathetic first attempts most of them pulled out. His gaze landed on the Lovegood girl, and a brow lifted at the small smoky wisp of light that came from her wand. While it wasn't anything that would drive off a Dementor, it was the best first try he'd seen yet. Harry walked among the students, correcting the way they held their wands and encouraging them that they could do it. The air was thick with waving wands and shouted charms. Harry almost felt worried that someone would lose an eye or find themselves with a wand lodged in a very uncomfortable place. He ducked away from an over-enthusiastic Hufflepuff girl and hurried over to Luna. Excellent, Luna. Just a little more and you'll have it. He smiled at the pale girl. Nodding, Luna closed her eyes tightly, thinking back on the memory of her mother and father smiling brightly at her as they taught her about both flowers and herbs as well as the strange creatures that no one else believed in. Expecto Patronum. The silver mist was thicker and stronger this time, but it still didn't have a corporal form. See, you're doing great. Harry smiled again. Snape nodded in agreement even as he tilted his head to the side and caught a wand that had been flung out of someone's hand by over-enthusiastic waving. He pinned the Ravenclaw culprit to the spot with a dark stare. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not learn how to properly move your wand in Charms class, in first year? I would hate to have to inform Professor Flitwick that one of his Ravenclaws did not take to the instructions. The slender brunette boy eeped and looked as if he wanted the ground to open and swallow him up. His skin was green-tinted and his eyes bulging with fear as he trembled under Snape's gaze. No, Professor. I'll try to do better. The boy ducked his head. Harry took pity on the terrified Ravenclaw and gave him a small pat on the shoulder. Just try and be a little more careful, yeah. You'll be fine. Snape harumphed and passed the wand back to the shivering twit before moving on through the crowd, giving some pointers. Others received impatient reprimands for stupid behavior, such as the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff who were poking each other with their wands. Really? Fourth years were usually 15, you'd think they'd have gained some small measure of maturity, but apparently not. He reached Luna Lovegood, who by this time had managed a fairly large cloud that was beginning to group together in small clumps, trying to make a form. Miss Lovegood, you're doing well, but a suggestion, use your happiest memory. One that made you feel a bit as if you might be able to sprout wings and fly. Again Luna nodded and tried to focus harder on the memories that she treasured most, that made her the happiest. For some reason Neville's face flickered before her eyes and she remembered just how she had felt when he had defended her and the time they had spent together talking afterwards. Expecto Patronum, she shouted again and almost stumbled back in shock when her silver cloud took the shape of a silver hare, jumping happily across the classroom. The professor nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Miss Lovegood, 10 points to Ravenclaw. He then moved back to his observation point. A corporeal Patronus, such as the one Miss Lovegood just cast, can do one thing more aside from protect you from Dementors. They can deliver messages that are a great deal more secure and verifiable than any other method. The Patronus identifies the caster and is absolutely dark-proof. However, it should only be used to deliver a message in extreme circumstances. He cast his gaze around the room. If I see any Patronus gambling about the school without there being an extreme emergency that another method could not achieve the same results, there will be heavy consequences. The excited whispers that had broken out at the messaging news came to an abrupt stop and the students shrunk back a little. No one wanted to get on Snape's bad side and the thought of being punished by him was enough to give them nightmares. They continued to practice under both Snape and Harry's watchful eyes, but at the end of the lesson Luna was still the only one who had managed a corporal Patronus, but a lot of silver mist had fluttered through the room. Snape dismissed the class perfunctorily. Aside from the Lovegood girl, it had essentially be precisely what he'd expected, and flicked his wand at the blackboard to erase the writing on it before scrawling on it instructions for the third years, involving a few hexes and dealing with a boggart. He wasn't fond of Lupin, but he had to admit that the man had been rather good as a professor. Not that he'd admit it, even under torture. Potter, set up the trunk, will you? Yes, sir. Harry peered at Snape over his new, sleek, square frames before floating the large heavy trunk to the front of the room, settling it just in front of the blackboard. The boggart rattled inside the trunk, clearly not pleased with being moved. Professor. Do you remember the conversation we had a few nights ago? A dark brow rose as he finished setting out the information. Be more specific. After our last occlumency lesson, we spoke of not needing to follow certain things just because it's expected. Harry almost cringed himself at how fuzzy he was being. He just didn't know if Snape was comfortable discussing this here in the Dada classroom. The professor stilled and turned to face the teen, inclining his head in a nod. What of it? Fiddling with his robes, Harry met Snape's eyes seriously. Well, I think the following has stopped. In fact, I think it will be the direct opposite of following. The set of Snape's shoulders relaxed a bit and a small light of amusement lit in his eyes. Potter, you are abysmal at subtle information, never become a spy. He moved to set up a few jars of large spiders and cast a silencing spell. Does he need assistance for his mother? Harry grinned. Nah, I think I'll leave the spying to the professionals. I'm more the charge in and win things with dumb luck kinda guy. And no, I think we have Lady Malfoy covered. Snuffles will send a portkey and Malfoy will get it to his mother. Snuffles has promised that Lady Malfoy can stay with him, she'll be hidden and safe. The man twitched a bit. Somehow the Fleabag does not inspire confidence. He's more impulsive than you are. Narcissa, however, knows well how to hide, and I imagine she'll be able to keep somewhat of a leash on Snuffles. He left out that Sirius was also petty, cruel, and more like his family than most thought. He'd let the boy keep his illusions about his godfather's innate goodness. Harry heard something in Snape's tone of voice that made him narrow his eyes and wonder what it was, but he decided to let it go. For once he and Snape sort of got along and Harry wasn't too keen on jeopardizing that. Yeah, well, I just wanted to let you know so you'll be prepared when all hell breaks loose. Hey, if we're lucky then maybe Lucius gets so mad he'll explode and drop dead. Sorry, shouldn't have said that. And why not? It would certainly solve a number of problems. Snape settled onto the desk. Still, it's not something one should say. My own would tear me a new one if she heard me speaking like that. Harry stepped closed and sunk down at one of the abandoned student desks. Will he be safe here? Malfoy, I mean. Will he be able to stay in school or will he need to go into hiding too? He's a snarky pompous git, but I don't want him hurt. It's a brave thing that he's doing. Snape nearly sneered. Gryffindor sentiment. It was why so many evil wizards had risen as high as they had. He ignored the noble sentiment of the first sentence and concentrated on the latter comments. He is a Slytherin. He will have at least 4 different plans should he find himself in danger. In addition, he has friends in his house, ones that I doubt he realizes will back him up, especially should it come out that he no longer supports the path he'd been pointed at since infancy. The children of Death Eaters are mostly a minority in my house, Potter, and we have just as many Muggleborns and half-bloods as the other houses, perhaps more. It is simply that Death Eater children are trained from the cradle to seize power where and when they can, so they have the most presence in the mind of the other houses. That's good then. Harry breathed a breath of relief. Maybe a few people will even find the courage to follow Malfoy. I'm not getting greedy, but it can't hurt to hope. I have a feeling we're going to need all the help and all the backup we can get. The corner of Snape's mouth kicked up in a humorless smirk. Oh, you've no idea, Potter. Seek friends in every house and make the bonds to hold strong and fast, for when the real fight begins you will need every single one. Harry nodded, looking very unhappy. I'll do my best, but I don't make friends easily. Most people don't even see the real me. I don't want to lead people on, to have them follow some poster boy hero that doesn't exist. Then make him exist in the eyes of the others. People will follow a hero, Potter. Into the very bowels of hell they will follow a hero. Look at the sheer number of those who follow the headmaster without question. Do you think any of them could name a single fault of his? His favorite color, his favorite sweet out of the dozens he eats, his greatest fear, his worst nightmare? I greatly doubt it. They follow him because to them he is a hero and they wish to take part in whatever glory he might find. To win this war you will need to pull off a deception rather global in nature and make people see you as the hero. Set aside the annoying Gryffindor quality for complete honesty and learn to deceive those who don't bother to try and truly learn who you are, Potter. Those who will not come close enough to see your warts do not deserve the truth, and those that do come close enough to learn about the real you will become priceless comrades and friends that you should cling to with every ounce of your will. Snape flicked his wand and a series of articles appeared before him, all centering on Harry. This printed drivel can be a tool in the right hands. It is just propaganda, true. These, he pointed at the articles that painted Harry as a powerful wizard, defeating you-know-who even before he could walk, and a great man in the making, were a ploy by the Ministry to have themselves linked to a famous hero. The others were also a ploy by the self-same people to disassociate themselves from unfavorable light because you were telling the truth, a truth the world needed to hear, yet the Ministry did not wish it to get out because if it did then the wizarding world would lose faith in Fudge. So he arranged to vilify you and is still attempting to do that to pull his irons out of the fire for Umbridge's stunt. Snape vanished the articles. You need to take your own publicity in hand, Potter. Tell the world the truth, your truth, and let them make their decision. Some will continue to believe the pretty lies the Ministry spins, while many more others will accept reality and make provisions for it. A Muggle author by the name of Terry Goodkind made a very astute observation about human nature. People can be made to believe anything, either because they want to believe it's true, or because they are afraid it's true. You simply need to play on that. It went against everything Harry believed in, and the mere thought of whoring himself out to the press, pretending to be the hero that he absolutely wasn't, made his stomach turn, but even Harry could see that what Snape said made sense. If by doing this he got more people to turn away from the lies of the Ministry, and if it could help in some way, keep people from getting hurt, then Harry knew he had to do it. Oh bloody hell, let's do it. If it can be of use, then I'll even snuggle up all nice and cozy with Rita Skeeter herself. Just promise to slap me if I start buying into the hype. Harry made a grimace of disgust. The professor smirked. I do believe I would like you to put that permission to slap you in writing. You should know I would gleefully take advantage of the opportunity should you get a big head. That bit of levity dispensed, the man shifted and sobered once more. I would suggest you seek Miss Granger's assistance in arranging an interview. In your circle of friends she is the most level-headed and most likely to know the best course of action to take to manipulate the weak-minded masses. The smile that had lit up Harry's face at the slapping comment dimmed. Yeah, I think you're right. Myone's definitely the one to talk to. She will know which reporters to approach and she'll tell me what to say and do. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Can I just say one more time that I absolutely hate this? Harry looked over at Snape and wondered to himself just when he had started to count on the older man as the one he could talk to, the one he could count on to keep him grounded and sane. "You are welcome to say it as much as you wish, Potter. I certainly would not wish to be in your position." Snape picked up a teacher's copy of the defense book and paged through it to settle on the correct pages for the next lesson. He rather liked this truce with Potter if he were to be truthful. It was rather pleasant not to have to force an old hatred to the surface. But you kind of are, aren't you, sir? In my position, I mean. You have to pretend to be someone you're not every day too." Harry was a bit sad that it had taken him almost 5 years to really comprehend what Snape's double life entailed. He couldn't help to wonder how the real Snape was, if he even existed anymore. Everything in Snape went utterly still, the instincts of the spy feeling ready to bolt and the rest of him insanely, inordinately pleased that the 16-year-old had comprehended his situation at last. Though the battered youthful soul hidden under all the regrets and mistakes of the past was scared out of its wits as well and worried that the teen in front of him would hate him once he told him of his part in Harry's parents' deaths. "Not particularly, Potter. I don't have to deal with the vultures who call themselves the press. And the key to being a successful spy is not to put yourself into a character too far outside your norm or revert to how you once were." He met Harry's eyes. "You need to understand that. I truly was a Death Eater, Potter. I wasn't just some little spy from the start who joined only to aid Dumbledore. I believed in the Dark Lord's cause and followed him as his favorite Death Eater. I was one of the worst and most loyal until that loyalty cost me something precious and opened my eyes to the truth of what was happening. I am naturally just as bad-tempered and scathing as you see. I simply do not allow my better qualities to show to the world at large." Harry held Snape's gaze for a while before he allowed his to slide away. There was something in those dark, fathomless eyes that made something inside him ache. "You did open your eyes though, that's what matters, and I think you should give yourself more credit." It sounded a bit lame even to Harry's own ears, but he wasn't sure what he should say. Snape had been a part of this war since before Harry was even born. Even with all his loss, Harry couldn't begin to understand what Snape had been through. That remains to be seen. A glance at the clock face in the room told Snape that the next class would soon be trickling in, and he cancelled the silencing charm, effectively ending the conversation. He doubted the youth would hold the opinion he'd just expressed once he knew the truth, and somehow he knew that if he let himself feel worthy of more than he had, it would hurt all the more to be hated by Potter once again. "Once this bloody war is over, I may very well find a secluded cottage and settle myself to brewing potions in peace and solitude. I'm so tired of this mess." Harry tried to concentrate on the lesson once the students trickled in, but his eyes went to Snape more than once. The man was a riddle, and Harry wanted to learn more, even though he wasn't sure he would like all he got to know. He wished there was someone he could talk to about Snape, someone who knew him back in the days. Sirius was out of the question. Their mutual hatred of each other was clear as crystal. Harry continued to be distracted until Snape sent him a seething glare and he shook himself out of his thoughts to help a boy with the boggart. Hermione's lips twitched in amusement at Draco trying to cage his temper so as not to make the VCR explode again. She wondered what it was about VCRs that made them so difficult to deal with. They were older technology, and normally that meant less complicated, but compared to a DVD player, a VCR was horrendously difficult to set, and it seemed the males of the species had the most trouble. Malfoy had managed to get the time and date of the device set and now was attempting to set a recording time and date. That was also usually when Hermione's father lost his temper with a VCR coincidentally. "Almost done. Just adjust the minutes by 5 and we can move on to a less complicated device." Draco sent her a seething glare out of mercury eyes and gingerly pressed the buttons on the remote that would adjust the minutes to when the VCR should start recording. "Bloody warts on a witch's hairy ass. This is torture, plain and simple. Why would anyone willingly put themselves through this just to record an image of some sort? What could be that important to see?" Draco blew his hair out of his eyes, and right now he kind of wished it was back in its gelled back do. An explosive sigh left him when he finally pressed the button to indicate he was done and that the recording time was set. "There. Please tell me I did this right this time." She leaned down over his shoulder and peered at the display for a few moments before nodded. "Yes, it's set correctly, and truthfully I've never much seen the point of it either. I much prefer books to television shows, and all a good book requires is someone who can read and turn the pages really. She was too close. Draco had to resist turning his head and bury his nose in the crook of her neck. She smelt both spicy and sweet, and it made his head spin. Draco pulled away, just enough so that he could think again. I do love a good book, something that allows you to escape into it and that lets you paint your own images of what's happening. He pulled on his bangs a little embarrassed. But we can move away from this devil machine now, right? I think it's out to get me. She beamed at him, both because he'd spoken precisely why she loved books and because his comment had echoed what her father said so often about gadgets. Of course. Next is just a simple portable stereo. She led him towards a long box-shaped contraption with just as many buttons on it as the VCR. It's a lot simpler since you don't have to program anything in for recording purposes. If you want to record a song, you wait until it comes on the radio and hit record. This one plays CDs as well. She held up a disc that had a brown side with scrolling words, Johann Sebastian Bach, and the opposite side was shiny and reflective. All you need to do is... She broke off as an owl came flying into the room and headed for Draco, a small package in its talons. Draco's stomach flipped. He had a very good idea about what was in the package. He thanked the owl and summoned a handful of owl treats from the drawer in his dresser and handed them to the bird. He opened the parcel and a small oval emerald pendant slid out into his palm. So small. It's weird that something so small will have such a huge impact on what will happen next, isn't it? He looked up at Hermione. Do you mind if we continue this later? I should probably get this to Mother. For a moment he looked very lost. She tucked the CD away and put her hand on his shoulder. Of course I don't mind, Draco. Your mother's safety comes first, which is exactly how it should be. Thank you. The gray of his eyes melted into silver. Would you come with me as I send it, to make sure I won't chicken out? Draco's hand clenches around the pendant. A kind smile curved her lips. I doubt you'd chicken out. Your mother's freedom is too important to you for that, but I'll be happy to come keep you company. Did Snuffles include the activation word? She looked down at the wrapping and poked aside a flap that hid the word, Clematis. That's a flower, isn't it? Draco nodded, a tiny smile playing over his lips. It stands for safety. Kind of fitting, don't you think? They walked slowly towards the Ollery. I hope she's ready, that everything will be all right. I'm sure she's already got 1 or 2 plans and everything squared away. She is your mother, and though you can be less than charming at times, no one would ever make the mistake of considering you anything but clever. I would imagine you get that from your mother, as your sire has made a bad habit of making very bad decisions. Hermione flicked her wand and summoned a single clematis flower, handing it to Draco. So you can make even the activation word seem a gift. Oh, I don't know. I've made some questionable decisions myself, and will likely make many more. He smirked and placed both the pendant and the flower, trapped within a stasis charm to keep it from wilting into a package, and called on his own eagle owl. This is it. From this moment on I will no longer be the Malfoy heir. I don't really know what I will be. You'll be Draco. A snarky, clever, devious, and, occasionally, insufferable little git, but that's all right. I'm an insufferable know-it-all, and Harry and Ron haven't pushed me off a tower yet. Your true friends will stand beside you, and the false ones, well, I'm just as handy with a hex as you or any Slytherin. You really are an insufferable know-it-all, and we are up in a tower. Good thing I'm rescinding my murderous ways. Draco tried to sound haughty, but it came out more of a chuckle. He finished tying the package to his owl and sent him on his way, his breath almost leaving him as the owl took flight. Well, I guess you're stuck with me now. She lifted a brow and drawled teasingly. Oh, the horror. I can't say it's completely unwelcome, you know. It will be nice to be around someone who offsets Ron's wild assumptions and Harry's latent noble to the point of stupidity streak more often. Oh gods, you mean I actually have to socialize with you? Draco gave a mock shiver but bumped her side with his elbow. Will you protect me from the Wheeze? Heir Weasley. Well, we won't let him attack you if that's what you mean. He'll explode a bit though. No avoiding that. Red-headed temper and all, but mostly it'll be ranting, some sulking, and the occasional insult if a good one occurs to him. Considering the insults you've laid on him and his family over the years, that's understandable. She paused to look at him. Which will stop, and I do mean that. No more jabs at the Weasleys' financial circumstances. If you must pick at Ron, there is plenty of material there without bringing his family into it. Considering my family's situation, from now on I won't have any urges to tread down that path. Besides, he's so easy to make fun of just by himself. I will have fodder to last me until we graduate. At the very least. Draco flashed her a grin. Should we go back to the devil devices? All we can do now is wait, and I do not handle waiting all that well. She shook her head with an amused smile. By all means, let's. I believe your next test in Muggle Studies is in 2 days, and I mean for you to pass it with flying colors. They headed back down to the room of requirements to continue the lesson. Sirius sat in the kitchen of 12 Grimmauld Place waiting for Narcissa to appear. He tapped his finger on the table and turned everything that could go wrong over in his head. He'd never been particularly close to his cousin, but she was still his cousin, and of the recognized black sisters she was certainly the most tolerable. Andromeda didn't consider herself a black any longer though, so it was easy for Narcissa to be more tolerable than Bellatrix. A soft pop echoed in the room, and he was looking at his cousin, holding her head high, a tiny trunk clutched in one hand, the portkey pendant around her neck, and a vivid bruise blooming high on her cheek. She blinked in shock at seeing him. Sirius. He got to his feet. Narcissa, what happened? He swept his fingers over his own cheek to indicate the bruise. Narcissa could hardly believe that it was her cousin, who she had rather publicly denounced, offering her sanctuary and mercy. He looked awful. His question brought her out of her surprise, and she lifted a casual shoulder. Lucius was in a foul mood, as he cannot complete a task the Dark Lord has set for him. I was in the way as he was exiting the manor. The animagus growled and surged towards the door as if he intended to go teach Malfoy a lesson. That foul git. Sirius. His cousin caught his arm strongly, belying her delicate appearance. I am out of the manor and away from Lucius. There is no need to go after him and put yourself in danger. He will get his in due time. The half-wild man looked down at the steel-spined woman and nodded. All right, sissy. Come on, I'll show you to your room, and perhaps you can do something about my mother's constant shrieking and that blasted creature. Narcissa shook her head. Sirius, it seemed, would never change. Very well. Would you mind sending a message to my son arranging a flow conversation for the next Hogsmeade weekend? I know he'll be worried until he can talk to me. I'll send it to Harry. It'll be safer to flow call in the Gryffindor common room, no sneaky Dark Lord lackeys to eavesdrop. She bit back a reminder that Pettigrew had been a Gryffindor and simply nodded. She was rather tired. Thank you. Hermione held the portrait hole open for Harry and Draco. The younger years were all down eating lunch, and the higher years were in Hogsmeade, giving them a narrow window to use the fire for a flow call to Grimmauld Place. Hurry up. Ron stayed behind as well, and I don't know how long his attention will be held by lunch. Harry nodded and dragged Draco further into the common room, ignoring Draco's complaints that it was all so red. Both boys sunk down on their knees in front of the massive fireplace, and Harry tossed some flow powder into the fire, calling for Grimmauld Place. Ron was making his way up to the tower lazily. He'd had a nice lunch and a not-so-nice snog with Padma Patil, and he was eager to get back to the common room. Maybe he could entice Harry to a game of chess. It felt as if he was drifting away a bit from his mates. They were always whispering about something these days, and Ron didn't like it. He thought it was the three of them. It always had been, and Ron didn't understand what had changed. He missed them, both Hermione and Harry. He called out the password, Marzipan Pig, to the fat lady and ducked inside through the portrait hole. Ron came to a screeching halt when he saw the blonde head next to his mates by the fire. Bloody hell, what's going on? What's the git doing here? Quick as a whip, Hermione was next to Ron, her hand over his mouth and hissing at him. Keep it down, Ron. We'll explain in a bit. She turned her attention back to the fireplace where Narcissa Malfoy's face, and the bruise on it, could now be seen. The woman spoke quietly to her son. Really, my little dragon, I am fine. It's only a bruise, and the last one at that. But you shouldn't be bruised at all, mother. That bastard should not get away with hitting you. Draco hissed out between clenched teeth, looking as he wanted to put his hand in the fire and cup his mother's cheek. I will find a way to get him back. Ron's blue eyes widened and he pushed away Hermione's hand from his mouth, but he stayed quiet. He had never heard Malfoy sound like that before. He sounded almost human. What had Harry and Hermione been up to, and why had they done it without him? Didn't they trust him? Harry looked from the fire to Ron and back again. He could see the hurt in his best friend's eyes, and he hated that he was a part of what had put it there. Narcissa shook her head firmly. No, Lucius will get his in due time. I want you to concentrate on your studies, help Pansy, and keep as safe as you can. Besides, a decidedly Slytherin gleam entered her eyes. Your father is now missing many of his most valuable tomes and artifacts, many of which he had been planning on presenting to the Dark Lord. Can you imagine how displeased you know who will be to learn he won't be getting Abraxas spellbook? A silver blonde brow rose sardonically. Oh, I imagine he will be very displeased indeed. You are one of a kind, mother. One of a kind. Draco smiled at his mother's image. But you're okay otherwise. Have you settled in okay? Are you being taken care of? Yes, my baby, I'm perfectly well. The old house elf creature is taking wonderful care of me, and my cousin is being solicitous as well. The house needs a little work, however. She wrinkled her nose. Poor creature was unable to keep up with everything after Aunt Walburga passed away, but I'll enlist Sirius and get it set to rights soon enough. Hermione blinked at the kind tone in Lady Malfoy's voice when she spoke of the rather cracked elf creature. Perhaps there were more wizards than she thought who didn't treat house elves as objects if Narcissa was concerned for creature. I'm sure you will, mother. Take care and be sure to let me know if you need anything at all. Draco continued to smile, feeling happy that his mother was safe. Harry was grinning too, wondering how Sirius would like being forced to help clean the house up. He was relieved that his godfather would have some company though, someone to get him out of brooding and force him to interact some. Well, isn't this all sweet and cozy? Could someone just please let me in on what's going on? Ron's tone was hard and he stood rigid with his arms across his chest. Narcissa cast a glance in the direction of the irritated voice, but when her son didn't change expression beyond exasperation, she said nothing about Ron's rudeness and replied to her son. I will. You take care of yourself, Draco. Je t'aime, mon fils. Au revoir. With that she disappeared from the fire, leaving the golden trio and Draco to talk. Hermione gave Ron a brief smack to the back of the head. Patience is a virtue, acquire it. Easy for you to say. I don't see you left out of the loop. Ron grumbled and rubbed his head where Hermione had hit him. He really didn't mind seeing Malfoy there. Well, not too much anyway. What pissed him off was that neither Harry or Hermione had even breathed a word about it to him. They had just left him in the dark. The girl sighed and dragged him over to one of the plush sitting areas. We wanted to wait until Lady Malfoy was safe before we told you. Everything was up in the air and you blowing up wouldn't have helped, and don't you dare say you wouldn't have blown a fuse. She pointed at him. You blew up about the VCR, you'd have gone nuclear with suspicion over this. Yeah, so because I dare to worry about you I don't deserve to be told. Ron's eyes narrowed and he felt anger boiling under the surface. Ron, come off it. It's not like that, mate. We were planning to tell you. Harry got up from his knees and walked over to where Ron was standing. Don't. Just don't. Don't call me mate when you stand there keeping secrets from me. Ron moved away from them both. Look, it will be all right. I'll calm down, but I can't do this right now. I need to go. Ron turned on his heel and climbed back out of the portrait hole. Hermione grimaced and looked over at Harry. Have you noticed that I have an absolute talent for saying the perfectly wrong thing to him? Oh yeah, because I did so much better. Harry sighed and took off his glasses to rub the bridge of his nose. We handled this wrong. We should have told him right away. Now we'll wait until he cools off and apologize. It's Ron. You know he will cool off. I think I should go. Thank you for letting me speak to Mother. Draco looked a bit uncomfortable, being stuck in a row between the golden trio. He'd always thought they were practically joined at the hip, never fighting. See you later. Hermione smiled at him. All right, you'd best decimate your classmates on Muggle Studies test day after tomorrow, Malfoy. I will blow them out of the water, Granger. Draco grinned back at her before leaving the common room, hurrying back to familiar Slytherin territory. You seem to be getting along well. Harry's tone was teasing as he watched how Hermione looked at the spot where Draco had left. She looked over at him curiously. Well, he's not the total git we used to think, is he? When not trying to uphold his father's ideals, he's rather pleasant to be around, you know. I think I'll take your word on the pleasant part, but you're right, he's not totally insufferable. Harry gave her another smile. She smiled back before bringing her knees up and resting her chin on them. I think, once he's not so angry anymore, that we need to spend a day with Ron. We've both been so busy with everything that we've been letting him slip through the cracks, and that's wrong. We shouldn't have kept him out of the loop, even if he'd have blown up. Harry sat down and wrapped an arm around her shoulder and rested his chin on the top of her head. You're right, he may be short-tempered, but he didn't deserve to be left out. Oh Lord, we need to tell him about the interviews too, before he reads about it. I can only imagine how well that would go over. Harry shuddered and remembered last year when Ron thought he had placed his own name in the Goblet of Fire. She grimaced. He'd go into a sulk for weeks instead of days. Last time you nearly got fried by a dragon before he'd listened to sense. She shook her head. Well, I guess we're setting up a Ron ambush tonight then. And going to Hogsmeade tomorrow for the second day of the weekend. Yes, on both accounts. Harry nodded. I will make a visit to the kitchens later. The way to Ron's heart and forgiveness definitely goes through his stomach. Bottomless pit that it is. We'll make him listen and hopefully he will go with us tomorrow. He stretched his legs and placed his feet up on the low table in front of them. When was it I had the interview with them? I do not look forward to it, but at least I get to tell my side of the story. Thank you for helping me, by the way. You know I couldn't do it without you. It's no trouble. Luna Lovegood will be there, by the way, along with Skeeter, because of her father's publication, noon tomorrow at the Three Broomsticks. I know you hate publicity, but Snape was right. You have to put yourself out there so that you can get people to fight. She shook her head. I still can't believe I'm agreeing with something not potions that Snape said. Harry grinned. I know, pleasant Malfoys and agreeing with Snape. The world is turning upside down. Pulling on his robes, Harry walked down the street of Hogsmeade feeling a nervous lump in his stomach. He only hoped he wouldn't be sick on the reporters. He didn't think that would make such a great impression. Hermione was walking next to him, calming him down and giving him last-minute tips. Ron was walking a few steps behind them, still sulking, but at least he was there, and that meant the world to Harry. What if I faint? What if I can't get any words out? Harry was freaking out. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry, if Neville can survive a class with Snape, and you know how terrified he is of Snape, and crank out a good potion, which he has done before, then you can handle telling your story to a few reporters. Just remember, you're the boy who lived, the hero of the wizarding world who's being wrongfully maligned by the ministry because the fools there are playing politics rather than protecting the people. Her voice was sarcastic, revealing her opinion of the idiots who saw Harry as all that when he was just. Harry, put on your big boy boxers, pull the act out of the hat, be your modest, and slightly pissed off when it comes to Fudge or Umbridge, self, and let's get this over with so we can try to squeeze a little fun into the day. Right, big boy boxers, I can do that. Harry still looked rather pale as they continued walking towards the Three Broomsticks. He had been over this with Hermione a dozen times. He knew what to do, but when it came to reporters his insides just froze up. Ron rolled his eyes. As amusing as it was watching Harry sound and act like him, it was even more pathetic. Oh, beep it up, you wanker. Go in there, bat your eyelashes at them and you'll have them in the palm of your hand. He turned to them. I'll go to Honeydukes, see you later. Hermione turned and frowned just a bit at Ron's retreating back. It is far too odd to have him this put out with Bothaphus. Usually it's just one or the other. It's unsettling. Harry agreed. Hopefully when this hellish task is done we'll have some time to really talk to him. They stopped in front of Three Broomsticks and Harry tried to flatten his hair, which only made it stand on end more. Okay, my own, wish me luck. She reached up and scrunched her hands through his hair, making it behave in a somewhat less wild manner. Just keep your head about you and you won't need luck, and besides, I'll be right there with you in case they start getting unbearable. She gave him a brief hug. Now let's beard the vultures, shall we? Harry swallowed hard and nodded. Yeah, let's. Harry held open the door for Hermione and followed her into the building, walking over to the sets of tables that had been reserved for the day's interview. He caught sight of Luna and pressed out a smile at her and a stiffer grin in Rita Skeeter's direction. "Welcome and thank you for coming. I'm sorry if I'm late." He slid into a chair facing the reporters. Rita shook her head, looking quite a bit more strained than she had at the Tri-Wizard tournament, though her eyes gleamed with the anticipation of a good story. "You're not late at all. So, what has the boy who lived calling us all here? There have been plenty of rumors going around about me the last few months. I thought maybe you'd like to hear the truth." He pinned Skeeter with emerald green eyes. "The true story, straight from me. Exclusive." The reporters just about had a mass orgasm at the idea and took out their dictaquills. A young man came from the direction of the bar and sat in the seat next to Luna, much to Hermione's surprise, and handed her, Luna, and Harry mugs of butterbeer. Neville gave Harry an encouraging smile, then pointed at a dictaquill and parchment beside the Ravenclaw. "Just so you all know, that dictaquill is enchanted to record only what is said and done and not some sensationalized version of the truth, so if so much as one lie makes it into your copies we'll know and we won't be pleased. As my grandmother is rather fond of Harry and holds the Longbottom lordship in trust for me until I reach my majority, she'll be more than willing to take up his cause against such lies and boycott those who spin them." Since he'd been spending time with Luna, Neville's confidence had grown, though he was still plenty shy, and he'd slowly been coming into his Gryffindor protectiveness towards his friends. When Luna had told him about the interviews, he'd decided to come along in case a reminder of integrity was needed for the reporters. Harry sent Neville a surprised and impressed glance. He was really grateful to have friends like him. "Right then, should we get started?" Harry took a breath and started to tell them about everything: the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric's death and Voldemort's rebirth. He talked about Fudge and Umbridge too, not hiding anything about what had happened. Neville was chewing the inside of his cheek by the time Harry had finished, his eyes concerned for his friend. He'd always known that Harry was under pressure and that he was always in danger, but hearing about how bad it had been, and hearing about him being persecuted for telling the truth, it was a miracle his friend was still sane. Hermione's eyes were shining. It hurt to hear in more detail how her friend had suffered through last year and most especially these first months of the school year, and to know that she'd done nothing to help. She reached over and laid a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder when he came to a stop, looking down at the table. "So yeah, that's about it." Harry felt worn out, worn and a bit sick. These were not pleasant memories to think about or relive, and rehash them like this in front of reporters was even worse. He could still see Cedric's unseeing eyes staring up at him and his spirit begging Harry to take his body home. The weight of Hermione's hand on his shoulder was welcome and familiar. It grounded him and kept him from getting lost in the tale he had just told. "Thank you for listening." The reporters, even Rita, were all looking at him in an odd mixture of sympathy and curiosity. Rita pursed her lips and asked, "Why tell us now? Why not when the rumors first started?" "Because I guess back then I still had faith. Faith that the ministry would do the right thing, tell the truth and protect the people they claimed to care about by letting them know what was going on and let them prepare themselves." Harry caught her gaze. "I finally realized that they wouldn't, that if something would be done I'd have to do it on my own. I had to get the truth out there." The other reporters nearly went into spasms of joy even as Skeeter nodded. If there was anything the public loved more than a scandal, it was a wrongfully maligned hero who remained the people's champion. This story would have the presses spinning non-stop to keep up with demand for it. Hermione glanced at the pub clock and then back to the reporters. "If no one has any other questions," she paused, her gaze almost daring someone to ask for more and get a hex for their trouble, "we all need to get going. We students need to pick up some school supplies." Though they appeared reluctant, the reporters packed up and left at the clear dismissal, knowing that if they didn't, the three broomsticks owner would throw them out and ban them, and no one wanted that, as no one made better butterbeer. Hermione sat back and sighed. "Well, that's done then, isn't it? Only thing to do now is wait and hope it does some good. By Merlin, yes, I would hate to have done this for nothing." Harry ran his hand through his hair, feeling nothing but thankful that it was finally over. "It will do some good." Luna nodded. "It will make people open their eyes and question things." Even those who won't believe you will still read it and ask themselves what's right. It will force the Ministry's hand to do something. She smiled at them and leaned against Neville for a second. I need to get going too. Papa would hate being outscooped. Neville smiled, reached into his robe and pulled out a blue bell tunicate flower, handing it to her. Be safe then. Luna smiled back, her smile turning tender as she watched the dark-haired Gryffindor. Thank you, you stay safe too. She took the flower and placed it in her hair, where it rested against her ladybug hair pins. She gathered her things and got up from the table. I'll see you back at school. Harry waved at the pale girl as she left and took another sip of his butterbeer. So Neville, you and Luna. The other boy blushed a bit but nodded. She's great, isn't she? Hermione was gawking a bit. But, you're so grounded, and she's so. Luna. Neville tilted his head. And I like Luna. I'm too grounded. I fade into the dirt. Luna, she shines, just like her name, and makes me feel like it's okay to sprout up and show my own colors. I think it's fantastic, Harry said, smiling. She lifts you up and you keep her from floating right out into space, a perfect match. I'm really happy for you. He was happy and just a little bit envious. Harry longed to find someone like that too, someone that made him feel like Neville felt. Hermione was still somewhat confused, but she muttered something about Newtonian physics and shrugged. Well, so long as you're happy, that's all that matters, I suppose. Her logic circuit's still a little fuzzy. She stood up. Well, let's go to Honeydukes before Ron spends his life savings. Harry got up too. Yeah, I hope he's still there. He wasn't sure Ron had actually waited for them, not now when he wasn't very happy with them. Do you want to join us, Neville? Some Honeydukes and Zonkos before we return to Hogwarts. The quiet boy nodded and went to follow them. Sure, I've been wanting to pick up some sugar quills and every flavor beans. Smiling, Harry led the way out of 3 broomsticks. Ron was still at Honeydukes. He had gone through their shelves 3 times over and carried a not-so-small bag of goodies. How long could the interview take? Ron was getting bored and thought about going to find his brothers. Most likely they would be in Zonkos, peddling their stuff. Oh good, you're still here. Hermione came over and poked at his bag. How much of your savings did you kill? Nuts well spent. Ron replied, clutching his bag. This would feed his sugar addiction for quite some time. So finally done, yeah. He folded his lanky body away from the wall he'd been leaning against. Hi Nev, how's it going? Harry stifled a sigh. Ron was still pouting then. Neville blinked, noticing the undercurrents between the 3 friends, but didn't comment on it. Good. How about you, Ron? Just dandy, Ron said with a glance over at his 2 best friends. So what have you been up to lately? Haven't seen you around the common room. You still owe me that chess game, you know. He wrapped a long arm around Neville's shoulder. Okay. Any ideas on how to deal with tall, red and pissed? Harry leaned in close and whispered to Hermione. She lifted a shoulder. Just time really, and, well, Neville is actually rather good at soothing wild tempers. Neville gave Ron a small smile. I've been spending a lot of time in the courtyard and greenhouses with Luna, so I haven't been round as much as usual, but name the time and place for the game and I'll show up. Luna Then I understand about not having time. Ron chuckled. Birds triumph chess any day, mate. Any day. Hermione groaned in disgust. He's such a dog. That he is. Harry agreed with a fond grin on his face. He's never pretended otherwise, and at least he's smiling. Harry grabbed some sugar quills and chocolate frogs. He needed to replenish his sugar stash too, since he never could manage to keep it hidden from Ron. True. Still, the girl who finally gets him leashed will have my undying gratitude. Hermione pondered the shelves, picked up a few bars of regular chocolate, a bag of Bertie Bott's, and then put a full 24 chocolate frogs in her basket before heading to the counter. She had them put the frogs in a separate bag from the other treats, then called out to the redhead. Ron, catch. She tossed the bag of chocolate frogs to him, an unspoken peace offering an apology. A freckled, long-fingered hand came up and snatched the bag in the air, and Ron peered into it curiously. He couldn't help the small smile that spread over his features at the sight of his favorite treat. Cheers, he said simply, but his eyes weren't hard and hurt when he looked at Hermione. So then, Nev, How far have you gotten with Luna then? We'll be all right, if Neville doesn't clock him. Harry paid for his sweets and joined Hermione. The girl tilted her head at the narrow-eyed look on Neville's face and pursed her lips. You know, I'd bet more on Neville giving Ron a plant that numbs his taste buds for a while instead of outright punching him. The quiet Gryffindor continued to give Ron a glare, that coming from sweet, shy, gentle Neville had the redhead shrinking a bit. I like Luna a lot, Ron. Ron backed off. Sorry mate, I didn't mean any disrespect. Good for you. He held his hands up in the universal sign for surrender. Ron didn't fancy getting on Neville's wrong side. Neville's dark expression dropped and he smiled again. Apology accepted. Hermione's lips twitched in amusement at Neville's quick change and she nodded, her mind finally wrapping around him being with Luna. Yes, if that was what brought about the change in the quiet boy, then they were good together, no matter their differences. She sighed and looked to the school. Tomorrow was bound to be hectic once the papers were delivered, and she knew Harry wasn't looking forward to it. With luck though, people wouldn't be too unbearable and maybe Dean and Seamus would yank their heads out of their asses. Pansy clipped along towards the courtyard after classes, having just finished escorting the final group of first-year Slytherin girls to the common room to help them avoid Crabbe and Goyle once more. Those two were getting frighteningly persistent in their attempts to corner first-year girls. She'd actually warned the prefects of other houses about them too, since no first year deserved the two hulks, attentions in her opinion. It beeped time away from her studies though, and that was an irritation. She sighed as she rounded a corner, then shrieked as someone grabbed her arm and slammed her up against the wall. A big, sweaty hand clapped over her mouth and her wide eyes took in Goyle scowling down at her and Crabbe just behind his shoulder. You've been ruining our fun, Pansy. So we'll just have fun with you instead. Cold fear slipped down her spine at the intent in their eyes and she began struggling, trying to get away. Ron walked the halls, beeping on a sugar quill he had nicked from Harry. His temper had mostly cooled off and he had all but forgiven Hermione and Harry, but he still felt a bit alienated. It hurt not to be trusted, to not even be considered. It hurt more than he would have expected it to. He still found it hard to believe that Malfoy would just switch sides like that without an ulterior motive. Malfoy was a git and Ron couldn't honestly see him as anything but. He turned a corner and saw the backs of Crabbe and Goyle. Great, who'd let the monkeys off their leashes? Ron was just about to turn on his heel and walk in the other direction when he saw that they were holding someone pressed up against the wall, someone who was struggling to get away. He caught a glimpse of torn clothing and saw red. Not even thinking, Ron pulled out his wand and stalked over to them. Oi, what the bloody hell do you think you're doing? He zapped Crabbe with the Levicorpus spell and kicked Goyle in the back of his knee. Goyle stumbled to the ground but turned with a snarl and wand drawn to curse the git, interrupting them only to freeze as he was hit by the body bind curse. Pansy collapsed against the wall, shaking and barely registering that she'd been released. She clutched at her torn robe and shirt, trying to cover back up. Her sight was blurry with tears and she blinked rapidly, trying to see who'd just helped her. Ron pulled off his robes and wrapped them around the shaking girl. Hey, it's okay, they can't hurt you now. He kicked Goyle's bound body again just because he could. He was really surprised that it was the queen bitch herself that the gorillas had attacked, and suddenly she didn't look very evil, she looked tiny and broken. Are you all right? The tears finally spilled over from her dark blue eyes, clearing her vision just long enough to see her rescuer. W. Weasley. She'd just been saved from her own housemates by a Gryffindor she'd mocked and helped torment dozens of times. A boy who had every reason to hate her was being kind and concerned. A hysterical laugh bubbled up from her throat as her world turned a bit on its axis, but it was soon cut off by a sob and she grabbed his shirt, burying her face against his chest, and just began crying. He startled a bit, having Parkinson clinging to his shirt, wetting it through with tears. It was just so unexpected. He wondered why Crabbe and Goyle had attacked her like that in the first place. Not only was it a horrible thing to do, but she was one of their own. Not really knowing how to handle the crying girl clinging to him, Ron just acted on instinct. Ron wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight, just rocking her and letting her cry. Shish, it's okay, shish. She fell into hiccuping sobs, still shaking, and clung tighter to the redhead. Her pride normally would be hissing and spitting at her being seen so weak, but her sense of betrayal and need for comfort overrode it. Slowly she began to run dry and calm down, reduced to small sniffles, and she released his shirt, pulling back a bit and rubbing at her eyes with the soft, worn robe that he draped around her. She blinked damply up at him and gave a great sniffle before speaking quietly. "Thank you." "No need to thank me. Anyone would have done the same." Ron looked at her, producing a wrinkled but clean handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. "And these pigs, well, they should be flogged and quartered." He made a disgusted face at the bound Slytherins. "We need to go and tell Snape and the headmaster. They need to be told so that the monkeys will be punished." She nodded and let him help her to her feet and drew his robe closer around herself with as much dignity as she had, stiffening her shoulders. "Right. Professor Snape first. He'll make sure they stay put." She stooped and picked up her wand, flicking a warning on the wall for any passing Slytherin. "Leave them where they are or deal with me. Parkinson." She looked back at the Gryffindor. "Let's go." He had to admire her guts, to calm down so quickly, at least on the outside. "Yes, ma'am. Just lead the way." Ron saluted her but walked right next to her, close enough so that she would know he was there for her. Ron wanted to ask her what had happened there, why Crabbe and Goyle had attacked her, but he figured it wasn't the right time. Even though Pansy's back was ramrod straight, Ron could still see a slight tremble, and so he kept his mouth shut for once, content to walk next to her and make sure she would be all right. Snape was in his office with Draco, the both of them using the time to gleefully savage the first year's potion essays with red ink, unless they were idiot Gryffindors who wrote with red ink, then green was used. A soft knock at the door broke his concentration and he called out an irritable, "Come in." Pansy, grateful that the redhead had stayed close to her the entire way as she felt like she was about to fall down to the floor again at any time, opened the door slowly, her hand trembling just a bit as she tried to keep control of herself. Most of the students of the other houses feared Snape's office, but a Slytherin knew that it could be a sanctuary and the man presiding over it would go to the wall and over it for them, and knowing the safety that lay within made it all the harder to maintain her dignity beneath the almost crushing relief. She stepped in, eyes wide as she spotted Draco, Weasley coming in with her and shutting the door, and cleared her throat. Professor." The man looked up in concern at the soft, almost hesitant voice of one of his snakes, and his correcting quill immediately dropped to his desk and he was up and heading towards her in swift strides. "Miss Parkinson, what's happened?" Draco was on his feet in a flash. He took in the tear tracks on her face and the way she was clutching the black and red robes closer to her. Without a thought he pushed past both Snape and the weasel and cupped her cheek. "What happened, Pans? Who did this to you?" Draco's voice was calm and low, but his eyes promised death. She shuddered and reached up to clutch his wrist, letting the touch of Slytherin family anchor her. It was Crabbe and Goyle. They ambushed me because I've been keeping the first years safe from them. You know how they've been looking at them and trying to corner them. And if Weasley hadn't come along and stopped them, they would have. Her voice squeaked to a halt as her shaking returned, the borrowed Gryffindor robe sliding off her with the force of her shakes and revealing her torn clothes and the scratches and bruises her own housemates had put on her in their assault. Snape's eyes blazed with a cold fury at the evidence of a betrayal of such magnitude within his house, and he snapped off the names of 2 house elves, giving them orders. One to find McGonagall and have her take Crabbe and Goyle into custody, and the other to find the 2 boys and make sure they remained where they were until McGonagall had them in hand. Orders given, he went to his potions cabinet and retrieved a calming draft for Pansy. "They are dead." Draco still spoke in the same calm tone of voice. "You cannot stop me." He turned to Snape, silver eyes gleaming. "I will see them hurt and I will see them dead." Draco bent down and picked up Weasley's robes, once again wrapping it around Pansy, not being able to look at her ripped clothes and bruised skin. Draco pressed a key to her forehead. "We'll take care of this, Pans. You just drink the potion here and get some rest. They will never be allowed near you again." Ron watched it all in silence, felt a bit like he was intruding on something very private. At the same time something fell into place inside of him as he watched Parkinson being fussed over. Slytherins were just people too, not big bad followers of the darkness, but just people. Ron felt ashamed that it had taken something like this to really drive the point home to him. He had always considered himself a good person, but now he could see that he had misconceptions and was filled with prejudice too. He promised himself that he would change though. Snape laid a restraining hand on his godson's shoulder. They will be dealt with, Draco, but not by you. It is my duty as head of house to see to them, and there are worse fates than death. His blazing black eyes promised that Crabbe and Goyle would most certainly face such a fate at his hand. For now, and I am sorry to have to ask for the details, Pansy, I need to know everything about why they attacked you and what they did. Pansy leaned into her house brother and nodded, gathering strength from the family she'd been gifted with on entry to Slytherin. I know. She cut a glance over to the redhead who'd saved her. I'd like Weasley to stay, please. Snape was surprised, knowing how the little house queen hated to show weakness in front of anyone from another house, but nodded. I'll need his witness statement as well anyway. She sighed and began telling her head of house about the two Holts' actions towards the first years and how she'd set about keeping the younger girls safe. She was well aware of the professor's expression darkening, and she swore she had something crack when she reached the assault on her and how they'd declared that they'd be getting their fun from her. She knew she heard a growl from Draco and, surprisingly, from Weasley as well. You've done a great job, trying to look out for the first years. To everyone's surprise, it's Ron who speaks up. They are only 12 for Merlin's sake, we kids. The reason those asses turned on you is because you were a threat. They went after you because you're strong. Draco looked at the redhead with reluctant respect. Weasley's right. You've done great and they will pay. Snape nodded. Yes, they will. He retrieved the dicta-quill that had taken down her account and handed the parchment to her, along with a tiny thimbleful of a potion and a stick pin. You know the confirmation signature procedure. She nodded and took the items, pricking her finger so a drop of blood fell into the thimble. Then, taking the quill her professor handed her and dipping it in the potion, she signed her name on the parchment, sealing her account as accurately recorded. Snape vanished the potion and quill, took the parchment back and looked at his godson. Draco, take Pansy back to her quarters. She needs to rest. His gaze was stern and insistent. It informed Draco that he would deal with this in the utmost Slytherin way. Draco nodded and put his arms around Pansy. Let's go, Pans. You need to rest, pamper yourself a bit. Yeah, take care, Parkinson. Ron shuffled a bit. He was glad that Pansy would get a chance to rest, but he was less than thrilled to be left alone with Snape to give his witness statement. Hopefully it would be quick and he could get out of there. She tossed the redhead a brief, soft look. Thanks, Weasley. Then she let Draco shepherd her out of the office, towards the Slytherin dorms. Snape studied Ron for a silent minute. Mr. Weasley, the slight jump the teen gave would normally please the professor, but at the moment his thoughts were not on tormenting bad potion students. While I realize that it was likely a Gryffindor-ish, or more accurately, considering your family, a Weasley-ish thing to do, I would still like to thank you for helping Miss Parkinson, and your nobility will be reflected in house points, as I am not about to make your potions class easier. Sir. Ron wiped his suddenly sweaty palms on his threadbare uniform trousers. You know I'm all about points usually, but this is not something I should be rewarded for. It was the right thing to do, it's as simple as that. Ron didn't feel comfortable taking advantage of helping someone like that. It felt greedy and wrong. Merlin, spare me from Gryffindor nobility. He pointed at the redhead. Weasley, no matter what you may think, there are many, even in your own house, who would have run away or thought that Miss Parkinson was getting her comeuppance and so would not lift so much as their voice in aid of her. I do know what the other houses think of my Slytherins, especially the most visible ones. Many would have passed by, but you did not, and, as much disdain as I hold for Gryffindor sensibilities, I am grateful that for once one of your ilk was there and chose to do the right thing, so your house will receive the points. If not from me, then I can assure you McGonagall will assign them. The infamous dungeon bat professor drew himself up. Now, Mr. Weasley, I would like you to accompany me to the headmaster's office. Knowing Minerva, she already has the two little toads there and is awaiting an explanation. In the interest of expediency, I would prefer your part of the tale to be told once, recorded under Dumbledore's purview, and settled so that Crabbe and Goyle can be dealt with. A brief flash of fury lit Snape's eyes at the thought of the two house traitors. Yes, Professor. Ron agreed and followed Snape out of his office. It was rather sad and not a testament to his Gryffindor pride, but Ron was happy that he wouldn't be alone with Snape for much longer. The potions master scared the living crap out of him. Ron couldn't fathom how Harry could spend hours almost every night in the other's company. Just one more thing, Professor. No one deserves what happened to Parkinson, no matter which house they belong to or what their reputation is. No one deserves that. Snape glanced back briefly at the redhead and nodded. Remember that, Weasley, for the rest of your life, remember that and continue to hold that opinion. Then he resumed his stalk towards the headmaster's office. He had two little rats to flay alive. Nothing in this world could have shocked Blaise Zabini more than seeing their hard as nails, confidant Pansy being brought into the common room by a hovering Draco, clutching a Gryffindor robe around herself, and almost shaking. He surged to his feet to storm over, even as Draco passed her into the hands of Millicent and a few other girls. The girls swept her to the dorm and he approached Draco. What happened? His imperious demand for answers was met with an icy controlled explanation that had the normally unaffected Blaise's blood boiling. Those traitors. His jaw flexed in anger. Snape will deal with them, better than we could right now, but I'd still like a few minutes alone with them. You're not alone. Draco answered him. If I didn't know Snape and that he will make those maggots wish they were never born, I would throw all rules aside and go after them myself. Draco's body was tense with barely controlled rage. What we need to do now is make sure that no one in this house thinks that they could ever get away with this kind of behavior. Blaise nodded slowly. Tonight, a house meeting. Think Pansy will be up to it. She will be up for it. Pans is strong. Actually, she would probably be there even if she didn't feel up to it. We'll look out for her. Draco started to pace. I think it's time to remind the Snakelings how things are done in this house. Another nod from the dark-skinned wizard. Slytherin is family. Family stands together. Betray that and face the worst consequences a Slytherin can devise. Draco gave a sharp nod. Precisely. He continued to pace, trying to push the anger down. Nothing would be solved by him exploding. Blaise, by contrast, went back to sit in one of the large wingback chairs. He was still, forcing his anger over the betrayal by two of their own into a small corner and icing it over. Draco, go for a fly, pick a fight with Potter, or write your mum. I'll start on plans for tonight. As tempting as a fight with Potter sounds right now, I think I'll go with the flying option. Flying always did make Draco feel better. It was amazing how well Blaise knew him. I'll be back in an hour. Draco walked up to the dorm room, changing his robes for a thicker cloak and pulling on smooth leather gloves. He grabbed his broomstick and headed outside. Hermione looked up from where she was helping Harry rearrange his Dada teaching schedule some as she heard the portrait swing open and Ron came into the common room. Most everyone else was roaming the halls, putting off homework until later that night so they had a quiet corner all to themselves. She caught sight of an odd expression on her friend's face and frowned. Ron. Looking up at them, Ron walked over and sunk into a chair, running his hands through his hair. I've been a downright fool, haven't I? Ron heaved a sigh. I couldn't see how bad things had gotten, even here at Hogwarts. I caught Goyle and Crabbe attacking Parkinson. Really attacking her, hurting her. Hermione frowned, her inner crusader already starting to pick up its banner. They were beating her. Worse. Ron looked disgusted. Apparently they were having fun with her because she'd had the balls to stop them from going after the first-year girls. The girl gasped, one hand going to her mouth, eyes wide in horror. Her other hand went to her friend, grasping his arm gently. Oh Ron, did they? She couldn't finish. Beep was a horror, and no matter how horrid Parkinson had been over the years, she didn't deserve it. Ron shook his head. No, thank Merlin. They didn't have time. I got there in time, but still. It shouldn't have happened at all. Ron could still see the strong and ballsy Parkinson shaking with fear, and it made him sick to his stomach. Her hand moved up to stroke his hair. Thank goodness you were there. Sweet Merlin, I can only imagine how she must be feeling, her own housemates. Her eyes lit with anger. I hope they get expelled, then handed over gift wrap to Aragog. I really don't think you need to worry. Snape's in charge of their punishment, and even Malfoy, who called for death, quite loudly bowed to Snape's skill in coming up with punishments. Ron leaned into her touch before pulling away and resting his head against the back of the chair. I think expulsion will be the last of their worries if Snape is in charge. Harry spoke quietly. He wasn't sure how he was feeling. Despite everything, even what had happened last year with the fake Moody and the Triwizard Tournament, he had always thought of Hogwarts as a safe haven. He'd thought of it as home, and seeing evil creep inside its walls like this. It was difficult. It looks as if things are happening faster than I would have thought though. Crabbe and Goyle must have been quite sure that they would be protected to have the guts to behave this way. Hermione nodded. They won't be though. From what I've heard from Malfoy during the tutoring lessons, Slytherin isn't quite like the other houses in relationship with each other's housemates. We make small close-knit groups of friends in-house that become like family, and the house as a whole is a wide web of friends who will back us in regards to house matters. Slytherin, the whole house is considered family. Not just friends but family, as close to each other as a pack of wolves would be. They're unified on every front, just like the Weasleys always have been. This, what Crabbe and Goyle have done, goes against Slytherin precepts at their very core. Every single member of the Slytherin house will be calling for their heads. They attacked one of their own. Not only that, but they've been going after the young ones of their own. They won't be considered Slytherins anymore. And Snape, she shivered. Well, look how he is when his snakes are involved in a fight with a Gryffindor. Can you imagine just how much worse he'll be with this? I really can't find any sort of pity for them. In my book they deserve everything they get. Ron's tone was dry and Harry nodded. Yeah, this is an occasion where I really hope Snape will do his worst. He agreed. Harry felt bad for Snape too. No matter what, it had to hurt that it was students from his own house who had done this to one of their own. It was clear that Snape truly cared for each and every one of his snakes. The girl nodded in agreement and looked out the window, blinking at a silver and green blur she saw zipping through the air. I'm sure he will. She got to her feet and went to give Ron a peck on the cheek. I'm proud of you, Ron. I know you were just being you, but I'm proud that you helped her. She straightened. I need to go grab something from the library. I'll see you two at dinner. She bustled to the entrance and slipped through before they could answer, leaving them to exchange shrugs. Hermione made her way down to the Quidditch pitch and settled down on one of the ground stands to watch Draco Malfoy perform the same kind of risky aerial maneuvers Harry often did when he was upset. She wasn't entirely sure what Draco's relationship with Pansy was, but she did know he cared a great deal about her, so this must be eating him up. Draco was rising so high that spots of color danced behind his eyes before he dove down like a missile, straightening out the broom only before he touched the ground. It was silly and stupid, but Draco needed to let out his frustration somehow, and at least flying was something he could control fully. On one of his dives he noticed a splash of brown and he maneuvered the broom to the ground. Not often one sees you out here, Granger. He swung a long leg over the side of the broom and walked over to the stands where Hermione was sitting. I come out for the games Gryffindor plays, or sometimes when Ron and Harry decide that flying like reckless monkeys is a good idea. Someone should be there in case they do something stupid and need medical assistance. Her face tilted up to look at his. Well, that might be true for the sea monkeys usually attached to your hips, but if you know how to fly you don't need supervision. Draco put his hand to his mouth and started to pull off his gloves with his teeth. Normally she'd have leapt to Harry's defense because she knew Malfoy was aware that Harry was a better flyer just by natural talent, but this time she remained silent. Besides, Ron would have fallen off a broom and Harry would have pulled 1,000 muscles to save him, so Draco had a bit of a point, since if one went down they both did. She watched as Malfoy pulled on his gloves with those perfect white teeth. She tucked a bit of wild frizz back behind her ear. How's Pansy? Draco's eyes flashed. She's a trooper. She'll be okay. She has to be. Draco didn't know what he would do without Pansy. Before now he had never realized how much he relied on her humor and sharp wit. He leaned the broom against the railing and climbed over to sit down next to her. We're going to have a house-wide meeting later, but I needed to get rid of some excess energy. She nodded and reached over to brush her fingertips across the back of his hand in a brief, comforting touch. Harry does that. After the tournament last year, Ron and I worried he might never get out of the sky. Must be a seeker thing. She fiddled with the end of her scarf. I'm sure Pansy will be fine. She really doesn't have the patience to do anything else but get back on the broom, I don't think. You're right, she's strong and strong-willed. Draco nodded, feeling just a little bit better. Strangely enough, the bushy-haired brunette next to him had a more calming presence on him than hours worth of flying. It's just, I should have seen it coming. Crabbe and Goyle, I'm probably the one who knows them best, but I couldn't imagine that they would do something like this, and I should have. I should have known what they were capable of, and I should have stopped it from happening before it did. Her hand whipped up and whacked him lightly on the back of the head. Now you get that kind of idiot thinking out of your head right now, Draco Malfoy. I am going to tell you something that I have to tell Harry more times than I like to. You are not responsible for the actions of others. Whether for good or ill, every person is responsible for their own actions unless they're under the bloody imperious curse. If she'd been standing, it was practically certain her hands would have been on her hips and in full eye-blazing lecture mode. You've known them since you were a teeny tiny prat, and I would imagine that Pansy has known them for nearly the same amount of time. No matter how stupidly foul they've been to every other person in this school, they'd never attacked either of you before, so you had no reason to think that they, fellow Slytherins, would assault one of their own that they've known for so long like that. She folded her arms across her chest and gave him a stern scowl. I had best never hear you blaming yourself like that again, or I'll turn you back into a bloody ferret until you come to your senses. Draco couldn't help himself, he burst out laughing. She was just so stern and earnest. Oh, Granger, you are absolutely brilliant, you know that. Teeny tiny prat. He reached out and pulled on a lock of her hair, still chuckling. Thank you though, I needed to hear that, and since I really don't want to experience ferret form again, I will do my best not to blame myself. She felt her cheeks heat from the compliment and the little tug on her hair, and cleared her throat, giving a sharp nod. See that you don't. Her hands moved to straighten her long skirt. You made a pretty ferret, but you're a much better human than ferret. Well, thank you for thinking so. This time it was Draco who flushed lightly, and he fiddled with the gloves in his lap. Being subjected to a first-hand tour of the insides of Crabbe's trousers was enough to scar me for life, I'll tell you. And the smile slipped again when Draco remembered that his memories with Crabbe and Goyle would never be the same again. He couldn't think of anything without remembering what they had done now. She reached over and this time took his hand rather than just brushing her fingers across the back. It was silent comfort, as she knew there was nothing she could say to soothe the ragged edges of a sundered trust and friendship. He took a hold of her hand, lacing his fingers with hers, and felt her warmth seeping into his bones, which seemed to have been frozen to the core. For a while Draco simply sat there, accepting the silent comfort from a girl he had been nothing but horrid to for years. Draco was both grateful and humbled by her ability to forgive. Thank you, he said softly, not having any other words to offer. Her lips curved up softly and she spoke just as quietly as he had. You're welcome. Once again Harry was making his way down to the dungeons. It had become a very familiar path, and Harry was certain he would find his way with his eyes closed by now. He got to the door, knocked and stepped inside. Professor, Harry called out, but the study seemed empty. This wasn't unusual. Snape often had matters to tend to before he had time for Harry. He placed his bag on the floor and looked around the study, seeing a bowl with strange markings that had never been out before. Harry did recognize it as a pensieve, though it wasn't as large or ornate as the one in Dumbledore's office. Harry walked closer, just to look at the markings on the outside of the bowl. He wanted to see if there was something he recognized when he tripped on a forgotten cauldron and went face first into the pensieve. His last thoughts before being beeped into the memories were that this sort of thing always happened to him. Snape clipped down the halls, scowling mightily at the mess that was his robes. It was simply his luck that he had a twit stupid enough to actually test a regurgitation potion on themselves just as he passed by. He flung open the door to his office, his gaze still on his outer robes so as to vanish them. Once he'd removed the black, outer vomit-soaked robes, he looked up and felt his blood run cold at the sight of Potter's face in his pensieve. He stormed over and found himself stumbling over a cauldron he'd left there. He righted himself before he fell into the teen's back, and logic poked its cool head in, telling him that the youth had likely not poked his nose into the pensieve on purpose. It didn't make him any less furious that Potter was witnessing some of his worst childhood memories, but it tempered it just enough that all he did was yank the younger male out of the pensieve and shoved him towards a stool, scowling mightily before barking, "Sit." Harry followed the order without protest, his mind still whirring and recoiling from what he had seen. He didn't want it to be true, but there was no lying in a pensieve. His father, the unknown man that he had always thought of as a hero, had been a bloody git. A bully that got off on causing others pain, laughing at their humiliation. Not only that, but James's friends had been the same. Serious. Even Remus hadn't done anything to stop him. Harry felt lost. Everything he thought he knew was wrong, and now he didn't know who to trust or what to think. It was weird and probably stupid, but it felt like being orphaned all over again. Snape went into his inner chambers to change quickly. Even his inner robes were a bit damp, and to give him just enough time to chain his temper enough to keep it from exploding. For a moment, a single brief moment, he'd once again superimposed James's face over Harry's and almost let loose his fury until the stricken look in the youth's eyes had kept all the vile words in his throat. He dearly wished that James Potter was still living, if only for the opportunity to confront him and let loose all the venom in his soul on the bloody bastard. But his old tormentor was 6 feet under. He was barred from letting loose on Black and Lupin, and the only other target was an innocent teenager who'd been tormented enough. He swept back into the room and went to a cabinet, pulling out a calming draught and handing it to Potter before he got a glass of fire whiskey for himself. Taking the draught, Harry downed it in one, keeping his gaze firmly fixed on his own feet. He didn't know what to say. There was nothing that could make the past better, but at least now Harry understood Snape's hatred. He was a mirror image of a man that had tormented him. Snape downed the shot of liquor, the burn sliding down his throat smoothly and cooling the fire of his temper. He set the glass down. "So, now you know." He met Harry's vivid green eyes steadily. "I hated your father. I still hate him and will likely go to my grave hating him, as it is rather impossible for me to bring him back from the dead simply to hex him to Asia." "Now I know," Harry agreed solemnly, "though I wish I didn't. I'm sorry to say that, and I do understand how you feel." Harry faltered, still not knowing what to say. "I know it's only empty words, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what they did." Snape poured another glass of fire whiskey, rather surprised that his hand did not shake. Words are never empty so long as there is emotion behind them. That was as close as Snape would get to telling Harry he appreciated the sentiment. That, Harry, is something to keep in mind, whether in mere conversation or magical spells. Some spells will only work if you mean them, while all others only get stronger the more you mean them. He downed the second glass and vanished it along with the decanter. "I am sorry as well." His dark eyes spoke of sincerity, "that you saw that. I may have hated him, but you should not have had to see him at his worst." And was that his worst? Somehow Harry doubted it. It seemed more like any other day, just a way to amuse themselves to Harry. It was probably a good thing, though. It's better to know the truth than to walk around in a fantasy, thinking my father was larger than life. And kinder too. Harry still looked heartbroken, but he meant what he said. No matter how much it hurt, he'd rather know than to live in a lie. Silence stretched between them. Snape no longer felt up to conducting the occlumency lesson, and he somehow doubted Harry would be up to it either. He certainly was not about to inform the boy about the worst his father had done, but perhaps he could soften the bad with a somewhat good moment. "He did save my life once, though that may have been more for Lupin than I, when I was directed to the shack one full moon. It didn't particularly make me want to hex him less. I simply ceased creating spells designed specifically for hexing James Potter." I can only imagine who directed you to the shack to begin with." It didn't make Harry feel much better, but he recognized and appreciated the effort. "For the first time I'm very happy to be my own person, that we're not destined to become our parents." Harry directed a small smile Snape's way. "Did you really do that? Create spells to hex James? It's sort of cool." A dark brow rose. "I did. I may tell you about it, possibly, sometime in the future." He stood up. "I don't think either one of us are up to the lesson today, do you?" No, I don't think we are." Harry agreed softly. "I should go, yeah." He got up too. gathering his bag and feeling the way the calming draft soothed his insides, leaving him warm and unworried. The professor nodded. I suggest you call your godfather. No matter what he and your father did to me, he loves you. The only thing that has changed is you know that they both are very human with all the failings of. Harry nodded in reply. He could see the reasoning of it, and even though he was sorely disappointed in Sirius, he still loved him too. He always would. I suppose you are right. Harry bowed his head to the potions master. I apologize for seeing things that weren't meant for me. I swear I wasn't nosy on purpose. Good night, sir. Snape nodded. I know you weren't. Good night. Nodding again, Harry walked out, leaving Snape alone with his thoughts. Harry thought about going back to the common room, but he wouldn't be missed yet, and Snape had suggested that he'd talk to his godfather, so instead he made his way to the 5th floor in the room of requirements. There he would be alone and safe to call on Sirius. A fire was already burning merrily in the large fireplace, and Harry grabbed the flow powder, tossing it into the flames as he called on Grimmauld Place. Sirius heard the fire call and just about lunged to answer. Narcissa was driving him demented with cleaning, shifting things around, and restoring the house. He needed a distraction. His eyes lit with pleasure when he saw his godson. Harry, great to see you. I'm losing my mind here. Hi, Sirius. Harry's smile was tight as he sat cross-legged in front of the fire. He drank in the other man's features, trying to fit them together with the arrogant youth who had been a bully alongside of James Potter. What's making you nutters then? Narcissa. He ran a hand over his face. She's a madwoman, at least when it comes to restoring Grimmauld Place. My mother's portrait adores her, by the way. A shake of the shaggy head gave Sirius clear opinion of that. So does Creature, but that's no problem. He does as she likes. Well, to be honest, the house needs plenty of cleaning up. It looks as shite. And if your mother adores Lady Malfoy, then at least she might cease her screeching for a while. I'm sorry, but it doesn't sound so bad. Harry smirked, feeling the old love for Sirius rise up in him like a wave. So his godfather wasn't perfect. Nobody was. Harry felt grateful that Snape had suggested he'd call him. It helped a long way in feeling better. The animagus pouted. Traitor. It was a clear tease. So how's things there? Sissy's boy all right? Malfoy's fine. Pissed enough to spit nails, but fine. There was an incident within the Slytherin house, but Snape will handle it. Harry rested his chin in his hand, feeling comfortable just sitting there speaking to Sirius. Sirius whistled through his teeth. Within Slytherin. Oh yeah, the greasy git will probably flog the culprit. Don't call him that. Harry's brows furrowed. Just don't. And I think he can come up with worse punishments than flogging, punishments that lasts longer too. Snape's a firm believer in making the punishment fit the crime. The man frowned a bit. He'd noted the slight strain on his godson's face at first, but put it down to daily stresses. Now he wasn't so sure. Harry, what's wrong? I saw you, Sirius. I saw you all, the way you acted when you were in school. Why? Harry's tone was quiet and he looked at Sirius searchingly. You of all people should have known better. The animagus winced. That was a long time ago, Harry. We were all very young and a bit drunk on our own power then. I'm not going to make any excuses, there aren't any. We were wrong and we were right, gits. Snape got the brunt because, I think, we were jealous, me and James. Jealous? Of what? Harry asked. What possible reason could there have been to be that cruel, even if you were jealous? He was bloody brilliant, Harry. By 5th year he was coming up with his own spells and they worked. He was nosy, always poking around into stuff that everyone else thought would be better left alone, and he never got caught. Even the Marauders got caught every once in a while. At least that's why I was jealous. Your dad? Well. Sirius's face was sheepish. He was jealous because he liked your mum, but she thought James was too big a git to bother with for most of our Hogwarts career. Snape though, she was Snape's friend. They were real close and James wanted her to look at him with even half the fondness she did Snape. It doesn't excuse him, but I'll tell you, Harry, teenage hormones make a guy do some crazy and sometime bad things when he wants someone he can't have. I suppose, Harry conceded. I'm just so disappointed. I know I don't have a right to be, but I am. All those stories you told me, it all feel like lies now. To his utter embarrassment, Harry felt himself tear up. He was 16 years old, for goodness sake, and he wasn't supposed to cry over things like this. The world was hard and disappointing. Harry knew that better than anyone. Harry, we were bullies to Snape. I'm not going to lie about that, but I didn't lie to you about the rest either. I just didn't tell you the bad. I didn't want you to see your dad in a bad light. He was my best friend and he loved you and your mother more than anything. Round about 7th year, when he became head boy, James stopped being such a git, and since he and Lily had to work together as head boy and girl, she got to see him in a better light. Things just sort of went well for them from there. Nodding, Harry quickly wiped at his eyes with the back of his hand. I get it, Sirius, I do. Besides, it's in the past, nothing to be done and no way to change it. Harry sighed. Please, stop calling Snape names though, I ask that of you. I understand that you will never get along, much less like each other, but believe it or not, he's been of great help to me here. The canine animagus wrinkled his nose but nodded. All right, pup, for you, I'll stick to calling him Snape. Now, had any fun lately? How are those brilliant twins? They do my prankster heart good. Relaxing his tense shoulders, Harry laughed and started to tell Sirius about Fred and George and all their wild escapades. How they more often than not had the whole castle tipping on their toes. Sirius was roaring with laughter at the latest prank involving fireworks when Hermione and Draco entered the room. The girl paused, books in her arms. Oh, we didn't know you were here, Harry. Harry's eyebrow rose. It's all right, just having a chat with Snuffles. We're all but done though. He turned back to the fire. Thanks for talking to me, Sirius, it means a lot. Hey, you're my pup. No thanks necessary. You take care of yourself. Harry smiled again and was just about to answer Sirius when Draco interrupted him with a confused look on his aristocratic face. Excuse me, but why in the world do you call Potter pup? Draco itched to add, I know he's a mongrel, but why make it public? But he managed to hold his tongue. In fact, he was quite proud of himself for that. Sirius grinned rather connivingly at Draco. I'm an animagus, just like Harry's dad. My form is a black dog, so it's pup or prongslet, and he protests the prongslet. The man turned his smile back on Harry. And if I called him fawn, he'd probably hex me into next week. Hermione leaned over to whisper into Draco's ear. Sirius, Harry's dad, Remus Lupin and one other were sort of like Fred and George multiplied. The other three became animagi to keep Lupin company during the full moon. Harry's dad was a stag. I see. Draco looked very thoughtful as he nodded goodbye to Sirius while listening to all kinds of threats from Harry about what he would do if Sirius called him fawn. Draco's favorite was hexing his balls off and attaching them to his forehead. So all of them had been unregistered animagi. That was something worth thinking about. Sirius laughed at Harry's creative threats. Okay, I will never call you fawn. He grimaced as he heard Narcissus' demanding voice calling for his assistance in moving a couch. Well, back to the insanity. I'll talk to you again soon, Harry. Absolutely. Harry nodded. Stay safe and stay out of trouble. Please tell Mother hello from me. Draco added before they ended the fire call, his mind still turning over the animagus news. Will do. With that, Sirius popped out of the fire and went to do his cousin's bidding. Hermione chuckled and went to the plush green couch that was in the room. I thought you had lessons with Snape tonight, Harry. Yeah, well, it ended early. Harry got up from in front of the fireplace and dusted himself off. I'll get out of your hair and leave you to your lesson. Good luck. Harry slapped on a smile and gathered his discarded bag. The girl's brow wrinkled in concern as she caught the hesitation and a flicker over Harry's face, but she didn't say anything, recognizing the stubborn set to her friend's jaw. All right then, are you heading back to the common room? I think Ron's in there trying to decimate Neville at chess. Not sure. Probably. Harry shrugged. I might take a little walk, go see Hedwig. Regardless, I'll be back later, so see you then. He waved at both Hermione and Draco and slipped out the door. So is it just me, or was Potter even weirder than usual? Draco watched after Harry with an arched eyebrow. She shook her head. Not just you. Something's bothering him, but he's not ready to talk about it. Something must have happened in the dungeons. Draco furrowed his brow. Well, you know him better than I do. I don't think Snape would have let anything happen to him or done anything to him though. He took off his robes and hung them over the back of a chair. Draco had learned the hard way that working in his shirt sleeves was the smartest thing when working with Hermione's devil contraptions. So what are we covering today? She gestured to a box at her side. Mobile phones. The box was full of the small electronics and she had a small shield spell at the ready as she knew for certain that there would be explosions for this one. Draco's eyes were wide and filled with horror. You really want to see me dead, don't you? You might as well admit it. He lifted one of the small square items out of the box gingerly and jumped backwards when it made some sort of screeching sound. Hermione used a quick levitation spell to keep it from falling to the floor. Just an incoming call. Of course there's not really anyone calling, it's just set up to make and receive calls so you can learn how to answer and make calls on one of them. And if I wanted to see you dead I'd petrify you, stick your body near the Acromantula nest in the Forbidden Forest, and leave you there. No body means no chance of getting in trouble, claiming a lesson. Accident would be troublesome as an inquiry would be made that could reveal the truth. Disappearance is a better bet. The girl shrugged, well aware that she was using Slytherin logic. Just liking to see me suffer then, Draco said with a small grin and held the phone between his fingertips, keeping it as far away from his body as possible. Secretly he was very impressed by her deviousness, impressed and amused. Well, not really, though I have to admit sometimes you have some interesting reactions. Mobile phones are on the syllabus, so here we are. You'll have to hold that up to your ear once you answer, you know, just like a regular phone. They'd covered landline phones from the oldest to most recent, so he already knew how to answer a regular phone. Which would help. What is the difference between the other phones and the mobile ones? Draco studied the phone carefully before placing it against his ear and quickly removing it again. Some of the other phones we tried didn't have the tube that connected it to the wall either. Draco found the idea of a phone fascinating. It was a rather clever way of keeping in touch with people. All the different buttons and numbers that you had to dial were complicated though. The cordless phones still need the dock in the wall connected to the phone line. Mobile phones don't need that to work, plus they have a few other features. We'll go through them, but to start, making a call. She coached him through making and receiving calls, then in his least favorite thing, programming various things into the phone. They made it through programming in contacts, but when they reached setting the ringtone for a contact the first phone went up in pieces. Hermione's shield spell worked like a charm and she went over to her bag pulling out a bottle of butterbeer for the blonde. Draco had practically fallen into one of the plush wingback chairs. His tie was loosened and his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He looked like he had gone 10 rounds against a raging bull, and he looked up at Hermione with pleading eyes when she brought the bottle, which he gratefully accepted. Why is there a need for different ringtones? Why can't it just make the same beeping noise all the time? She settled into the chair across from him. Identification and, in some cases, humor value. For example, someone like Ron might use this. She flicked her wand and had one of the phones playing the first 4 lines, Mr. Grinch, for Professor Snape. I don't get it. Draco didn't understand why Weasley would use that music for Snape and what it meant. Why would Weasley use that? It's just the lyrics and the cartoon they're connected to. To Ron and a great many other Gryffindors, Professor Snape is very much mean, a heel, cuddly as a cactus, and charming as an eel. She lifted a shoulder in a light shrug. Grinch is a basically grumpy, mean-spirited person. I don't think Snape is mean-spirited personally, he's just somewhat, she paused to find the right term, avoidant and has no patience for incompetence. I really can't blame him either, considering what happens when a potion is brewed incorrectly. And he did warn us in first year. Draco chuckled when he finally understood the lyrics after Hermione explained them to him. You're right about the potions, but other than that you don't need to defend Snape. He's the head of my house and my godfather. I respect him more than anyone, but even I can admit that the man is a grump. In fact, he has taken grumpiness and moodiness to an entirely new level. I'm not really defending him. It's just I know that there are reasons most people turn out the way they are. Some are rotten to the core from birth, but most are turned that way by events in their lives. She traced a pattern on the arm of her chair with a finger. It's none of my business what Professor Snape has gone through in his life, and I just don't feel I have a right to judge him for his personality without knowing why he acts as he does." He blinked in surprise, a bit floored by her perceptiveness. "You are absolutely right, Granger. It doesn't just apply to Snape but to people at large. I'm only starting to learn that, and I'm sure I need every reminder I can get." He bowed his head to her before he sighed deeply. "Okay, back in the ring, isn't that what they say? I shall do this." He grabbed a phone and started pushing buttons feverishly. Hermione smiled and reached out to tap his knee. "Slow down, it's not a race. Now just bring up a contact," and she patiently went about leading him through the process again, still a bit worried about Harry, but she knew he'd tell her or Ron when he was ready. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.